Hello, hello.
Hello.
Did I catch you at a bad time?
I think, you know, I was thinking about not coming.
Of course you were. And then I would have to go track you down.
Huh.
Um, okay, well, here we go. So let's get started, kind of. Welcome, everybody, to the live stream of Deconstructing Pronatalism. We're going to do some quick housekeeping rules before we officially start. For those of you who are watching the replay, this is currently live, and we are actually recording this to be uploaded into several podcast episodes for Child Free Media. Which is a podcast, and of course, it'll be also on YouTube. So, if you are joining us live or if you're joining the replay, that's I'm just going to go through some quick housekeeping. This is going to be a rather intense conversation today. Not to issue a trigger warning, but there will be references to cults. For the record, I'm a cult survivor, so I'll be sharing my personal experience with that as well. And at any time, you guys are feel free to comment. This is not an echo chamber. All opinions are welcome. But having said that, we do have Rebecca behind the scenes who's going to be acting as Troll Patrol. So feel free to introduce yourself, say hello. It's going to be, again, several hours of conversation, so people will be coming in and out as far as the chat goes. We'll officially start in a second, but just keep in mind that this is being recorded. It's going to be in podcast form. It's going to be in video segment form as well. So if you do have a comment or any questions or anything like that, we will acknowledge them and they will be part of the podcast. So if there is something you want to share or say, but you don't want it publicly announced, don't say it. Or you can always reach out to us privately as well too. So keep that in mind. So with that, let's officially start. I am going to act also as director, which shall be interesting. How do I do this? Okay. All right. First, we have our disclaimer. So, the following opinions expressed within the content are solely the speakers and do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of Child Free Media Limited or its affiliates. So, with that, welcome to Deconstructing Pronatalism. My name is LeNora Faye. I am one of the co-founders of Child Free Media. And joining me today is Laur. And Laur, who are you? Oh, you're muted.
Hi, I'm Laur. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
I'm a child-free TikToker. I'm also a writer. And I have been studying cult behavior for a very, very long time.
Can you speak up just a little tiny bit?
Oh, I'm a child-free TikToker. I'm a writer, and I've been studying cult behavior for a very, very long time. I've actually helped multiple people get out of fundamentalism. So I have a lot of experience with deconstruction.
And I have personally gone through deconstruction kind of without realizing it, to be honest. Again, I was born and raised into a cult, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But okay, so this is an interesting take on pronatalism. We're going to go through some definitions, and Laura's going to introduce kind of the structure. Now, again, keep in mind this is being recorded. This is going on podcast form. So we have 4 sections planned in the conversation today, and you will see visuals here. So we'll walk through everything, and there's going to be a lot of information shared that may be new to some of you, and it's going to be potentially going like, what the heck? Again, we welcome comments and questions, and in between segments, we will acknowledge the audience and answer what we can. Now keep in mind, this is our personal experience. These are our opinions. So, we're not here saying this is exactly what is. So keep that in mind. Now, Laur, like, where do we start?
So I want to start. Let's bring up the slides. I would like to first introduce what pronatalism is, because one thing that I have learned, I moderate a couple of child-free groups on Facebook, and one thing that I have really learned is that a lot of even child-free people don't actually know about the term pronatalism. So what is pronatalism? Pronatalism is the societal, institutional, and social structures that encourage us to have children. And when we talk about pronatalism, we're not just, part of the reason why your grandma will be like, oh, well, you don't want to have kids. What's wrong with you? That is pronatalism. It is not the act of her asking you. It is the social, institutional, and societal structures that have caused her to be socialized into thinking that way. This is kind of a new term. The first time I actually heard it was Laura Carroll's Baby Matrix. But it's been going on in academic circles for a very, very long time, especially within feminist theory. And actually, Margaret Atwood mentions it in The Handmaid's Tale. And I remember reading it for the first time when I was in like high school and not knowing what that word meant. It was something that we didn't really talk about. And so pronatalism is just the idea that, you know, it hurts mothers, it hurts child-free people, it even probably hurts fathers. Just with this idea that you have to be a parent and you have to be the best of the best parent, or else in our society you hold less worth.
So you had mentioned something about, you know, it may affect fathers. Can we address that for a second? We had talked about, you know,
I definitely think that when we're talking about pronatalism, we're talking about it affecting women a lot more. And not to say that child-free men don't go through bingos, that child-free men don't go through the same things. However, you know, when I've had partners who are child-free and they tell their family that they're child-free, it's kind of like boys will be boys. Right. But when I tell people I'm child-free and start talking about it, it's child-free women are terrible. They all hate children. They're all so toxic. We get a lot more pushback. Not to mention that in the United States, women's bodies are under attack. Men don't have to sacrifice their bodies. They don't have to go through the same dangers that motherhood precludes. And a lot of times, a lot of the things that I hear from moms is that men can be fathers and still pretty much retain their identity that they had before they became fathers, which probably also means that they're bad partners. But again, pronatalism tells us that the mother is what's responsible, or who's responsible for taking care of a child.
Right. So again, so keeping in mind what we're exploring today, and I'm going to use the word exploring, because this is essentially what it is. We're going to be showing you the bite model, and Laura will explain that in a little bit. And again, keep in mind, we are two cis females here. We have experienced a lot. And so our point of view is from that, just that. So, you know, we have all genders watching, contributing. Again, your thoughts are always welcome. Your rebuttals are always welcome. Keep in mind, this is our point of view on it. So there's, again, information that's going to be shared that you may go, what? But we will go through that. Okay, so you had a second definition that you wanted to show, did you? Okay, and I have to be the one that directs this. Okay.
Well, actually, I think I can change it.
Can you do it now?
But you have to bring it up.
No, that's the first one. Okay, that's behavior.
You've got to bring it up before I can control it. Is it up?
Do we want to go right into this one? Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay,
let's bring this up, because then I think we can introduce it better once we have a working definition of deconstruction. So,
gotcha.
What is deconstruction? It's the process of rethinking harmful indoctrinated beliefs. We really hear this when we're talking about the evangelical, ex-fundamentalist Christian movement. Although this is a common term when you're talking about deconstructing and deprogramming from cults. Deconstruction and deprogramming, to me, are very similar things. We are going to be using the bite model today. For those of you who don't know who he is, the bite model was developed by Dr. Stephen Hassan. He is an ex-Moonie, which is a Christian cult. And when he left the cult, he devoted his life to helping people deconstruct. He created this bite model. And in the past couple of years, people have been using the bite model to deconstruct some pretty strange things that we wouldn't think of as cults, right? So I had written an article called The Cult of Pronatalism, probably a year and a half ago now. That was so long ago. And it really, I looked at pronatalism as a cultish or cult-like phenomenon. We hear about the bite model when we're talking about QAnon. We hear the bite model when we're talking about multi-level marketing companies, CrossFit, things like that, that really, really use these techniques that cults use in order to control how you're thinking and your behavior. So if any of you have seen the Lula Rich documentary on Netflix, Stephen Hassan is featured in that. If after this you want to go see who he is. His latest book is called The Cult of Trump.
Of course it is.
Yes, this is a very American thing. Let's be honest. Americans love cults. I don't know what it is about us. We need to feel like we belong because we live in such an individualistic culture. I think that's my theory. I will also be using elements of feminist theory, and when I say feminist theory, I do not mean things that I see on social media. I mean, like, theory. So it'll be an interesting conversation because there is a lot of talk within feminism about motherhood, and even with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, there's been a lot of talk about how this is hurting mothers when it's actually, quite frankly, a direct attack on the child-free lifestyle.
So again, looking at the title of our segment, Deconstructing Pronatalism, we are exploring the idea that pronatalism is a cult.
Or cultish.
Cult-ish. Oh, that's the disclaimer.
At Amanda Montel. I mean, I think that with us going through this process, this is a very good book if anybody wants it.
I have to read that.
I think that, with us going through this information and talking about deconstruction, I think it might be up to our audience to decide whether they think it's a cult or not.
Good idea. And all right, audience, the onus is on you. Let's talk a little bit about our background before we start going into the behavioral control section. So, as some of you know, I was born and raised in a cult. I'm in Alberta, Canada, born and raised in Alberta. Originally from the north, now living in the south. I will not say what cult it is because my dad still belongs technically. I don't think he will ever completely leave. He's very cool with me not belonging, and my brother, he's very supportive, and we don't talk about it. But he's still involved, and I do have some friends who are kind of in it, and it's very complicated. But just out of respect, I won't say what. But if anyone does want to know, message me privately, and I will give you all the details. So I'm going to share my personal experience, and as a parallel to how I see pronatalism being cult-ish as well. I guess I won't say it's a cult. Some of you know my personal feelings on pronatalism anyway, or parenthood, I should say. So that will be my stance. Laur is going to take the more, I'm going to say, academic approach to it. Is that fair?
Well, yes.
Okay.
I've been in school for 25 years. I am no longer capable of any kind of non-academic analysis.
But you know what? When you get to my age, that may change. Believe it or not, there's a significant age difference between the two of us. So,
yeah.
I mean, you never know.
We're both millennials, though.
We are.
That's important.
I'm the old millennial.
I'm the youngest, literally the cutoff year. The set cutoff year. I've heard people say millennials go all the way down to 99, but I'm the last one that everyone kind of accepts as still being a millennial. I'm the beginning of 96. I remember when I didn't have a computer. It's fine.
Hey, I remember life before Wi-Fi. All right, so let's go into the first section. And again, reminder, please feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, whatever. We're not an echo chamber. We do have Rebecca behind the scenes working Troll Patrol. But feel free to, and in between segments, we will address the audience. So we will not ignore you, but and again, reminder, this is going on podcast form. So if you, there's potential that your comments will be read, your questions will be read, and that is going to be, this is all public. So it will be also part of the podcast. Rebecca, behind this, I can see her backstage. If you want to remind the audience how to ask the question, feel free to put that in chat. Okay, so we're going to go through the first section, behavioral control, and let's get started. This is the fun part.
Okay.
All right.
So the BITE model basically breaks down into 4 different subsections. And so what we're going to do is take those separate subsections and we're going to go through all of the points. So I want to give a disclaimer that we did cut some things off of behavioral control because they were not relevant and they were a little bit brutal. Most cults don't even, I would say like 80% of them don't follow what we saw. So
they were a lot brutal
to keep it a little bit more, suitable for audiences. Although I wouldn't say that this podcast is suitable for children. I had to make that joke.
Fair enough.
So behavioral control. This is all about you know, when we talk about this and we talk about evangelicals and purity culture and stuff, I think that's the best way that I can say, like, if I was in a fundamentalist church, what I'm wearing right now would not fly.
Same.
Because, you know, the boobies are out and everything.
Yep.
So when we're talking about behavioral control, we're talking about things like that, like your behaviors, not necessarily your motivations or your thoughts behind the behaviors, but things that you do. And even if a lot of the times with behavioral control, it's like, even if you're questioning, you're still going through these behaviors and like you're not letting anyone know because you're still doing these behaviors. So
yeah.
Number 1, regulate an individual's physical reality.
All right. So how does pronatalism fit into this?
I would say, you know, we are taught from a very young age that we get periods and our uteruses are for making babies.
Mm-hmm.
I had to learn that at 10. When I got my period at 10, I was told, oh, you're a woman now. Why was I a woman at 10? Because my body could then carry a baby or potentially make a baby.
Yeah.
And I think that we're taught everything around how we behave as young girls, especially those of us who got our periods very early, which is actually very common in women who have endometriosis and PCOS, by the way. So we're taking women who already have, probably are way more likely to have reproductive health issues. Those things are actually sometimes activated by trauma. And we're telling these young girls who already have a higher chance of having health issues, being through trauma, that, oh, your physical reality is that you can make a baby now.
Yeah. To me, I mean, that speaks volumes, because for me, I developed really early. I had a teen body by the time I was 10. I had an adult body by the time I was 12. And again, growing up the way I did, I was appearance, like you had to hide yourself. Like I was, you know, always in a dress. I mean, I'm still always in a dress, but like it was confusing, because there's the, you know, I didn't grow up in a compound. We were in the real world, but I was taught, like, you can't draw attention to yourself, which anyone who knows me goes, well, that's not LeNora. But like, so first of all, the physical side of things, having an adult body at a young age, and then also having this religious dogma piled on you that you are wrong because you're attracting attention and that's out of your control. You know, I think of just the struggle it was for me to just maneuver through childhood looking the way I did and being objectified and being at the same time taught that anything about your appearance is going to send you directly to hell. Like it was a lot. It was a lot. So when I think of, you know, pronatalism, help me out here, Laur, because I have to toggle between like my experience and then what the point of our conversation is.
Well,
so
I can tell you that when I grew up in conservatism, which I think is a cult, but it's not a religious cult, right? You can be conservative without being super religious.
Yeah.
But I can remember, I think it's just how society is, because I can remember I was the same way. Us short girls, you only grow as a woman 2 years after you get your period.
That explains it. That's why I got my period
in the beginning of being 10, and by the time I was 12, my mom kept buying me like bigger shoes, bigger clothes, because she thought I was going to grow. I didn't grow after that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's us short girls usually did go through. I mean, obviously that's not the case all around, but most women I know who are my height, I'm 5'2", or like around my height. Actually, my mom's 5'4". She had the same thing. She was 5'4" at 12, right? So I think, you know, I can remember my friends were wearing bikinis because my friends were all like ended up way taller than me. I was taller than all of them. And so I came back the summer, like after 6th grade, and 7th grade, I was like the short one, right?
I know. Broke my heart.
So, my friends are all super skinny, super, you know, looked like little girls, and they were wearing bikinis. I can remember the day my mom told me I had to wear a whole piece to the pool, and I had sensory issues. I still to this day will only wear whole pieces if they're like cutouts. I do not like whole pieces. Like it's weird to me. I don't like. It just feels weird, sensory issues. And I remember like not even wanting to go to the pool because I asked her why, and she said, well, the men are going to look at you. But that means it's a societal problem, because these men were not all conservative, or we're not all in religious cults, or we're not all whatever. She just literally could not trust that older men would not look at my 12-year-old body and see it as fertile.
Yeah. You know, and this is something that I've pushed out of my mind so many times, you know, over the years. And because it's still kind of uncomfortable to talk about, to be honest. But putting myself back in that 12-year-old state, the confusion again, because sexuality is not something that is discussed. It's just wrong. Like, you're not supposed to act on it. We're taught about impulses. Like, again, this is my experience from birth. We're taught all the things that are wrong. And, you know, when you are female and, you know, it's just that expectation. I mean, basically, you know, we'd have these summer conventions, and basically it's people looking for wives and husbands, right? So, oh, there's sound on your end there.
Wild.
But yeah, and so like,
that's so wild to me that like the people are like 15, like looking for wives and husbands.
Yeah, no, it's scary when you are like. I remember when I moved down here, I was 12, again, fully developed. I remember we had our summer convention because it was not that far from where I live now. And I had like all these guys that were like graduated from high school, and I didn't understand what was happening as far, and nothing like, for the record, I've never been abused, never had anything like that, but I was getting a lot of attention, and I did not understand what was happening because you don't explain that, even though I went to school. But you have to learn how to compartmentalize just for your own sanity, or at least that was my experience. And so I was going like, what's happening? And then the word got out that I was actually 12 years old. So I was like, cause I'm 12, I'm going into 7th grade, like, leave me alone. And so it was a bit confusing, but, you know, I think of just, that's already the mindset. Like, this particular cult does not say you have to have X amount of children, but the expectation is you are going to marry, and people, look, if you can only have sex through marriage, you are going to marry like as soon as possible. So, and here's the thing, this is pronatalism. This is, again, this, from my experience, religious based. But when you're in that environment, no one explains things to you. You're not allowed to talk about it. There's no freedom to talk about it. I wasn't really allowed to have friends from school, so I heard things on the playground, but like, had to, like, you know, here's me at 9 reading the dictionary trying to figure out what things are, or going to the library reading books because I didn't know how else to do this, because, you know, we weren't allowed to watch TV or watch movies or anything like that. And then you get to that certain point, like, you go through puberty, and then you're there, and it's like everything's flying at you, and you're like, what do you do with this? And, you know, it's just because it's so ingrained that this is your life trajectory, especially being female. You are like, I had conversations on the playground. What are you going to name your kids? I remember asking my brother, who has 2 children, by the way, he's younger than I am. I said, did you ever have those conversations on the playground with your friends? He's like, no, we just played. I'm like, from a little kid, as a little girl, this is the conversations that you would have with other little girls. Like, okay, we're gonna get married, we're gonna have kids, and they're gonna be named this and that. And it was automatic. I knew that I didn't want that, but I just assumed it was going to happen. So you can't tell me that pronatalism does not exist, or that it's not, like, it is behavioral control, because there's the societal expectations. There's that feeling you're groomed from such a young age that this is what you're going to do. But I'm really stubborn, and I had an idea that there was more life beyond where I lived. I grew up in a very tiny town of 2,000 people in northern Alberta that's in the middle of nowhere. And I wasn't raised around family or anything. And, you know, there was that calling in me from a very young age that there was something else out there for me. But there was nothing in my actual life that would support that. Luckily, my mom put me in piano at a very young age, and so that was my ticket out. I developed a way out. But I just had that fight in me from birth, really, that I had to fight to get out from my circumstances. So, you know, and a lot of it has to do with, you know, pronatalism was not a term I knew until recently. And now when I look back at how I was raised and the conversations I had with other people my age, it's like, it's just everywhere. And it does affect your physical reality, because you don't think about it until you're kind of moved through it, you know? But even today, it's still that way. You're muted, Laur. Okay.
That reminds me of a conversation that I actually had with someone once. I said something like, oh, like, like your daughter might grow up and be child free. And she said, oh, but she likes baby dolls. What little girl doesn't like baby dolls? Because we're giving them I played with baby dolls.
Yep.
I would literally, okay, so when I was a kid, I would literally play house and then I would pretend to be a working mom. Like my favorite thing to play when I was playing house was like I dropped my kid off at daycare, and like that should have been a sign right away.
Oh, I love it.
Like
That's
whenever
awesome.
I was a little girl and we'd have those conversations, I would imagine my life, but I would imagine like the babysitter coming to watch my kids and me and my husband going out, because I think I've been pretty clear. Like I used to have a problem with marriage until I deconstructed and realized like if I had a partner who was worthy of me, which how many men are? Let's be honest. I'm joking, but true, kind of not.
There's a few out there.
God, I hope my man's not watching.
Did you kick him out of the house yet?
We'll
edit that later if he's watching replays.
Okay, thanks. But I used to like imagine like, oh, like, and then I started when I was a little, like I would fake that I wanted a husband too, because I think I've been clear about this. I knew I was attracted to women at such a young age, but like when girls would be like, oh, like what boy do you have a crush on? I think I told you. I would always be like Johnny Depp. Even though I didn't, but like it was like, okay, here's a famous actor who like every woman and their mom wants to sleep with. So like, yeah, this is going to be the dude for me. Like, right?
Johnny Depp back in the day. I'm not sure I would.
Back in the day, not today. No, but like this was the early 2000s. This was like Secret Window era, like the peak of his career, right? Like Jack Sparrow had just graced us for the first time, right? And I literally remember lying like that because like when you're like 5, like back in the 2000s and early 90s, like nobody was even talking about like gay families. And I had a friend who was adopted from China by 2 moms, and I had asked my mom like, why does she have 2 moms? And my mom said they're just good friends who adopted a baby.
Okay.
So I didn't know her moms were lesbians until I was like 12 and saw them kiss each other, and I was like, oh, you can do that? And then I Kissed the Girl by Katy Perry came out, and I was like, I'm not weird. But I think it's like, we just literally, and that's where compulsory heterosexuality comes from too. It's the same place that pronatalism is. It's like,
can we just deconstruct that
in 3-year-olds' hands and then say, oh, they're going to be such a good mom one day because they like playing with this baby doll. I'm like, I grabbed my baby doll by the head and swung it around. Like, that's like, what do you mean? Just because I liked it? But when that's the only thing that you have to play with or that you're given to play with, it's like, of course you like it. You're a kid and you're just going to play with whatever. And then, my mom bought me my first set of Hot Wheels. I was in heaven.
I'm so happy I had a brother and not a sister. Like, I'm the oldest. I just have one brother. And also, by the way, audience, we're deconstructing pronatalism, but Laura and I are going to be deconstructing marriage, sexuality, and a whole bunch of other stuff, I think, by the time this conversation is done.
I think it's all connected, too.
It is all connected because, like, what to your point about, the heteronormative narrative, Brianna, you'll be proud of me for saying that now. And that's mine. Like, I identify as queer. I'm bisexual, or probably pansexual at this point, because definitions have changed. There was no pansexual when I came out, type of thing. But that's very complicated in a lot of ways. And again, that's something I'm still working through. I don't mean working through as in fixing anything. I'm fine with it. I'm comfortable with it. But it's deconstructing, like, what does that mean? Because, of course, I was always told, well, one day you'll meet a man. I meet lots of men, whatever. Like, I like men. But I was always scared. And this comes back. We have to go through 12 more. But back to the physical reality. Oh, God, this guys, you are in for a freaking marathon. We knew this. But back to the physical reality. Like, it got to the point where, like, I was a boy crazy kid, but the truth is I wanted to be accepted by guys my age just for me, not because I was a girl. You know what I mean? But how do you explain that when no one, when you're always taught that, oh, you're going to meet the man of your dreams, you're going to meet this person, and then you're going to want to do all these things. And I'm like, look, I'm almost 40 years old. I've had whatever. I've had everything. Well, not marriage, but no, there's something I was going to say, but I'm not going to say it.
So,
like it's I've had
well, I
married
think
people.
that this plays into the second one, which is dictate
right.
where, how, and with whom the member lives and associates or isolates.
Mm-hmm. Okay, where are we starting with this one? I'm looking at my notes.
It goes back to the whole husband thing.
Yeah. Right, because
goes back to the whole nuclear family thing. You are a weirdo if you buy a house with your female platonic best friend.
Yes.
And honestly, I have like thought about it. Like one of my friends like told me like if I wasn't married, I would just be like, let's buy a house.
But look, even that
we have to, if you're gonna go, like I saw a brother and sister pair on TikTok who bought a house together. It would be like you buying a house with your brother, right? And I know that you like to live alone, but just for argument's sake.
We were going to do that by the time I was in kindergarten, my brother and I decided that we were going to buy like a duplex complex. He'd live on one side, I would live on the other.
Well, I don't think we'd mind that so much because it would be a duplex.
Exactly. But then my brother decided to have children at the age of 19. So that's kind of like done.
You know what? He threw off your whole plan and you can
He did. I think because my brother was like the one person I was comfortable in this world. Like we don't live in the same city. We like I saw him yesterday. We do a podcast together. We're close. But we live different lives and we don't interfere with each other. But we've always had a strong connection. So for me, that was where I found my acceptance, I guess, with men was through my brother. So yeah, I thought, well, that'd be perfect. But
I love both my brothers, but like one of them and me are like super close. I think that we're the opposite. They're older than me.
Okay.
So, my sister's the younger one. So I'm like the middle child. This is why I'm child free, because I have middle child syndrome.
Well, this explain why I'm child free.
I have both.
The oldest, but
okay. I somehow both have middle child syndrome and eldest daughter syndrome.
Ooh, fun.
Go figure, because they're boys, right? They're boys. Ugh. Boys will be boys. Anyway, and like, no, I can tell, like, my dad's a lot more protective over me than he is with them. Like, my dad, I was at my parents' house, and I had my friend over who I've known since, like, we went to the same high school, right? Mm-hmm. My dad was like, I have cameras out here near the pool. And I was like, Dad, I'm 26 years old. What are you doing?
Okay, I want to just a sec, the dictate how, when, and who with. Okay, so can we, again, not to make this about parents and children like directly, right, but you think about as child-free people, how we've had to form some sort of community. And again, you know that I hate the word community. Like for me, I'm more of network than community because again, cult survivor, community just gets my alarm bells ringing. But we've developed spaces. We're in spaces where we're, forming bonds with other child-free people, not because we want to disassociate with parents, but we need to, it's nice to have people who understand your life choice. And then if you like, I think most of us have friends who are parents and it works, but there's this whole parental versus child-free, there's this divide, right?
I can tell you the most my feelings have ever been hurt is not from bingos. It's from seeing parents that I'm friends with or close with go, I need more mom friends.
Yeah, that hurts.
And it makes me feel like, is our friendship not enough? And I know that they mean because they want friends that they can have play dates with, but it's like the fact that you're like, I need more mom friends instead of just saying, hey, any moms want to set up a play date. It makes me feel bad because I'm like, am I not enough for you? Am I not worthy? And it's like, okay, here's the other thing. I've been going very viral on TikTok for the past 3 days. Honestly, a lot of the comments are giving me a lot of fuel for this conversation. I'm not going to like read their usernames or anything, but I remember the content. No, we're not. I'll read the usernames of people who are involved in child-free media. That's about it.
Fair enough.
So, also, I cannot imagine the fallback if I was to read the username and actual comment.
Wait, look, we just started child-free media. Please don't get us shut down.
Let's not do that.
I take it back.
So one of the things that a lot of moms were saying is, well, I've been in the child-free Facebook groups. Mm-hmm. Those are private. Those are supposed to be private. Those are supposed to be places where we can vent about our child-free feelings. I don't know one child-free person who goes into mom groups. I was in a pregnancy group once when I was actually pregnant.
Mm-hmm. We'll be getting into that story a
and
bit
I
later.
left the minute that was not going to be a thing anymore, right?
Yeah.
So it's weird because it's like they want to dictate that they don't want to be around child-free people because we quote unquote hate children,
mm-hmm.
but they want to go into our spaces. And then they get upset when they see us venting about things.
Yeah. And I mean, again, this is where like personally, it's, I guess that's partly why I felt the need to continue advocating. I mean, first it was just kind of a place for me to say something, but you get to different levels in your child-free journey, and not everyone is going to be a content creator, not everyone is going to be public with it. But I think initially when I started realizing that I wanted to talk about my choice to not have kids, and it was just a blog, again, I had no audience, you never saw my face, I was not the way I like out the way I am now. But I think of what I used to talk about, and it was pretty surfacey to start with, because that's, you kind of develop a comfort level and getting more deep into it. And because that's the more common approach in child-free spaces, like I think of Reddit and, you know, any group that happens to be public, people just see the surfacey shit, which is fine. Look, we need to celebrate what we're doing in life. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is people stop at that point. And by people, I mean outside of the out of the child-free community. People look at certain things, or they see a rant or whatever, and they go, "Ooh, wait, this is what you guys are all like? Okay, done."
Yeah, it's like they don't want us to judge all parents. And then they'll see one child-free person having a bad day going, like, I'm really frustrated at this. And they'll be like, oh, I hate all child-free people. Like, you're all toxic. And that was like the number one comment. But you know what? How many parents I was actually able to talk about child-free Reddit and talk about the Facebook groups with? I also called them out. I said, well, how are you seeing what's in these Facebook groups?
Yeah. So what was their answer?
They conveniently did not tell me how they got into the private Facebook groups. They're like, well, Reddit's bad. I'm like, oh, so you're backtracking because you were spying on us. And that's a very, again, that comes up later, encouraging people to like spy on ex-members. And we are ex-natalists here.
That's our number 4.
That's our number 4. Yeah, you know.
Okay, let's go to
3. When, how, and with whom the member has sex. Oh, this one's easy. If you're a woman in the United States, babies are a punishment for having sex. And why you would ever think that it would be good for a child to know that they were a punishment for their mother daring to have sex.
Yeah.
And yet men can just like walk away. Like there's so many men skirting child support and any responsibility. So this one is another one that's really, really focused on the women because, you know, Nick Cannon can knock up 5 different moms and have 10 kids. But if Mariah Carey was the one out there with 10 different kids by 5 different men, oh my God, do you know the media shitstorm that would cause?
Look, I have so much to say, and yet I can't find the words right now about this particular thing. So again, this is deconstructing the pronatalism aspect, but also sexuality and just everything. This is, I think, one of the biggest things because, again, being female, and I can't speak to anyone who's had kind of like a normal childhood. But we always have to be on guard and keep it like, look, I live in Canada. I feel relatively safe. I don't get harassed much. I mean, my first major experience was going to Vegas by myself. And I was like, holy crap, like what's going on here? I can be a little naive in certain areas. Like I just kind of ignore it, but sometimes it's kind of hard to, but this is a thing. Like I've shared this story before in different spaces where my defense mechanism for most of my life, I'm going to say until the age of 26, my defense mechanism was to completely ignore my sexuality. Look, when you're raised, I think in religion, but especially in an extreme situation, there is no such thing as body positivity. There's no such thing as body image. Like everything is bad. Like we had to dress a certain way, look a certain way. My appearance right now, which is something that I like, look, I'm very comfortable here. This would be putting me in the hell category completely. because I'm, wearing a wig, got a collar, got boobs, like all of it. And well, I have nail polish on my toes. So it's like, this is the thing when that's what you're taught from birth, literally from birth. This is like there's no conversation. Everything is wrong. And the only reason why you are going to be having sex is to procreate. You get married, you have kids. There's no discussion about sex for pleasure, even within a marriage, at least not how I was brought up, right? So, I mean, and again, like my outside influence, like sources, I guess, were going to read adult books at the library. And by adult books, I don't mean porn. I just realized that. But like my like I would steal my dad's books he'd get from the library. I have a funny story. I don't know if I've shared this on the podcast before, but so I around the age of 10, that's when I realized I was attracted to women. But I didn't have words for it, but I just knew that I had those feelings. So I remember I was okay. So this is still in my first hometown because I moved a little bit as a kid, and I tried to check out one of those like Harlequin romance novels, like the ones where it's like the guy with like the bare chest novels? And so yes, like, I went to the library. And like the woman, it's like basically how I look right now. Like
where's Chanel? We need to talk about Fabio.
I know, Chanel. I hope you're watching this at some point. But so I was
mentioned for you, Chanel.
I think it was Fabio. So I saw it and I didn't pay attention to the guy at all. I was like, I want that book for the woman. So I took it to the librarian and she wouldn't let me check it out. She's like, I don't think this is appropriate for you. So I got to the point where I would read my dad's books that he brought because like I read all the kids' books at a young age. And when you don't have a television, like all you have are books. So I was reading adult books by the time I was, grade whatever. Really young, a little too young, because I remember reading sex scenes in books and I could not visualize anything. It was so confusing to
me. My aunt gave me the True Blood novels when I was like 14.
Well, that's good.
Which okay. No, the novels are a lot cleaner than the show. So like if you're like good vampire show. Fiction, but like the show's a little bit too sexy for you, the novels are better because it's just from Sookie's perspective. But still, there was like sex in it, and it goes through Sookie like losing her virginity and stuff. And like of course it was my child-free aunt who did that. She also gave me the Anne Rice novels, which they don't really have sex, but there's stuff in there that like I probably shouldn't have been reading at like 14.
So this is the thing. Like when it's just like, again, kind of extreme examples, but no discussion. And
I think I was lucky because I had a child-free aunt.
Okay.
Who was very open with me about I'm on birth control.
Right.
I'm trying to get my tubes tied. I knew what a tuba was when I was like 13 because that's when she got hers. And I honestly cannot, I know that we're a little biased here between me and you, but I cannot like underestimate the importance of child-free aunties when it comes to actually being able to have these discussions. Because if there was something that I didn't want to tell my mom or ask my mom, guess who I was asking?
See, and that's a really interesting point, Laur, because I was raised away from family. Now, again, in context, my mother did not have generations in the cult that we were raised in. She met my dad in college. My dad had 3 relatives at the time who were involved. So this is not a generational thing. But when my parents met and they were, again, like 18, 19, my dad was an official member. And he told my mother, I guess, that, in order for them to have any kind of relationship, she needed to join. So that's how we were raised. And because neither of them had like their immediate families were not involved, we were raised away from that. Because I do have child-free aunts and uncles, but I didn't start to really know most of them until I was over the age of 12. So I was not raised on a colony, but I was like small town northern Alberta. The only people I was really allowed to associate with were other people in this cult. So I did go to regular school. But again, always the outsider because I didn't understand half of what my peers were talking about. But and we didn't have internet back then because I'm, almost 40. So like that, resources were very limited. It was just me and my imagination and books at the library, basically, because and that was done on purpose, which you know, I mean, I'm cool with my dad now. My mom has since passed, but it took me a long time to be okay with that because it stunted me in a lot of ways, you know? And there's still, we'll talk about the effects later because there's things that I still go through that I go, I can't get rid of this thought, you know?
I remember there was a big population, or not a big population, but there was a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses who I consider to be a cult,
Yeah.
in my elementary school and middle school. And they kind of lived around us, but I remember there was one family and they literally lived in our neighborhood, and the girl was not allowed to hang out with me and my friends.
Yeah, that sounds about
in the
right.
neighborhood because we were not Jehovah's Witnesses. And I remember kind of like being like, I remember someone brought cupcakes in for like a birthday, and they're not allowed to celebrate birthdays because they think it's like sinful or whatever.
Yeah.
And she didn't know it was a birthday cupcake. And then when everyone started singing happy birthday, she had already eaten the cupcake. This poor girl went to the bathroom and made herself throw it up.
Oh, that's so sad.
And I really liked her. We were in orchestra together and everything, but like, she just would not. She would never, like, I never saw her. It was weird because all the other neighborhood kids, like, we would see each other outside and stuff. I never saw her, and then her brother actually ended up getting a really big crush on my sister, which was funny. But yeah, they were same age as me and my sister, but like, again, like, I just never.
Yeah.
And that one thing about the throwing up the cupcake always sits in my mind.
That
This girl was like 12.
Yeah.
Purging because she took a bite of something that's sinful, like food.
Exactly. It's you know, I mean, I don't suffer from anxiety or depression. I've experienced both, but there's that cloud. Like, I left. My parents put me in therapy and anger management because they thought I was mad. Can't imagine why. And the therapist told my parents that they had to let me have a life, and there were boundaries, of course, because I was 15, going on 16. But you know, I just think, okay, I kind of lost my thought where I was going with this. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So I stopped going to, because we go to church 3 times a week, and there was no church building. We had it in home. So I grew up in a house that always had Wednesday night Bible study. And so I was allowed to stop attending. But I will tell you, and then I rejoined after my mom died when I was 22 because, and I share this because you're so indoctrinated by things, it never leaves you. You can leave the community, but there's this cloud of guilt to the point where I would have random panic attacks that, you know, Jesus was going to come, I was going to be in the theater or having sex with somebody or something. Well, mind you, I didn't have started having sex till I was 26, so that's a whole other story. But anyway, with men. Anyway, by the way, guys, we just share everything here. So, I mean, most of you know this anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Jesus is going to be like, no, you're.
But that cloud is, so back to the 12-year-old. Like, I mean, that cloud never leaves. It wasn't until I was 25 that I deconstructed completely, so I never worry anymore because I don't believe in heaven and hell.
I mean,
so
you were even lucky that your parents let you stop attending.
Well, they had no choice because I mean, I had a social worker at this point.
You also,
it was very, very bad at this point in my life. So, I mean, it's the only time I've been suicidal, and I'm okay sharing that because I was like, what do I do? I can't live this way, and I'm a very strong-willed person. But when you are, you know, when you're not of age, like you know, I fought. I really did. I'm a fighter.
So
not physically, but you know,
interesting that you said that thing about the social worker, because in the US, it's like there are foster families who the social workers support them indoctrinating kids.
I got lucky.
Interesting.
I got, you know,
Canada. And this is interesting too, because I grew up in the US and not even in like the Bible Belt. I lived in the Bible Belt for a long time. I lived in the Bible Belt for a quarter of my life at this point.
Wow.
And I'm not anymore, but you know, the absolute culture shock. I got secondhand guilt when I moved to North Carolina because everybody was religious. And by that point, I'm not an atheist anymore, but I was for a very long time. I was a militant atheist too. And the thing is that I saw what I mean, I'm not a Christian anymore, right? But I'm a witch. Anyway.
We've got 10 minutes in this segment left, technically.
Yes. Okay. So why don't I introduce like these three next ones are physical, so like all like kind of physical. So why don't I introduce those together?
Yeah.
So control types of clothing and hairstyles, regulate diet, food, drink, hunger, or fasting, and manipulation and deprivation of sleep. Well,
babies do all of that. Sorry.
And then there's also like this thing about like moms who are young, like you can be a MILF when you're old and your kids are grown up. Then you can be a MILF. But
yeah, but you can't be a sexy
moms with like young babies aren't like you gotta dress like a mom.
Although Instagram tells you otherwise. Instagram wants to tell you otherwise.
Instagram wants to tell you that your body bounces back immediately right after you give birth, and you're allowed to. One thing that one of my mom friends that I grew up with, that's really the reason I'm friends with so many moms. I'm really the only one who chose the child-free life out of the people that I grew up with. But one of them says, like, she's like, I've been in these mom groups, and these people are like, my kids are 9 months apart, and she's like, ma'am, did you want an infection? Like she's one and done. Most of my mom friends are one and done, but she's like, did you like give birth? And then the woman, she literally asked the question, like she was like, you're supposed to wait 6 weeks, like for your sake. And the woman was like, well, the hormones were just so strong, and I had a C-section, so it's fine. And she's like, ma'am, that's not fine. You cannot get like no. Even if you have a C-section, that's not safe. And like doctors tell you that, but then like there's so many women who are wearing it as a badge of pride that they endangered their bodies that like I think social media is actually really detrimental to at least like even reproductive health, because doctors don't tell you everything that can go wrong postpartum. I'm the one who's telling people like, no, after you have a C-section, after a year, if your feeling is not back, you need to go get your nerves checked because they probably cut a nerve. I had tocophobia, and I looked up everything that could go wrong during pregnancy, like when I was pregnant, because I thought it would make me feel better. It actually made me feel a lot worse, and made my tocophobia 10 times worse, especially after, getting sepsis and everything. Like that was a problem. But we don't talk about how many women die in the United States. We don't talk about everything that can go wrong. My mom is having surgery that was caused by her giving birth to my sister 24 years ago.
Wow.
They don't tell you.
See, and that's part of the thing. Like, okay, the manipulation and deprivation of sleep. I mean, look, again, baby jokes aside, there's this sentiment that, it's all worth it. At the end of the day, like how many times have we seen mommy blogs or in that just an observation posts, what have you, where where again it's you become secondary. And again, keep in mind, everybody, that we're speaking from a cis female point of view.
Right. I was going to say, disclaimer, fathers don't really have that experience.
Yeah, because this is something that we have to, like, as two cis females here, have to consider. Like, and this is where that whole it's all worth it thing annoys the hell out of me, because to me it's not. I have to consider, like, I am fairly healthy. I do have PCOS. It's mostly under control, but I want to remain healthy. Like I want to have a long life and be as healthy as I can be. And but that is considered selfish, because I am putting my own needs first based on what I'm taught by society and everywhere else, going, well, you know what? You're denying, or you should deny yourself. You should put yourself in harm's way for the sake of having children, because that's what really matters. That's what really counts in life.
People were really confused because I was child free. I found your podcast like before everything happened.
Before
the pregnancy, yeah.
Okay.
And I had been vocally child free on Tumblr back in like 2015, 16, right? I was vocally child free in college. I let the societal pressure get to me. And look what I got for it. I was 24 hours away from death when I was taken in an ambulance to the hospital. And for my mother understood immediately. My mother said, I never want you to get pregnant again.
Wow.
Because my mother loves me more than she loves grandchildren that may or may not exist.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of older parents don't have that mindset.
Correct.
Which is terrifying to me. I'm like, you would rather have a grandchild than have your daughter keep living?
Yeah.
And my mother just never wants to go through with that. I cannot imagine, like, because I'm not a mom, but, you know, when my dog got a heart murmur, I was a mess for, you saw it. I was a mess for, and she's fine. She's just chilling. She's taking a nap right now next to me. But, like, I even get crazy about my animals. I cannot imagine the fear that my mother felt when she got that phone call from the hospital. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of people in my life felt like it was weird. I said, I don't care if I was the most pronatalist, I want to be a mom person in the world. Almost losing my own life could have changed anybody's mind.
Mm-hmm.
And that was me losing my life for something I didn't even want to do. You know?
Wow.
And it was like, that's why I talk about the things that can happen to mothers. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but people need informed consent. And that's the thing. Motherhood in America does not come about in a way where you have informed consent.
Mm-hmm.
You can consent to wanting to be pregnant, but unless it's informed, what is that really doing? That's not safe. That's not healthy for anybody. And also, I found out I had lupus after that. So it's, and that, like, always worth it.
And you know why that scared me when I met you? Because my mom died of lupus. I was like, ah.
I know, you had to scare me, but but I was glad that you shared that with me. Mm-hmm. I have a very mild case of it. I'm not in danger of dying. The worst thing that happens to me is my joints hurt a little bit. I got kidney stones when I was pregnant. I have had kidney infections before, but I'm not in, like, a need for, I don't have kidney disease, right? Yeah. They said I probably will never get that way as long as I take care of myself. But me getting pregnant again, because people's kidneys shut down from pregnancy without lupus. So it's like me getting pregnant again would just be dumb at this point, I feel. You know?
All right, let's go through the list, and then we can interact with the audience a little bit, and then go to the next.
Financial exploitation, manipulation, or dependence, restrict leisure, entertainment, vacation time.
These seem obvious. These seem
major time spent with group indoctrination and rituals and or self-indoctrination, including the internet. To me, that's just baby showers, mommy bloggers, people making money off of their kids. It's like, yes, of course they're showing you how great it is because they're getting a check every month. Mm-hmm. You know? Permission required for major decisions. Well, yeah, people literally, if you're a parent, if your brother, like, when his kids were young, like, he did drop them off with you for, like, a couple weeks at a time. But if there's a parent,
wait, 1 week at a time. One week at a time. Couple, that's pushing it even for me, and I love being an aunt. But that's, like, 2 weeks.
What I'm saying is, if a young couple has, like, young kids and they drop the kids up with their grandparents for a week and, like, go to Hawaii, people are judging them. You're not allowed to do that anymore. This has been a big debate on my TikTok. You're not allowed to get a babysitter anymore. You need the Facebook. One of my mom friends said that you need the clout of being a 24 hours a day parent, or else you're not good enough, right? Permission required for major decisions. Rewards and punishments used to modify behaviors, both positive and negative. That, to me, is the bingos.
Okay.
Because if we're child-free and they're bingoing us, that makes us, like, it hurts our feelings. That's a punishment.
For sure.
Discourage individualism, encourage groupthink. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to parent bash, but, like, 50% of parents that I interact with on who interact with me, who come into my space that's for child-free people and interact with me, don't use critical thinking skills at all. Like, they're just like kids. They're lovely.
That sounds like TikTok.
I don't know why the TikTok moms are like the Facebook moms. I don't get it nearly as much on, like, Twitter or anything. No. Impose rigid rules and regulations. Again, that's that whole, you can't even take a break from your kids anymore. You got to take them to the bar and throw back shots. And I never thought saying you should get a babysitter to throw back shots at the bar would be such a controversial statement, but it really was this week. So
it was. I saw that. Yeah, man, you had people up in arms.
Sorry that I don't believe in child endangerment.
Jeez.
I think that there's also this kind of thing that, like, oh, if I'm the parent and I'm making this decision, then it's not child endangerment because I would never endanger my own child. It's like you're not looking past the veil, right?
Right.
Think about what you're doing.
Okay, so that is the first section, 1 of 4. So how are you? First of all, how are you doing? We're going to interact with the audience a bit. If you guys have any questions, thoughts, we're going to go through some of the stuff. Also, too, because again, we are none of this will be edited for the podcast, but it helps with editing because I'll be chopping it up into different podcast segments. This went an hour. This first segment went an hour. It's so this one will already be 2
longer than 5 hours, but
this one will already be two episodes right there, easy. Okay, so first of all, how are you doing? If one of us needs a break, Rebecca can come fill in for a sec. But you good? I'm good.
I was gonna just go grab another drink.
Okay, hang on. I'll remove you, and we'll bring Rebecca up, and
I'll be back.
Signal me backstage when you're ready.
Okay, I'm just.
Okay. That was segment 1. How are you doing? By the way, everybody, Troll Patrol, Rebecca backstage. Thank you. Have you kicked people out yet? I haven't really been.
I appreciate everyone behaving so far.
Okay, good. Me too. I'll wait for Laur before we go into audience stuff. But if you guys have any, well, there are a lot of thoughts. You had texted me about one question in particular. Is there a question that we have to?
A random lady asked, I believe that's
visa. Yeah, that is okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I think Laura's back. We'll get her on. Do you want to hang out here on screen? Or do you want to go? Yeah. Okay. What are your thoughts? Like, any comments from you yet?
I mean, you know, I'm also in the audience too. I mentioned, you know, about the Facebook groups and, you know, commenting, like with them being public and all that. Even if you just even just react to a post, you know, Facebook, of course, you know, showcases that, and then people can know, and, you know, from there.
Right.
And that's kind of annoying. So, I mean, I do appreciate when things are private, you know, and I've heard that, you know, there are parents who are infiltrating child-free groups, and, you know, it is really annoying. You know, because I mean, you know, they want their privacy protected. Why can't we have ours?
Right.
You know, I mean, and I could join the conversation and, you know, go through, comment on everything you guys have so far, but I think this whole thing is actually really interesting.
And
it's gonna get more interesting.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that spying thing later. That's
okay.
Part of information control. I think that's one question that the thing that you brought up. It's like child-free people are not hanging out in mommy groups. We have no desire to, right? So from Visa, how do we broach the subject when trying to discuss this with other child-free people when the term pronatalism is not widely known? The first thing that you can do is I mentioned pronatalism in a Facebook group. Go in our spaces first, I think. And I just used the term, and then I had 10 child-free people going, "What is that? Please tell me." And I think just that's why I kind of laid out this definition, and I can share that to my social media, like my Instagram and stuff. I'm gonna actually put all these slides up later, in picture form, so that you guys can go reference it. But that's why I rewrote the definition to kind of more include societal, institutional, because the definition in the dictionary is just pushing people to have kids. It goes a lot deeper than just your grandma saying have kids, right? It's in the amount of taxes that child-free people pay. It's in the fact that we can't get help. It's in our tax credits. It's in our everything. And I'm not saying that I make a substantial amount of money. I don't mind paying taxes. But the fact of the matter is, if I lost my job tomorrow, I would not be able to get the same help as if I was in a family unit, right?
Right.
So, and I went through a struggle when I got up here with not having money. I was a broke grad student, right? So I couldn't get help. I couldn't go on food stamps. And I have a friend with multiple children who's on food stamps. But the fact is that I had to make $0. And I'm not saying take that help away from families. I'm saying part of it is
make it fair.
Make it fair. Let child-free people get help.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
All right. Okay. So, where are we here? I think we're all good. Do you guys want to? There's no other major really any of the questions that I can see. Do we want to go on to part number 2? Unless there's something else you see in chat that you want.
Oh,
to
I see
address?
something from Rebecca.
Okay.
That's interesting to me. The experience of being isolated, but not because of religion, because of my brother's disability. Siblings of disabled children often end up isolating because of shame and ableism. Yeah, and I am the autistic sibling. Go figure. But my sister had a really, really rare blood disorder when she was younger. She still has it, but it's something that only really affects you when you're a child. She still gets benign tumors from it. But I just remember she couldn't get certain vaccinations until she was older because back in the 90s, a lot of them were live, right? So I would have to moderate who I was around because my sister, they actually thought she had HIV for a while because this disorder makes you have a lower white cell count, but they're like super cells, so it's not HIV. And they were trying to figure out how she got it because none of us have it, right? And she didn't. But again, I understand that. And like one thing that I do criticize is who we call autism warrior moms or disability moms. A lot of them will kind of isolate and ignore or put their other children in a caretaker role while also acting like they're speaking for people with disabilities at the same time. And most autistic adults, even autistic adults who have children, are like, you do not speak for us. Let the adults speak because we're who your children are going to turn into. But they think that because they're their parents, that they're doing everything right. And I've seen a lot of them complain that their older children who aren't disabled don't speak to them anymore. And it's like, I know that you think that you know best, but you really don't. You really have to talk to people about these experiences, you know?
And I mean that's another conversation. All right, I do want to move forward. So we'll let you go backstage again, Rebecca. Thank you. And we'll continue on to section number 2. Just a reminder for the audience that this is being recorded. So any questions that we pull up, if you want us to address them, they will be going on the podcast, which will be public. And this will also be segmented for YouTube as well. This live stream will be remaining in its entirety, but this is all for public consumption. So just keep in mind. And again, if anyone disagrees with anything, we welcome all sides of the conversation. If you're going to be an idiot, well, I'll send Rebecca after you. She's not afraid. All right. Thank you, Rebecca. We'll bring you up again after we finish segment number 2. All right. So with that being said, where are we? We are, information control. All right. How about her?
This is where we get really, really relevant. The last 2 are so relevant, but they have less. These now have less in them, like less points. So I'm going to do one. I'm going to do the number, and then I'm going to introduce all of the sub points to that number so that we can talk about it all. Because the sub points are really more explanations moving forward of like what this is.
Okay.
So deception, deliberately withholding information, distorting information to make it more acceptable, and systemically lie to the cult member. This goes back to what I was saying about the things that can happen to you during pregnancy. Because I had commented, somebody had said, like, my son's 1.5 years old. I still can't feel my stomach after my C-section. Well, I knew about the nerve thing. There's a lot of miniature nerves that are around that area that they can cut because a C-section is going through 7 layers of tissue, right?
Okay.
You're bringing your organs out. They're removing a child from your organ and they're putting it back. And some mom was like, oh, well, actually, a lot of moms can't feel their stomach. And I'm like, that's probably because 50% of you or more have had a nerve cut. They're doing this in an emergency situation. They're not being super careful about it. They're trying to save you and your child at most points by the time a C-section is done, right?
Yeah.
They always prefer natural birth to C-section. Unless you have severe tocophobia, then sometimes they will schedule it. Or if someone doesn't want to do a VBAC birth because they had a C-section for their first. VBAC is the term for when you give a natural vaginal birth after having a C-section, but it's a lot riskier because your uterus was taken out of your body. And she was like arguing with me, and I was like posting all of these like links to like, no, like, look, I have like actual sources from like medical doctors who are writing about this. And she was like, well, you're not a mom, so you wouldn't know.
Right.
I'm like, I'm trying to help you, lady. Then she said, and I said, you need to see a neurologist because neurologists handle the brain, the spine, and nerves, right?
Yeah.
She said, by the way, you wouldn't go to a neurologist for a C-section. You would go to a gynecologist. I said, yes, if you were having a problem with your lady bits. But if you're having problems with your nerves, you need to see a neurologist.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she was trying to one-up me so bad. She wasn't even listening to what I was saying. I was trying to help her. But it's like as soon as you say I'm child-free, and immediately, well, we're not interested. And this goes back to the whole parents getting mad when child-free people offer parenting advice.
Right.
I saw on Twitter the other day, I think you probably follow her, but she's a neonatal nurse. And she was saying how, like, parents will literally give birth to their first child, not know how to change a diaper, and not listen to her advice once they ask how many kids she has. But she takes care of infants for a living.
Right. And that's kind of standard. We've had this guest came on our podcast. They remained anonymous, and they are I can't remember what they are professional wise, but they are medical doctor. But they work with kids, and it's a specialized field. And this person is also child free, and that is, for the most part, there's not a lot of pushback, but it still happens because. And this is where I do tread a little lightly on my opinion, and who is qualified to speak, because to me, just because you have children does not give you that automatic qualification in anything. To be honest, I mean, not really.
This is why I have it out for quote unquote hashtag autism warrior moms, because they support Autism Speaks, which overwhelmingly autistic adults, autistic teenagers, autistic people who are old enough to make their own decisions. Autism Speaks does not have one autistic person running that organization. We really overwhelmingly prefer ASAN, which is the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, because it's autistic people who are studying.
Can I ask how is that possible? I mean, I know how it's possible, but why is that not called out, or why
it is in our community?
Okay, but it's continuing though.
A lot of parents with autism want a cure,
but to not have anyone who's actually autistic in the organization,
that's why you've seen me use the actually autistic hashtag before.
Yeah,
that's why we use it, because we want people to know that we are autistic people. And there's not, if a parent has an autistic child and they are also autistic, they don't believe in ABA. ABA shouldn't even be legal at this point. ABA is child abuse. I was never put in ABA, number one, because I was late diagnosed, but my mother.
Sorry, did you explain what ABA is?
It's a type of behavioral therapy meant to it's basically conversion therapy for autistic people. What people don't understand is that autistic people, our brains light up different. Like, we just have a different way of processing information, and that's fine. We have a different way of communicating. I can communicate with nonverbal autistic people by looking at them.
Interesting.
I know immediately when someone is autistic. We don't have to speak.
Yeah.
And we just communicate so differently. It really is conversion therapy to make them, more neurotypical, right? Which is, or allistic, which is not everybody who's allistic's the word for not autistic. Not everybody who is allistic is neurotypical. There's still ADHD. There's still other neurotypes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So but a lot of these parents want a cure. And what autistic people are overwhelmingly begging for is that we don't want to be cured. I like the way that I am. I like the way that my brain works. There are some things that, like, non-autistic people do that just don't make any sense to me, like, logically. Like, I'm like, why would you not tell people how you feel when they ask how you feel? Like, why would you be coy about it? Like, that doesn't make sense. Just be straight with me. But a lot of these parents, they don't like stimming. So the reason I'm playing with my hair so much is because I'm stimming. But I've had to, when I was a kid, I don't have the stems. I mean, I will do this sometimes when I'm really excited, but the stereotype is we're flailing all around. It's mostly a male presentation of autism, but then also, like, these parents don't want their kids stimming. Like, they will literally tie these kids down.
Wow.
They will lock their refrigerator and let their other kids have the key and not their autistic kid.
Can I ask you what's the like? I speak with my hands. I am not on the spectrum. It takes a lot. It's hard for me to sit still. I kind of like swivel a bit. Like,
do you have ADHD?
No, I don't. I don't have anything, but
I'm
an expressive. I'm animated.
Here's the thing: everybody stims, but autistic people are just. It's just because people latch on to that thing.
Okay.
That it's a stereotype, and like again, it's like just because you have a child who's autistic, if you're not autistic, you don't know what our experience is. So you need to sit down and let us speak.
Right.
And so these parents who are supporting autism speaks, they are the ones who think vaccines cure autism. And you know what my mom has said? She said, I don't think vaccines caused you to have autism. She said, I think that my grandfather was autistic. I mean, the man had a brain of a calculator and like was just very kind of monotone, like very much presented in a way that we would stereotypically think of an autistic male presenting.
Okay.
And it's genetic. It is genetic. So like if your kid comes up with autism, somebody had it. But like 50 years, like 80 years ago or 100 years ago now, when my great grandfather was born, they didn't have it. They discovered autism during World War II, right? So it's like we just didn't know. They were called like invalids or like made to think that they were mentally, intellectually disabled or something. And a lot of them were very, very smart, right?
Yeah.
So these parents are still using that debunked study that vaccines cause autism. Like anytime you see an autism mom like Jenny McCarthy who thinks vaccines cause autism, they are aligned with Autism Speaks. And my mom literally said, well, I would have rather you been autistic than die of pertussis when you were a baby. Like, she's like, you're fine. You live on your own. You're functional. I mean, there's some things that I need help with. Like, there are some days where I'm like, Mom, can you help me with this? If it's like making appointments and I'm too anxious to do it or something. And she's fine doing that for me. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I function 100% like a neurotypical person does. But I will also say there's neurotypical people who have social anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
totally.
Like,
why do you think I wear live streams?
But it's just because these parents think that they know their child's autistic experience better than we do. And I'm actually in a Facebook group for autistics. You have to be autistic to be in there. That makes fun of these types of people because that's the only way that we can cope with it. So I will say, like, it's like a hashtag, not all parents, but if they're calling themselves an autism mom or an autism warrior mom, and moms with autism get mad at that too because they're like, I'm technically an autism mom because I have autism.
Right.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
And so that's another thing. It's like just this whole thing that, oh, I'm the parent of this child, so I know about this thing better than the doctors who work with these people every day or the people who are adults who actually suffer with it.
So I just wanted to wrap up the first part of this, the deception aspect. By the way, thank you for sharing that perspective because that, in the child-free space, this is more conversations where I want to address, because we got a lot of requests to do child-free and disabled for child-free convention for this past year. But my thought process was let's get 2 under our belt before we do that topic because I don't want to exploit people. It's really important that we establish trust, and so we can have those conversations. But they did naturally come up even within the event, so that was great because that's not something I know about, but this is why it's important to have these points of view shared. So when it comes to, again, how does like pronatalism, how it's presented to us, and again, keep in mind this is kind of like from the cis female perspective, how I view it. We're thrown all the magical, beautiful things at us. Information is withheld, like what it can actually do to you physically, mentally, emotionally, your relationships, all of that, and yes, people talk about it, but there's always a disclaimer that it's okay, that you're going to be made a martyr because you're sacrificing all those things about you in order to achieve parental status,
Even in I Regret Parenthood, they always end the posts, and I understand why they do this, even though it's anonymous. They always state, I love my kids.
Yes.
It's like, why are you not allowed to vent? And people assume that you don't love your kids. Like, my best friend's a mom. I talk about it all the time in chat. She texted me. She's like, I don't want to get ripped for this, like, to my mom friends, so I'm going to talk to you about it. And I'm like, that's fine. I'll be your ally there. Like,
yeah,
you know, and it's like, obviously don't do that to a child-free person unless you have an established relationship where that's okay. But a lot of the times child-free women are actually a lot more accepting than moms are when moms need to vent. And it's like,
I would agree.
And I feel like that makes child-free people have to take on a lot more emotional labor. Like,
good point. Sorry, we just got an emergency alert. There's a dangerous person.
oh, well,
alert. They
if
just
someone's
the
climbing through your window during this live stream, then I'll let you know.
Yeah, our RCMP alert. Sorry, I'm like, what's my
you guys
phone?
get alerts for dangerous people in Canada?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, you guys don't have like AR-15s running around all the time, so like everybody's.
I've never seen this before. I apologize. I'm a little flabbergasted.
We get Amber alerts.
We get Amber alerts too, but this is we get an RCMP, a dangerous person alert. Okay, well, my doors are locked. Okay. Wow,
Okay.
things just went dark.
You know, that's actually me being a child-free single lady is why I live in the building that I live in, because you can't even get to my floor without having a key to that floor. So
yeah.
Let's go to number 2.
All right.
Minimize or discourage access to non-cult sources of information, including internet, TV, radio, books, articles, newspapers, magazines, media, critical information, former members, that's us, the ex-natalists. Actually, me and LeNora coined that term, guys, in case the word child-free becomes illegal.
Ex-natalist, yes. I quite like it, actually.
Keep members busy so they don't have time to think and investigate. And control cell phone with texting, calls, internet tracking. I don't think again, these are all just examples of this type. Number 2, minimize or discourage access to non-cult sources of information. I just want to throw in this disclaimer that like not every example obviously happens during pronatalism. Yeah. But I think a lot of this, especially the internet, TV, books, radio, articles, news, you know, and it's even when AP took out that post that was like child-free is offensive, and all of us were like, it's really not offensive. We actually want you to call us that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't like without children, because it makes me feel like I'm like I've lost something. Like, yes. I have 2 fur babies. What are you talking about? I'm gonna tell anybody who interviews me from now on to call me a dog and cat mom.
Don't call me anything, mom. I mean, but again, it to your point, it's about like without, missing. It's what it's implied. That's the problem, and half the time it's the tone that they say it in.
I had a woman comment and say, "Well, a lot of childless people, you know, are, you know, hate children." And I said, "Well, no, actually, a lot of childless people desperately want a child." And it makes my heart hurt for childless people, because we had that panel at convention and I could hear the pain that some of them went through. And your conversation with Chasing Creation with Cody, it's like I could feel the pain that she went through before finally just reaching that acceptance point, and the things that they put their body through. They deserve to have their own community too. Like we do.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and that's the, again, with the child-free, childless alliance, and not even specifically to those panels, but it's just like the conversation in general, because they are 2 different camps. And again, you know, there are people who started out childless, or, you know, by circumstance, however they want to label it, and they have found a sense of peace and enjoyment in not having kids. But again, like to keep it like without kids, or however they want to word it, without understanding there's a very different energy. And I've stated this many times, not to be a gatekeeper, but as a content creator, as a collaborator, I do ask the people that I collaborate with, like, are you by choice or by circumstance? And the only reason I ask that is because there is a different energy that is in the content when it comes from a place of, I did want kids at one point and we tried, or it's not we were thinking about it. It's we tried and it didn't happen. That's a different, it's a different energy, not bad or good. It's just different, because I don't have that experience of wanting and then trying and it not working out. It's a different energy. And so
there's grief with that I don't think we necessarily, I think we had to deconstruct a little bit, but we didn't necessarily go through like grief to the
And yeah, like, I mean, again, not to speak for every child-free experience, because there are some child-free by choice people who do experience grief on a certain level, especially when it comes to how their families react.
Yeah.
You know, for example, there's that, like, if they realize like their parents are disappointed or someone in their family is disappointed, there is that sting of, and actually, I don't know if I was going to mention that in this section.
I think
About,
we're gonna do emotional control.
yeah, okay, well, I'll save that for emotional
hold
control.
that.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, again, it's like they don't, and like the other thing is, I have noticed when I'm trying to sit there and educate, and I'm trying to be nice, and like I had people attack me on a TikTok that was actually defending parents to some extent. I was trying to introduce the nuance into the conversation of where children belong and where they don't.
Okay.
One of my big concerns is like child-free people in recovery who want to go somewhere where it's an adult-only space, but maybe don't want to go to a bar because that can be super triggering to people.
Right.
Who are, you know, and they were like, and some parents were like, I'll bring my kid to the bar. But I also said in that
Is
video,
this an American thing? I'm confused.
I think it's an entitled parent thing.
Okay.
Because they were the ones fighting me the most, and there were moms jumping in going, what is wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like there were literal other moms jumping in going, you're going to knock back shots while your baby's strapped to your chest? That's weird. I would judge you too. Like like stop.
Agreed.
I was like, literally like child endangerment's not a cute look. Like, why are you proud of this? But anyway, like beyond that, just those people, I was actually literally, I said like, yeah, there are some child-free people who get mad that there's like a child existing in the Target. Right? I've seen it.
Yeah.
What I was trying to explain to them, and I said, you can take your kids to family restaurants, take your kids to Target. All anybody is asking is when they're crying, they're probably overstimulated too. Just walk them outside for a minute and walk them back in. You signed up for this when you decided to become a parent. And honestly, my sister I think the reason I told my mom I didn't want to have kids when I was 3 was because my sister was a horrendous toddler. I don't know if anybody remembers the jelly that was in glass jars when we, like in the 90s, like the Welch's and stuff. It all came in glass jars. She would throw those out of the cart. She would rip the diaper off in the supermarket. My mom paid for our groceries and left them at the grocery store, not once, but twice, because my sister was being a menace. She has literally told me if you were not older and she was older, you would not exist.
Well, I'm glad you do exist.
Just I was a good toddler. I was like the best toddler. I would sit there with my book. I was already reading by like 3, like chapter books. So I would just sit there with my book or my little leap pad and like just entertain myself. And my mom was like, oh, it's easy. And then she had my sister and she was like, never again. My brothers were the same way. They're twins, but Robert, who's the 18 minutes older, was apparently like a super good toddler. And then my brother Zachary was like a super bad toddler from what my dad says. But like my mom or my dad would just take my sister out.
Wow.
And she'd calm down and she'd go back inside. Like, it's not like people are saying you can't have your kids. It's that we're also paying for the same experience.
Yeah, it's true. All right, let's move on to point number 2.
So compartmentalize information into outsider versus insider doctrine.
Wait, that's 3. Are we up 1?
We were just talking about 2.
Were we?
Yeah. Again,
I am paying attention.
Subsets. I think the conversation kind of rolls together.
Okay. It's like, wait a second. Well, can we former members? Wait a second.
Oh, former members. Us ex-natalists.
Okay, my brain was still on number 1, but I see how it does blend together.
So former members.
So this one kind of stumped us a little bit just because we're like, well, no, this is the former members, like those who were child-free. Okay, you did touch on that already.
This is us when that's when I coined ex-natalist.
Yeah, okay. What the hell?
And I think like with me, it's like I obviously did go through a point where I thought I wanted kids, but like for a little bit. And and I started talking about it. And the thing that I had said to people was like, well, maybe one day, like I could see how I might enjoy being a mom.
Right.
But I also don't really know if I want to take on that stress. And people have thrown that back in my face.
Yes. You did mention that. So, okay, I'm just gonna say a couple things because my brain was still on number one. I think after this segment, I'm gonna need to take like a timeout just for a quick minute. Okay, so discouraging access to non-cult sources, because I wanted to say, to me, that's child-free content. They, like, if you think of it on a social media stance with algorithms and stuff, like as anyone that knows who's done any sort of attempt in social media, our stuff gets buried so fast. And I'm not saying the algorithm, like, look, no, I am saying the algorithm is designed for the family narrative, because that's what sells. Critical information, I mean, that's even like with the holding information, but
keeping members busy so they don't have time to think and
yeah,
I would say,
yeah,
you know, moms are busy, but I also think it's just the constant barrage of family content, even for people who haven't had kids yet.
Well, and this is, to me, the basis of what I do. Anything is just, it's choice awareness, because I don't know how I fell into this role that I find myself in nowadays. I mean, I do. I just had this idea of like, I need to talk about this. I was not expecting it to get this far into it, but now, I mean, this is basically my life at this point, forever. But I am a naturally curious person. So when I think of, being raised in a way where, sorry, I mean, it's hot under the collar here. How I was raised, like, you're not taught to doubt. You are, like, doubting is wrong. It's evil. It's sinful. I am naturally curious. I want to ask questions. I ask a lot of questions just because I want to know how people think. I want to know why they do what they do. It also helps me learn. And I'm in a fortunate position in life where I kind of get to do what I want. And so I ask people questions because that's what I want to do. But I like to explore the possibilities of what's out there, even if I don't understand it. And I feel, in general, I'm kind of an exception that way, because we're not taught. And this is why I love child-free people, is because we are naturally kind of investigating something else besides what we're taught. So, and that scares, I think that scares humanity in general, because they've never been encouraged to think beyond a certain point. And you look at everyday life, we're all basically just trying to survive and make something happen. But it's that whole hamster wheel thing. So I just feel like, when I think about how much energy I have not had to put in finding a significant other, finding a baby dad. Okay, I'll talk straight. I'll talk straight for for a second. Holy crap, I'm going to need a break in a bit. Okay, I have not had to put any energy finding a baby daddy. Okay, because I knew I didn't want to have kids. When I think about some other people in my life of any gender who are looking for somebody to procreate with, that is a lot of energy. That's keeping you busy. That, to me, is pronatalism keeping its members busy, trying to find someone to have children with. When you don't have that, to me, it's freed me up emotionally. Like, when I knew at 22 that I didn't want to have kids, totally changed how I interacted with people, because I had that mindset of like, oh, again, talking straight here, the next guy that I meet is going to be, oh, that's the one. I was so afraid. I was like, I don't like any of these people. Like, just every time I'd meet somebody, because you have that in your head of like, oh, they might be the one you're going to fall in love with, and you're going to want all these things. Totally crying bullshit on all of it.
Well, I told you how I approach relationships. It's just like, whatever happens, bro. I'm not pressed anymore.
Me too.
But same. I almost said something. I'm going to just say it. A lot of people don't put a lot of thought into who their baby daddy is.
I would agree.
They just, get pregnant accidentally. Like, more often than not, I see it all the time. They get pregnant accidentally, and they don't sit and think, would my partner also be a good parent? Does my partner want this child? And I do think that, I'm an advocate for choice. Mm-hmm. I do believe that if women are able to have abortions, then men should be able to sign their rights away. And that is how I believe, because I believe in the choice for everyone.
Okay, say that again.
I believe women should be allowed to have abortions.
Okay.
Then if a woman tells a man that she's pregnant and he says, I don't want to be a father, he should be allowed to sign his rights away.
Okay. I thought that's what you said, but I just had to hear it one more time.
And I have to be fair about that. I
Mhm.
cannot sit there and say, no, men don't get a choice. It's whatever the woman decides. Because I believe in choice for everyone.
I mean, okay, so I have had, I've never had a pregnancy scare. My philosophy, or not my philosophy, my practice is for the most part, don't sleep with people who can't get me. I don't sleep with people who can get me pregnant. There's always an exception. But I've always been upfront about that conversation. Again, I've never had a pregnancy scare. But I have made it clear that if something were to happen, I would have an abortion and there would be no discussion. I mean, I would let them know, but ultimately I am not going to remain pregnant. I mean,
right,
again,
and obviously I don't think that men should be able to make women remain pregnant. That's
see that for me, that's
different.
where
That's sacrificing your body. But I do think that if I don't like it when men are in and out of a child's life. I don't think that's fair. Or the men who get women pregnant and like want it and then like just bump off. But if it's communicated from the beginning, and I think this is something before people even have sex with each other, you need to sit down and say, do you want to be a parent?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
That was
that's
the
not
first,
sexy.
That was the first. I had that conversation on the first date.
Oh, for me, it's before it even gets. Well, I don't date, so
well,
it's like
I also tell people what I do.
Well, that's the thing. The two questions.
What's your job? I'm a
like,
child-free lifestyle advocate. Like, yeah. I think that we have it easy because
we do.
We're very
it answers all questions.
But if I was in public, I tell people, put it on your dating profile. That's the question that I get all the time. I got it during convention too. Put it right on your dating profile.
But I hear now. I don't do online dating apps. I don't do anything in that space. I just kind of fall into weird relationships, and then get out of them. I heard though, but that doesn't necessarily compute, especially when you're dealing with men. I mean, I know there are guys in the audience.
Here's how I worded it. I am a child-free lifestyle advocate. I'm a child-free TikToker. That means I don't want children and I don't want to date anybody who does have children. After I get the hysterectomy, I'm hoping never to have to be on dating apps again because let me tell you, that's a headache. But if I ever was on dating apps again, I would, after the hysterectomy, say I don't have a uterus. That's really
easy. But then they throw in the whole like adoption thing, or it's like, well, I have kids, therefore you can look after mine.
You want to know what I told my friend to do? What? I said, if they say that if your partner ever says that you want kids, I have a list of demands that no man is ever going to be willing. I want a prenatal agreement. I want $100,000 in my bank account before I even get pregnant that you have no access to. I want, I need you to prove that you have a college fund enough to pay for American college for this child. I also will not be taking any of the major child care responsibilities. It's like legal and signed, and I can guarantee you your partner does not want kids that bad.
Okay, I mean, I think that's hilarious for one, but I also have a question. Like, look, when things in the heat of the moment, are we actually like thinking about any of this shit? Seriously?
I am.
Okay. I kind of am too. I am like business first. Let's get all the paperwork done and then go for it.
I would say that most child-free people probably are people who are like child-free, not just fence sitters.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of parents or people who want kids eventually, I don't think they put nearly as much thought into it.
No, because I mean, like, I guess I do screen my sexual partners. It's kind of like, well, I mean, look, at this point, I think in my 20s, I wasn't, I mean, luckily when it came to men, okay, because, it's not just men that I sleep with, but when it did come to men, I just naturally everybody seemed to have a vasectomy or was sterile. So it worked out great. And then, especially now, like I've been more deliberate about it because of what I do. And I'm really conscious about that. And also, when it, like, I am pro-choice. I absolutely support abortion. Again, I'm in Canada. We're a pro-choice country. Doesn't mean everybody's pro-choice here, but it's covered by healthcare. I am very privileged that way. I also really do believe in prevention. So again, have never had a pregnancy scare because I've also been careful. Like I mean, there have been a few times where I'm like, got lucky, but you know, it's just like not lucky and lucky, but still.
This is another thing about information control. You are at your most fertile after you give birth, and they don't tell you that. So that's where we see these women who are having kids 9 months apart.
Right.
Because you don't get a period, but your body is dropping eggs.
Okay. Yeah.
Your hormones are up. You have the pregnancy hormones in your system for up to a year and a half after you give birth. So you're the most fertile up to a year and a half after you give birth. And your lining really hasn't all the way shedded yet. I've heard from women who gave birth that their postpartum periods when they start back up again are brutal. And my mom friend told me that. She said that she went longer than the recommended period of time because she was and she's one and done. And people literally pressure her. They go, "Oh, she needs a sibling," and she goes, "No, she doesn't. She's got a sibling with fur. She's got a cat." Like,
you know, I am amazed.
One and done moms get the same flack that child.
They do. A friend of mine who had one child said that she was only gonna have one child. She followed me on my other child free account before it got shut down, and she messaged me out of the blue one time, and she had been following my content. I didn't realize how closely, and she said that, you know, her only one that she was going to have was a year old, and she says that she was getting, when are you going to have a second? And she kind of needed to talk about it, so we did chat a bit about it, and I knew that happened, but to hear it from her and just how it made her feel, and then she went into her upbringing, and she was actually raised in the cult that I was too, so. And I knew her family, but I didn't know the details of like why they had so many kids and whatnot. And so she actually shared with me how her upbringing influenced her decision just to have one child. So, but bottom line is that, yeah, the fact that one isn't enough for people. I mean, by not them, but, you know, society, it's not enough. Heck, 3 isn't enough for some people. So, this is why I do believe in, you know, child-free and parental alliance, whatever. Pardon my language today. Because I think we do have a lot in common, but because we're kind of pitted against one another, we need to kind of get over that so we can have these discussions that we can actually back each other up. You know what I mean? To a point.
You know, I've had parents look at my content and then message me and go, "You convinced me to be one and done." And I'm like, that wasn't my goal, but like, if my content is resonating with you, then like, cool. Like, and
yeah,
the thing is that it's like literally immediate. Like, people give birth and I'm like, can't wait till they have a sibling. And it's like, can I heal first? Like,
yeah. Oh, I know.
What?
It's silly.
Again,
okay.
That's society just not thinking of mothers as people. They think of them as receptacles for babies. So here's our favorite part: encouraging spying.
Why do I keep thinking we were skipping stuff? 3.
Okay, 3. Let's go 3.
We're fine.
Outsider versus insider doctrines. Ensure information is not freely accessible. Control information at different levels and missions within group, and allow only leadership to decide who needs to know what and when. I think that part of the reason that you think that we're on different parts is because all of these are so similar.
They are. Okay, that's what threw me off. I'm like, all right.
So we've kind of had that conversation already.
Okay.
But let's go
leadership though. Let's
talk about leadership. I think that's the mommy bloggers.
Okay, explain why.
Because a lot of parenting trends are started, like gentle parenting. That became a big thing on social media. And I'm not saying I'm against gentle parenting. I am all for gentle parenting. However, I also am not for gentle parenting to the point where you don't sit down and explain to a child why something's wrong, right?
Yeah, okay. So
gentle parenting is obviously harder. But I do think that, you know, when I was 3, if my mom said that hurt somebody's feelings, I would like understand that it hurt their feelings, right?
Okay, again with the leadership thing. So now this is one area with my upbringing that I don't have. Like, we had overseers. There's not one particular. No, there is one person from like the 1900s. See, we were taught that this was something like everything was Bible based, and by that I mean literally like
is that person considered a prophet in the 1900s?
No, no, because here's the thing. So and this is thank you internet for finally teaching me this, because I did not know the origin story of the cult I was raising, because there was no leader.
Well, because they control that.
I did
too.
find out who started it, but then they were removed, and then it kind of took on a life of its own. So how it works, because it is this, and again, I'm not going to say what there's no official name for the cult. Outsiders give it a different name, and if you guys want to know what it is, message me privately and I'll tell you, because again, my dad's still involved, and I'm still tied to some people in there, so I will tell you privately, but I won't say it here. But anyway, there's every region has overseers. It's global. It's a small cult, but it's global, and there's overseers, and then the overseers get together, right? So then they determine what's what. And U.S. is a little bit different than Canada, and there's certain rules that you can do things in the States, like get divorced. You can go to the States, get divorced in some states, but you can't do that here. Anyway. So the leadership thing I don't have a lot of experience of, because we had, like I said, overseers, but there's a hierarchy. So
I hate that word.
I know this is, sometimes I want to vomit talking about this. I'm like, I can't believe this has been my life.
One day I will unpack that word, but that's not what we're talking about here.
So again, to bring it to like, who is the leadership in pronatalism? Like, to me, I think of lawmakers, but if you're bringing it to now, again, I don't want to bring like moms specifically, really, but that culture.
It's Jerry Falwell.
Like, it's what?
It's Jerry Falwell. It's the evangelical right. They're the leaders. Because.
But is that global, or is that like where you are?
In America, I would definitely say it's definitely. But I also think Christianity has a very big role to play in this.
Oh, don't get me started. Well, it's too late to get started on religion.
I would say. But like, I think on a more like surface level, I would say the leaders are like momfluencers, like people who are exploiting their kids, because they're the ones that you're seeing all day, every day, right?
You're right. See, yes, because there's a lot of us who can take what again, it depends on where you are, but we can look at the laws that are made. We can look at the, quote unquote religious leaders and go, this is all BS, and ignore it. But to your point, especially those of us who are online, or it's not even online. Look, you read magazines, you look at the content, look at the conversation in entertainment, whether it's in print or whatever form,
which is why
it's all focused on family.
I really, really appreciate that one mom who during the pandemic wrote the article that she was secretly obsessed with all of her child-free friends.
But that was a good artitle, but that even still ended, if I'm not mistaken, that still ended.
And I love my kids.
Change my life. Yeah, like it kind of.
I almost felt like that last paragraph she had to throw in, because
that's what I felt too.
Mad.
Yeah.
But I hate that. I wish that my one wish, I think, for even the I regret having children page, is that people would stop feeling like they have to justify.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is a way in which moms can uphold and validate child-free women without people just assuming that they hate their kids from that. Because I know that that's why she included that last paragraph, because it really didn't feel like it went with the rest of the story, right?
It didn't, and that's why to me it kind of took away from the whole point of the article.
Right, and I don't think that she would have included that if it wasn't that other moms were going to jump down her throat.
Yeah, okay. I get that.
But it's like, how sad is it that parents who align with us and who support us have to be worried about all of these things?
Yeah. Well, and see, this is the thing, because we're, and by we, I just mean people in general. I don't necessarily mean anybody here or myself, but it's like, this is where communication is important. We look at communication like in relationships and in business and what have you. Well, anytime you're interacting with someone, that's a relationship to some extent, in my opinion. But, because we speculate about, let's say, parents speculate about us. This is just keeping it general, of course. But unless we talk and kind of compare notes and go, wait a sec, we're still going to be moving forward in our advocacy work, or just in our thought process. Like, oh, this is how they're going to react to us, or that's how I'm going to react to them. We're all kind of defensive, you know. And I think when it comes to articles like that, where she felt she had to wrap it up in a way that made parents happy while acknowledging the child-free space, it's just, for me, I just screams lack of communication between everybody.
Yeah, and I've noticed that it's like I was like literally defending parents and they were jumping down my throat going like kids can be anywhere they want. And I'm like, did you listen to the video?
Yeah.
Or did you hear me say I'm a child-free woman and immediately decide anything that I said was not worth listening to? Did you actually come here with good faith to actually listen, or did you just come here to attack me because it makes you feel better about your own decision? And here's the thing. I said, parents attack child-free people all the time.
Mm-hmm. And that's okay, apparently.
But as soon as child-free people say, I would prefer to be in spaces where kids aren't there, oh my God, you committed the holy sin. And I know. Said, it's fine. And like when child-free people say that they hate kids, quote unquote, nobody's wishing malicious harm to your child. They're just saying, I don't want to be around them.
Yeah.
And yet there are still parents who say, well, I didn't like kids, and then I had my own, and I loved them. I'm like, I'm more concerned about you having kids, knowing that you didn't like kids, than I am about child-free people who are staying child-free, getting sterilized, like not having kids, right? Because like to me, it's like I'm confused.
Well, please because explain. They still don't like kids; they only like their own,
right? And I'm like, that's kind of weird.
I like kids. I get along great with kids. Kids
right.
Like
it's like
me.
I know more child-free women
want them in my house.
People in general who do interact with kids. Who it's like, why is that video that I posted like, oh look, it's me, a child-free woman sitting outside talking to kids. It's almost like we don't hate kids.
Yeah.
That blew
kids
up.
Kids go and talk to me all the time. It's funny.
So many parents were giving me compliments saying like, oh, this is the child-free content I like to see. And I literally had to make another TikTok responding being like, please do not give me compliments if it's going to be a backhanded insult to my own community, because this content is not for you. It's to educate you, but this content is not your safe space.
So, well, I'm not going to ask this question because it's kind of speculating, and we need to keep going because I'm going to need to take like a 3-minute break.
Can we talk about the encouraging?
Just a heads up behind the scene, behind backstage, Rebecca. I'm going to need you to fill in for me in a bit. So.
Well, I got my breaks. You get your break.
Okay.
Okay. So encouraging spying.
Right. Take it away.
Them just literally not telling me how they got into our support groups. We actually had. So I mod child-free women. I think I.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm one of the mods, and we had somebody in our group chat the other day. They sent a screenshot. It was a woman who answered like, "Yes, I am child-free," and then you look at the groups that she's in, and it's like gentle parenting, like how to raise kids for the next generation. It's like they're straight up lying to get in our spaces. What the hell is? I'm sorry, that had me heated. That had all of us heated.
That is so weird.
You're really just so obsessed with us that you need to come into our space to vent.
What movie is that? Oh, Mean Girls. You're so obsessed with me.
Are you? I was like, Alexa, play "Obsessed" by Mariah Carey. Why are you so obsessed with me? Like,
well, now I'm thinking of a Taylor Swift song. He's so obsessed with me, and boy, I understand. Sorry. I need to eat something and okay. Oh, you know what? I just looked at my notes because there was a couple things that with this withholding information. We did talk about fence sitter already.
Yeah. And it's like
sorry, there is something your the miscarriage story. I have it on point number 3. Was that something we were going to talk about, or you want to save that for like the emotional section?
I was going to save that for the
Okay. I was just writing notes the last time we talked about this. Okay.
I bring it up a lot, and I'm finally getting comfortable speaking about it. And
that's good.
I spoke about it like right after it happened, and then didn't speak about it for about a year.
Yeah.
Because I had to get restraining orders against people because of the harassment I received going into the child-free, not child-free people, but people who are not part of our community.
Right.
Just seeing my social media and literally harassing me. Like I have a restraining order out because people could not handle that I was talking about my miscarriage, that I was grieving what had happened to me. I was grieving myself. I will never be the same after that experience.
Oh, of course not. I don't know why anyone would expect you to be. Yeah.
Myself, and even during they have the restraining order has not stopped it. And like to me, it's like you do not get to decide how I deal with my own miscarriage.
Right.
Especially because none of these people were actually talking to me when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you saw my social media. you decided that you knew me a lot more than you actually knew me.
Mm-hmm.
And like some of the harassment is like, well, what will the child-free community say? And I'm like, none of you have said anything except for, I am so sorry that happened to you, and we will be your support. And that is what I'm saying. I don't think that people who are not child-free have the same support system that we have. In a way, we have each other.
Okay. Yeah.
Like you said, women are always in competition, but not the women in our community that we talk to every day on Clubhouse.
No, I have to say, like, I've always gotten along well with women. I don't feel like women are like, I don't threaten people. So, I mean, unless you piss me off, then yes, but generally I'm not a threatening person. But and so I don't have a lot of experience as far as like negative interactions with females, but I really do enjoy, like, I've never been like a girl's well, I've been a girl's girl, but that's a whole different story. But that's sorry. Like, I'm not like let's all get the girls together and hang out. Like, I like to kind of hang out with everybody. I kind of feel more comfortable with men, to be honest. But that gets a little tricky sometimes. So I've never been like, let's hang out. Like, it's like, let's all hang out with the girls. Like, I'm not like that. But since joining finding the child-free community, I am completely at ease with females, like in a platonic level, right? So it's been really cool.
I have moms who tell me, like, I wish that I could have been part of the child-free space, because
child-free spaces are great.
And just my personal growth in this past year.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine being in mom spaces and having the same type of personal growth. Like, it's scary to me. I would have an infant right now, and I cannot imagine having that same level of support, especially moving 600 miles away from my family. Can you absolutely imagine? No.
I find like there's, again, and I will say, like, I'm really now only in the child-free spaces I create, but my child-free spaces are public, so it's kind of like everybody's welcome. I find that, because I do make sure that everyone can feel comfortable, you know, and there's no judgment. And I feel proud in saying, like, I get like really cool people around me, and not around me, but like the people that come into my spaces. Like, I really like, I think it's a really good, I think people are good people. There's always like the odd idiot, but you know, it's just like you can't be perfect all the time. But it's important to me that people feel like they can show up as themselves without having to change anything about them. But everyone, I demand a level of respect. Not just towards me, but I demand a level of respect for what's being shared, because we're all different. We all have different experiences. We all view being child-free a little bit differently. And I want everyone to feel like can voice it. If someone is starting to threaten that, I will take action. And you know, I'm very protective of these spaces. And like I said, most things I do are public, because I want everyone outside of the community even to see this. But I feel like there is a certain level, like within the child-free spaces, like the last few years, it's really cool. And a lot of it it's to do with the people, like, you know, and I love it. It's, I mean, that's why I still do this.
And, you know, I felt gagged for so long.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because of the harassment. That's the reason I applied for my gun license.
Yeah. You know, and this is a thing. Like, this is what really excites me, even with developing child-free media, and even this particular conversation, because I do know what it's. Well, I know what. Terrible sex joke. If you don't want to know, plug your ears. I know what it's like to be gagged. But also that's more for Brianna's benefit, if she's still in the audience.
I also know what it's like to be gagged. Don't tell anybody.
We need a break soon.
All right, let's get through these last. Well, we need to talk about. I mean, the spying is. Honestly, impose a buddy system. They don't really do that, but report deviant thoughts, feelings, and actions to leadership. I don't think it's necessarily leadership, but I think it's like reporting deviant thoughts to everybody. Like, you know,
this is where, like, this is like this. Like, look at the scary mummy confession boards. Everything has to be anonymous. Like, what parent generally can come out and say, "I regret this," because this is like, to me, the deviant thought thing. Again, coming from my upbringing. This is where you weren't allowed to doubt. If you were having those thoughts, you would be lucky if you found somebody else who was a member, who you guys could kind of confide in each other. But pardon the pun, God forbid, someone overhear you, and that gets out to the community, like rumors, everything. And then you are in some serious shit. And I feel like with, you know, parents not being able to express how they feel, or even fence sitters for that matter, you know? Like that's problematic when you cannot be honest and say, you know what, I don't think I want to have kids, or I regret that. I mean, okay, it's not necessarily being reported to authorities, but it's if you are in one of those groups that are supposed to be, you know, parental groups, whatever it looks like, if you say something, the backlash that you get, and this is where I agree with you that I feel like child-free spaces can be some of the most supportive spaces ever.
And
you know,
the other thing is just the amount of parents trying to get into them.
Into the child-free spaces?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the amount of them that we've had to be like, you're not one of the. There was a group on Facebook that was being run by a mother.
I think I know which one you're talking about. I won't say it. But okay.
The one where they complain about other child-free people.
Oh no, I was thinking about something else. I didn't know that. Is that still active?
No.
Okay.
Because she got called. One of the members.
Good.
Somebody went in, like another child-free person went in and was like,
Yeah.
Excuse me, is this you in your profile picture with your son? And it was kind of like those child-free people who are like, I'm child-free, but not like that child-free. And it's like, there's like a vocal minority of child-free people who are like, I hate kids. Why would you do that? And also, people don't understand the difference between child-free and antinatalists. And most antinatalists are just all about the philosophy, but like there are some who are like, but I think it's hard when you're an antinatalist and you have that perspective to not think that parents are doing something like completely unethical.
Well, you can. I know parents who are antinatalists.
Oh yeah,
you can't, like, I think we've discussed, not here today, but you can't be you can have like a child-free mindset, but you're not child-free if you've got a kid. But that's a whole.
There are parents who have a kid and then discover antinatalism and then decide they're one and done or something because they just don't believe in it anymore.
Exactly.
And you know, and I know that their kids are going to grow up not necessarily under pronatalism anymore. So honestly, good on you guys. If you're an antinatalist parent, like who listens to this, like I love you. Anyway, and those parents get flack too. The ones who go into antinatalism, do you think that they can share with their parent friends that they're antinatalists now?
Like, I hope they start. I mean, it's, oh God, wouldn't that be a fun panel for convention? I shouldn't talk about convention because Cody's not here. So
extensive use of cult-generated information and propaganda. I think we've been over this, but
I mean, look, all advertisements, quite honestly.
I want a pregnancy commercial, like a pregnancy test commercial where she's happy that she's not pregnant. Can we
did that with child-free girls. We made a child-free girls like a couple years ago. We did one of those pregnancy tests. So I booked a vacation. I was like, listen, I'm not pregnant. Can I tell you something? That was the first time I've actually taken a pregnancy test in my life.
I know you told me.
Was for that.
Clear Blue, I buy you guys every month because if my period's even a day late, I get like sponsor me, Clear Blue, sponsor me. Give me money, I will promote you on my TikTok, and it will be great. You will get so many child-free women buying your pregnancy tests.
Just because, yes.
First response, let's go. You know, like give me whoever gets the brand deal first. You get all the child-free women buying your pregnancy tests for when we're having freakouts. I actually do really like first response. Red dyes are more accurate, then they get less false negatives. So I really do first response. If you're listening to this, you know where to find me. Watch me get an email from first response. That would be hilarious.
Sure. Hey, go for it.
Unethical use of confession, information about sins used to disrupt or dissolve identity boundaries, withholding, forgiveness or absolution, and manipulation of memory, possible false memories. You know what this is? This is the parents who say, I was child-free once.
Yep.
Because no, you weren't, because it's a mindset. You were a fence sitter, or you just weren't thinking about it yet because you were 18. And like, it's like I had people go, oh, I was child-free once, and they're in their 20s. I'm like, you mean you were a normal teenager and a normal young adult who didn't want kids yet? Like, there are people who want to be parents who don't have children yet because they want to be in their 30s. Like,
yeah, and this also explains why we need a more, I don't know if it's a clear definition of child-free, but an understanding of what child-free is. Because this is the problem.
I don't have children. It's I don't want them ever.
Yeah, because I mean, that's the thing. I've heard that so many times, and it's just, you know, I heard it more before I knew how to respond to that. Because, I mean, now when someone says anything to me, I turn it into a very long conversation. I know you guys can't imagine that, but it's true. It's just, it's just this lack of understanding of what being child free is. I mean, even the back and forth I had with my aunt this morning. I mean, we were talking about sterilization, but just for her, she couldn't see the connection between being child free and wanting to be sterilized. Anyway, I don't know why I'm
just kind of like cementing your child free status when you're sterilized. I mean, that's
but you know what? See, I argue against that though, because I'm not sterilized, because I have no need to. I personally
I'm
also
somebody who's gotten pregnant on birth control, so
yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Like my stance on that is that you can be 100% child free and not be sterilized. I'm 100% child free and not sterilized. Like the IUD has been effective, and I know that's not like abstinence is the only like 100% thing.
Right. I mean, I also think that living in America is a different situation right now.
Well, yes, and I mean, I'm again privileged up here in Canada, and I'm very specific with who I sleep with. So it's all worked out at this point.
Although I will say you're also older than me.
Well, yes.
And a lot of my friends my age aren't thinking about it as much as I am, right? Like in your early 20s, you just I'm not that horny, but like a lot of people are. Like,
Well, look, women going into her 40s, all bets are off at this point. It's freaking ridiculous.
Oh, you still get bingo though, because women are having their first kids at 62.
Well, see, that's the thing. I thought that after the age of 35,
Jackson ruined it for all of us.
Yes,
we thought we were in the clear, and now we're not.
Well, because that's the thing. Well, I was talking about like the horniness level, because 40. Oh my god, I'm not even 40 yet, but it's like Jesus. Anyway, whatever. But that's the thing. After the age of 35, I thought that I would be kind of in the clear, but you're right. Like people are adopting at 54. Like, yeah, Janet Jackson.
They're having,
I've got another 10 to 12.
Campbell. She had a physical birth at like
you're
55.
Right. I mean,
I know that was probably IVF at the point where she has that much money, but there was a couple in India where the woman was 70 and gave birth to her IVF. And it's like, is that even okay for your body? Like the amount of hormones and stuff you have to go through? Like what is, why? I don't know why we're encouraged. I mean, there's not really a fertility drop after 35 until menopause, right? It's like a 2% fertility drop.
Right.
If you didn't have a problem getting pregnant under 35, you probably will not have a problem getting pregnant over 35. What comes with it is post-menopause, your body is not making those hormones anymore. Right. And so now we're seeing people who are post-menopausal getting IVF and stuff, and it's like we're all acting like this is okay.
Well, yeah, because so now my stance is I have probably another 12 years of fertility, like just on the offset left, and I'm like, I thought I would be fine over the age of 35, but now it's a very different society, and so. I mean, nobody's really coming after me at this particular age, which I like. And for me, I feel like as someone who's publicly like a public advocate about being child free, that's why, I mean, I love the idea of getting older. Your mindset changes. It's just a really cool time in your life. Like personally, I freaking love this time, but
I can't wait till I'm 30.
Seriously, guys, after like, I'll speak for, I only speak to females, but 38, it's like you feel good at 30, but then 38, and now I'm just like,
my mom
it's great, it's cool. But
my mom told me her best time was between 32 and 42.
Yeah,
because that's before your body starts to break down as much. Like once she hit, my mom also has arthritis in her wrist, so like I understand that she had like a health issue that came when she was older. But she said between 32 and 42. However, it is very strange that my mom says that, and my aunt says I felt good my entire life.
Well, like, it's because you have that's my thing is like I didn't enjoy my childhood, but I've loved my adulthood. Not because my adulthood has been perfect, but there's a certain, to me, I'm a youthful person. And I've got a lot of energy, but I also kind of can do whatever I want. And I'm in solitude a lot of times. So I can just be this way whenever I feel like it, which is most of the time. But then I'm by myself a lot. See, I'm talking with, I need to take a break.
I honestly forget that you're so much older than me. I forget I'm a baby in this community, which is very funny.
You are. You're not the youngest person that
I'm not the youngest, but I am one of the youngest
you are one
who
of them,
are vocal about it.
No,
I think.
And see, I like that because I do have a very youthful spirit, and that does help though, because I am of a certain age. I mean, I can talk to anybody. I mean, that's kind of normal for me, but being able to present this lifestyle choice or just have the choice conversation as like, I believe I can enjoy life at any age. I believe that I will still be youthful in my 60s. I mean, my appearance will be different. Absolutely. Of course, we age, but there's that I see myself at the age of 3. There's a photo of me at the age of 3. That spark is so strong, and that's the same spark I have right now. And I hang on to that because I'm like, that little girl still resides in me. I have not given her away by giving birth to somebody, you know?
You know, and
So,
one of the things that I always felt about having children is that I felt that I was going to have to give that up.
Yeah,
I'm not willing to give that up.
No,
I get people either think I'm like 16 or they think I'm like 32, but again, it's how I carry myself. I think I have more confidence than your average person in their mid 20s with how I'm very confidently, not necessarily on how I look, but in my ideals.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is something that I want to talk about. I mean, this is for a different conversation. We need to take a break. I need Rebecca to step in with me because
Rebecca, okay, I'm coming for your comments, guys.
But okay, guys. So if you're in the audience and you want to talk about things, we're going to interact for a bit to give I'll be back in a minute. But you guys chat with the audience, and then if there's something we need to talk about that's been said, I don't know what's been said in chat, then we can.
Oh, they're talking about how men have kids in like their 70s. Yeah, Charlie Chaplin's last kid was born when he was 82.
Ugh. On that note, I'm going to go for a minute. I'm going to bring Rebecca up here. Okay, let me. And by the way, audience, thank you for being here. I know this is a very different conversation than we've normally had, and we're going to have more of these. So hang on. How do I do this? Okay, I'm removing that. I'm going to bring Rebecca up, and then I want to chat with you two, but I'm going to go for a minute, and I'll be back, okay? Behave, audience. Make sure these two behave because I won't be watching for a minute.
LeNora, I'm gonna go get a baby and strap it to my chest and have shots. That's apparently normal.
I don't know if I can trust these two. Okay, I'll be back.
I'm fine.
I don't think anyone can trust me either because I'm in the audience. I'm under daydreaming Sora.
So, Rebecca, your thoughts on information control? Do you have any?
What where specifically are you?
So, like, I don't know. Like, well, let me go look through the comments because I can't see them. I have it up muted because it's like laggy on my end when I'm watching this. Well, Jared said if I was a woman, I would be scared of pregnancy completely. Like, yeah, no, it's terrifying. Like, trust me.
I mean, honestly, okay, full disclosure.
I am not a mom spy. I promise.
I mean, LeNora has no filter, so I'm not going to either. I'm going to take the filters off. I mean, I have a hard time, shitting at times. Like, if I have an uncomfortable time doing that, what the hell am I going to do with a kid? I mean,
I have celiac disease. It's like,
Jesus Christ.
Like the other thing is, I'm not gonna lie. I'm 26. I like going to the bar. I don't drink to like an excessive amount. But I've been very honest before with being in recovery for other things. And I don't want to give up my hard cider and I don't want to give up my weed.
I mean, there's basic things that I enjoy, without even having to really think about whether it's going to the bar, I don't want, I already get broken sleep as it is. I like the time that I do get sleep. I like my house being my house and having it dedicated. What behind me is one of my craft rooms. I like having my craft room. I don't want to have a dedicated room. I mean, I was pen paling during the pandemic and one of my pen pals was a mom. And she said that, because she had to give up her space, her personal space because of her kids, like not even just going out, but even within my own home. I like having,
I have a dog who cries by the door. I am guilty of locking myself in my bathroom to get away from my dog for a couple, like she's been sleeping all day. She's been really good today. But even with her, it's like I get overwhelmed. So what am I going to do if I have a kid?
I mean, I have 6 cats, so I don't have any privacy at all.
But
ever.
My cat doesn't bother me as much. Like Athena will literally like try to like sit on my lap when I'm peeing. So I just start locking the door. I live by myself. But I mean, I love them, but I think that even pet owners get overwhelmed sometimes with the like amount of stuff that they need. And I think 29 and go to a karaoke bar twice a week. I love karaoke bars. You know, mine and the guy that I'm dating, like most, like, we love going to like fancier restaurants. We have the money to go to fancier restaurants. We love craft cocktails. Well, he likes beer, but we love craft beer. I love craft cocktails. The amount of times that we have, and I think that like that's a really cool experience. Just like being able to go out and get drunk with your favorite person and not feel guilty about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, that's a weekend activity, but I think there's just so much pressure on women to like put away. Why is it a problem if child-free people like to go out and party as long as it's not detrimental to myself and anybody else? You know, I have a big girl job. On the weekends, I like to go out and party. It's a long weekend. I might go out tonight. You know, like, But then again, yeah, it's like I also have so many health issues already that it's like, how much worse would it get after giving birth?
I mean, I'm having car problems right now. You know, I just got my car fixed, and now I've got more issues that my insurance may or may not cover. You know, there's, things just basic in life, not even just my extracurricular activities like my crafting and whatever, going to events and everything else, But I mean, so often I find that, like I end up having to cover for people at work who have kids. We've got to take on extra stuff because they can't be in because they don't have a babysitter and everything. You knew this going into something.
That's always my point. And then they're like, well, moms aren't supported. Nobody told me. And my whole question is, how does nobody tell you? Because that's all I see. That's all I see. But it's weird. It's like a have your cake and eat it too type of thing. It's like a lot of people, I think, have kids because they want the cute little baby and they don't think, am I really ready to give up that life? Like, am I ready to give up my freedom and stuff like that? And also, like, obviously I've been vaping this whole time. I'm a vapor. I live in a legal state, like, and I enjoy it. And that's fine, I mean, this is nicotine. But again, it's like I know people who vape and use and smoke cigarettes in front of their kids, and I wouldn't be able to do that,
Yeah, no, I mean, but I mean,
I know people who smoked through their pregnancy, like cigarettes, and it's like they tell you if it's going to be too stressful for you to quit, then you shouldn't quit. But then it's like, but why didn't you think about that before you got pregnant? These are the questions that I have in my head.
Okay, here's one thing that bothers me, right? So, I'm online, I'm in different groups in my area that, like the buy-sell trades and the freebies and whatever. And you're hearing about all these parents who do not have things for their kids and they're, coming up and everything, but they knew they got pregnant. Well, first of all, if you're not being cautious, you're probably going to get pregnant. You need to be prepared. Second of all, why are you waiting until the last damn minute to get things for your kids? Why? And why are you expecting others to do it for you?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I have a abortion emergency fund sitting in my bank account until I get that hysterectomy. You know why? Because anything could happen.
You got to be prepared.
And yeah, and it's weird to me that I am a leftist. I do think that, things can happen. You can have like a 10-year-old kid and have a great job and then lose your job that day because we all know corporations suck, right? I don't think any of us are, but people who are already struggling to feed the child that they have, and then they want another one. That's when I don't question. I'm not saying take away welfare. I'm not saying that, right? Mm-hmm. I love social net programs. I do. I think we should have more. I think we should have universal health care. I think the government should subsidize childcare. Because that's how a lot of women get stuck in a stay-at-home role when they want to be a mom, but not necessarily a stay-at-home mom, right? So, And I've known women like that who it's just not fine. Like they're just basically working to pay for daycare.
Oh yeah, I have to hear about that all day. I mean, I'm surrounded by people who are either parents or they don't want kids, but they're like, if somebody wants to bring their baby in, which I don't understand, but it's like, bring me the baby. And they're talking about, we're doing all these like child events, family events and everything. And they're like, when they hear that I'm a child-free advocate, that I'm, especially that I'm more vocal about it than I was, even a year ago, it's like, why? Well, meanwhile, like, it's uncomfortable for me because I can't even mention anything about, try and conversate with these people, about anything remotely close that my cats may have done, because to me, cats are just people trapped in cats' body, furry bodies, right? And, like my kids stole whatever it was. Well, my cats do the same damn thing, but I can't fit in with these people. And I have no connection but I have to hear this all day. But then if I try and talk about anything child-free, they just shut me up.
Yeah, like the fact that we have no access to social nets, we have to be making $0 basically to even get food stamps or whatever. And like the thing is that it's not that I think that those social nets shouldn't exist, but when people are already on food stamps, I question your judgment when you're like already struggling to feed your kid. And I've had a lot of parents reach out to me to borrow money and like use the fact that I have this job that I love and I live in Boston by myself, and it's like to them I think it looks like I'm made of money, but I'm not, and they never pay me back, and they use their kid to guilt trip me. Or and I feel the same way about people who don't have kids who want to borrow money, and then I see them buying something like I'm like, you just told me that you couldn't afford like food, like what's going on here? You know what I mean? But like at the same time, it's like people are like, oh, it's classist if you say, my boyfriend, like he will actually just flat out say it. He will say, if you don't have resources to take care of yourself, you shouldn't have children.
I mean, that's the same thing with anybody. I mean, people do that with pets too. Like,
but he like told me, he's like, is that conservative of me? Because he's like a leftist like me, and I'm like, no, I kind of feel the same way because I don't mind that you're on social nets. Like that's not the thing that I'm mad about. What I'm mad about is you not. And I saw a woman on TikTok say it. Can you provide the life that you want for this child on your own? If not, you probably shouldn't have it, because then we have kids who are then, again, their parents can't afford to pay for college for them. My parents couldn't pay for college for me. They had 4 of us. But we were told we have to go to college. You see what I'm saying is like, you guys have these expectations that your child's going to be a really like awesome person, and like, wow, that can happen. Are you setting them up for success? Are you setting them up to be able to be that awesome person? If you want to have a child who's going to be a doctor one day, you better be able to pay for them to go to medical school.
I think people are just unprepared in general for what could happen, and they're literally expecting everyone to help take care of them in some way.
And by village, they don't necessarily mean like people to step in with like childcare or people to give advice to. They mean give me this because I didn't prepare for the consequences of my own actions. Somebody on my comment said they want servants, not a village.
What?
You came in at a weird time. We were talking about people who know that they cannot take care of themselves and yet still want to bring a child into it. And I was saying I am a leftist. I believe in social nets. But I also believe that sometimes in leftist spaces, there's not a lot of critical thinking going on. It's like people, and I kind of threw. There's a part that you're probably gonna have to edit out if this part's going in, because
this all of this part is being edited.
I threw my boyfriend under the bus for a minute, and I'm gonna do it again so that you can get caught up. My boyfriend said, if you cannot take care of yourself, you should not be having kids, and yet we see it all the time.
But it's true.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate because Cody makes me do this, and he's not here to do this, so I'll step in for that role. And then we'll continue on for the next one. Oh, my goodness. All right. Loosen up a bit.
Yeah, you're gonna have to probably maybe cut that whole part out.
Oh,
but we were
this in between segment stuff is not going on.
Okay, it's not going.
It's not going into the podcast part of it. What do you think? And don't yell at me, child-free community. What do you say though? Like child-free people. Okay, people making a decision to not have kids just because there's like the surfacey shit they don't want to deal with, and they haven't thought too much about it, and they're just gonna have kids without, or they're just gonna not have kids because they're like, I just don't want that, and they don't think.
Well, I would say people who say I just don't want to change diapers are well within their right to say I just don't want to change diapers, and then the conversation kind of does end there, because if you don't even want to deal with the surface level stuff, then there's no reason to think about the financial aspects of it.
Right.
So like that would be my devil's advocate. It's like and I've also always said to people, I would rather regret being child free than regret having a child.
Yeah.
Well, and I said that earlier.
Child-free people are not gambling with another life.
Yeah, that's my general thought.
You're not affecting anybody else. Like me not having a kid does not affect. I mean, you know me because I'm not going to have kids. But like, if you didn't know me and I didn't have a kid, that doesn't affect you.
No.
But with having a child, you're automatically affecting someone else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, on that note, didn't quite get my nap in, but that's okay. I can sleep later. So it's only been 2.5 hours. What are we talking about? We're halfway there. I don't know where we're going, but actually, no. By the way, just to reset, I think most of you guys have been here for the stream, but so this is an exploration of the topic. You know, is pronatalism cultish? And that's what we're going through here. If you have thoughts that you don't want public, like on here, or you don't want us to read them out or whatever, I mean, you can always message us privately. This is Child Free Media, so you can send an email to childfreemedia@gmail.com. If you have specific thoughts, and if you need Laur to say something or whatever, then we can get in touch that way too. That's fine. So with that, did you guys solve any problems? We'll continue on to the next section. I'm looking at you, Rebecca. Did you solve problems for people?
I mean, I'm
great more of them.
I mean, you can't help the helpless. So, I mean,
ain't that the truth?
Although you did miss the part where I did make the analogy about if I, have a hard time taking a shit, then how would I be able to, actually go through with having a pregnancy? Because, I mean, it's true. I mean, I have a hard time we've all had a hard time with bodily functions. And I cannot imagine, if that short length of time and me trying to figure out just how to get back to what I was doing, then you've got that long-term thing, and
confirm GI problems do get way worse when you're pregnant. Can confirm that.
Oh, there's one thing I want to so now this is not okay. I'm going to bring this comment up just to clarify something. This kind of falls in line with the back and forth exchange I had with my child-free aunt this morning before we went live. And I'm going to address this because live chat remains on the channel after we've ended the broadcast. And so I do want to make something clear here with what this conversation is about. This one says, but how do you control people not having kids, sterilize everyone during puberty? So I'm going to say this as a disclaimer on behalf of Child Free Media, but just in general with this conversation, we're not advocating to control people from not having kids. Anything that I do publicly or privately is never, and this is, I mean, I respect everybody's thought process and what they feel is how we should handle this. But for the sake of this live stream, I just want to make it clear that we're not advocating to control what people do. What we are doing here with this conversation specifically is to present an idea. Everyone is always free to have their own thoughts, to make their own choices. And it is an interesting discussion. That's not something we're going to be, that we're solving or even like bringing attention to. So I just want to clarify, again, it's not about disregarding what your thoughts are on this topic, but this is for me personally, it's not about controlling what people do, whether they have kids or not. And this is where stuff can be taken out of context. So I just want to address that again, not to we're not an echo chamber here. So again, thank you for posting this question. There's nothing that I'm really gonna say to address.
I think
the actual
that probably was my comment about people who already can't feed themselves having kids. I'm not encouraging them to not have kids. I'm encouraging people to think critically before they bring another life.
Yeah,
and I think that we can all get behind critical thinking.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that they shouldn't have kids. I was saying something that, somebody had said to me that I kind of did agree with, but it's just because I wouldn't do that, and I do think that there is this conversation among people where people think that having children's a right. I kind of look at it how V always says having a child is a privilege, not a right. But not everybody agrees with that. And that's fine. I get it. And that's why I'm saying we need to keep those social nets there. I think that the best thing that I can hope for out of my advocacy work is that people just use critical thinking and think about what kind of life a child would possibly lead.
Yeah. Oh, I keep going dark here. It's kind of crazy. Okay, well, with that being said, let's continue on to part 3. 3 of 4. We're getting there. We're 2.5 hours in.
We have a conclusion.
Background.
It's so funny. It's like I'm going, man, like my stamina. I mean, my stamina is fine, but it's a month out of after convention after doing that. I'm like, okay. Anyway, but I think it's because it's different when you're speaking. I don't moderating is one thing. Speaking is a whole other ball.
It's even different for me because I spoke 3 hours out of a whole 20-hour convention.
Yeah. I mean, I moderated.
The only one who's going through this for the second time the exact way that she went through it before.
For me, it was like I was just sitting up straight, okay, moderating conversation.
But we also don't have
super present. But I am. This is where I get tired because I give all my energy out, and then tonight I'm like, after this is done, I'm just gonna collapse and then be like, okay.
I'm gonna take Lexus's suggestion and go to karaoke tonight. I think to get it all.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
Today's Sunday, right? I'm like, what
day
is it?
We're off tomorrow in America.
You know what? Canada has the exact same holiday. It is our Labor Day weekend. The only thing is we spell it differently.
Yeah, because you use British English.
We use British English. So our Labor Day has a U in it.
America, call, eagle.
All right. Let's not quite derail yet. We still have another 2 hours to go. So, by the way, thank you, audience, for being here, and Rebecca, thank you for being here too. We'll let you go backstage.
I'll be back later.
Okay.
I actually had a question for you about
for me.
The overseer term. Do they call it that in the American branches?
I think they do. See, I'm
a very different history with that word in Canada and America.
Okay.
I will say.
I do belong to an ex-member support group, and I am learning a lot about how things are done in the US. It's very similar, and I have seen Americans use the term overseer. Again, every state has a slightly different variation, but that when someone says overseer and I found they're in the US, like, we're talking about the same thing. The terms they use are workers instead of ministers. And like I said, we don't have churches. Everything's done in homes. And so then overseer is there's one overseer per state and per province and per territory. And then there's nobody above that. Like, it's so weird.
I just know that a white person came up with that term too. And that's what
and I mean, I will say, that was it's very it's all nationalities involved, so it's not white based, but
right. I was just
but it was created by it was created by an Irish person, I do believe, but they disowned them, so they're not supposed to mention that anyway. Yes, to your question. Okay,
my mom's side of the family's Scottish, so every time someone says Irish, I'm like, Irish. I'm a weird blend. I have an Irish grandfather, an English grandmother, and 2 African American grandparents. And you get this. So with that, let's move on to part number 3. This is fun. By the way, how are you doing? You're killing it. Are you having fun? I was more nervous today than I was about convention, but I think it's just because I've been talking about things that are hard for me to talk about. Like I said,
yeah, me too.
I tried to get a restraining order for talking about my miscarriage before. And the judge kind of just looked at they're harassing you over a miscarriage. Like, you just automatically win. Like, there's no coming back from that. Like, and so that was the one time that pronatalism actually played out for me.
Okay.
Because I was like, they're just harassing me over a miscarriage, dude. I didn't have to bring up he was just immediately no. So it is hard because I am like that is still in the back of my mind. And so that's been the hardest part of the conversation, but I'm having a fun time.
Good.
And I think I'm able to say a lot that I can't say in a 1-minute TikTok video too. So, you know, and I think that's like the hard thing. And I was explaining the other day, like to somebody, like I like TikTok because I feel like I'm actually talking to people. Whereas like on Twitter, I feel like I'm typing to people.
Right.
I'm not super child free on Facebook unless I'm in the groups. That's because I have friends and family who are not child free on that. But this has been kind of cathartic for me because this is kind of what I've been trying to tell people on TikTok and kind of share this information. And again, I don't want it to come off as I'm saying like certain people shouldn't have children or anything in my thing, because I think that that's, like I have always said, I am a personal antinatalist. Like, I do not think that for me it would be ethical to bring children into this world, but I do not care what anybody else does.
Right.
All I'm trying to do, I think, in my advocacy, because I do deal with, I think I talk to parents in my advocacy a lot more than you do, because I'm kind of talking to them instead of, you know, to the child-free community. And I think that's important. I think that we need somebody who's going to be addressing like this kind of stuff.
For sure.
But it also puts me, I think, in a situation where I can't always say exactly what I want to say. So yeah, it's been nerve-wracking just because of me actually bringing up that period of my life.
Yeah.
But it's been cathartic.
Good.
I think we're going to get a lot more cathartic.
Now we're really getting into it. Yes. Yeah. And by the way, I will say, like, I really appreciate you having this conversation with me, because I mean, we started this in morning chat one day. It was just you and I on stage, and everyone was like hanging out in the audience, and we're like, we need to talk about this more. So thank you for doing this, because again, it's not easy, and it's been cathartic for me, because I'm open about a lot of aspects of my life, but this is probably the longest I've talked about it.
You know, I was going to say, you know, earlier, it's like, I have souvenirs from people who I have helped deconstruct or deprogram.
That's really cool.
All of those things are like, I have a Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
I have the Jehovah's Witness book. Like, I have a Catholic Bible. People give me their Bibles after they.
Okay, no, that's cool. I have my mom's Bible. Actually, it's behind me somewhere.
Well, like, yeah, they don't give me stuff that's like family stuff, but like they'll give me like.
No,
I still have, like, my friend from college was a Mormon, and I have all of her notes in her Book of Mormon.
That's cool. I like that. That's cool.
And so I can see that, like, 15-year-old her was like scribbling. Yeah.
It's
because knowing her now, you would never think she was an ex-Mormon. It's like very hilarious.
Can I, before we get into the next part, I love connecting with people. Like, I've started to connect with people that I knew from my childhood. Like, we grew up in the same cult, and we in the same area, and they are now going through their just deconstruction phase. And again, I see it more in the support groups. I am so happy, because I've been out now. So I left officially when I was 25. Like, I moved away and disappeared. Like, I remain anonymous in my current city, and I stay out of certain areas because people know me here to a point, but it's been a very long time. Like, I showed up to one funeral in 2018, and it was like I was a freaking rock star. Like, it was like, and I was like, oh crap. So then I kind of had to hide out.
I got recognized for one of my TikTok videos the other day, and that was probably the same feeling. Like, please don't talk to me in person.
Yeah.
But when I'm on TikTok, I'm not talking to people that like please don't approach me. Like, and it was just someone being like, you said what I wanted.
Yeah.
What I felt.
Well, this is why I don't publish my last name, and I don't look like, I look like this, but I don't. I have my natural hair.
I've seen your actual hair.
Yeah.
Which actually, the night that we were planning this the first time, that's the first time I've even ever seen your.
Yeah, because you would have not interacted with me. Like, if we do business together, like, anyone that isn't a business meeting with me, they see like normal LeNora, which is like no wig.
Which I'm gonna need a picture of your hair once you do that hair care routine I gave to you.
Yeah, I can't find that stuff here in Canada. They
Excuse me, curly haired people exist in Canada.
I know. What
do they think?
Okay. Anyway, we need to keep going. We'll talk about biracial hair later. All right. Thank you, audience, for bearing with us. We are going to go into, okay, is this slide number 5 now? Thought control. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Okay. All right, buckle up. Here we go.
Athena.
And of course, dogs.
No, she's just being really sleepy, and I'm like, are you good?
Well, that's okay. I say that as a pet-free person that has no understanding of pet parenthood.
I think she's just she tends to take a nap when I'm not paying attention to her. I'm sure as soon as I get off of here, she'll be like, Mom. Because if I'm not touching her, she will die. The Bible of Athena. Anyway, thought control. So this is all about like controlling what you're thinking. This is really what we're talking about when we talk about like people being brainwashed, right?
Yes.
We see it a lot in QAnon, how they think that like JFK Jr. is that random guy from Pennsylvania, which is really weird. Anyway, I'm not.
Wait, what? I remember when he died. I was so sad. He was such a handsome guy. That's not why I was sad about it.
People in QAnon think that JFK Jr. is going to come back and be Donald Trump's vice president. It's very weird. And weirdly enough, the Kennedys were Democrats. So like, I don't even.
That's such, the whole Kennedy family fascinates me. It's such a traumatic story. Anyway, we need to stay on topic because I could talk like the Kennedys. Oh, sign me up to talk about that.
Don't get me started on Marilyn Monroe and the Kennedys. I'll talk about that.
My mother was such a conspiracy theorist. Like I inherited a lot of her energy that way. Not that I'm super into conspiracy theories, but I like the morbid stuff. Like I have a morbid fascination with things.
I am much more like I like to learn about conspiracy theories, but like Jen said in like our meeting the other day, like she was like, there are just some people who fall for it like way more than others. Like I am like intellectually interested in it, but I am somebody who's not going to fall for it. Like So thought control. 1, require members to internalize the group's doctrine as truth, adopting the group's map of reality as reality. Instill black and white thinking, decide good versus evil, and organize people into us versus them. Overwhelmingly, this is the mindset that parents have about child-free people.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, backing up a little bit from saying parents, let's bring it to like pronatalism again, because I try and keep respectful to everybody, but we do have to acknowledge certain things. So, the whole continue on with your thought. I just wanted to.
Or again, that's like the people who heard me say, I'm a child-free woman, let me add some perspective, and then just ignored everything else that I said.
Right.
I didn't even realize that they were arguing with me, but I was agreeing with them.
Right. Okay, that's fair.
It's like, what are you arguing?
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
So, all right. So let's talk about, again, the thought that, the pronatalist perspective, like having kids, being a family, this is the only way to go. And what's the reality? And also to the reality of like being a child-free person, you're going to be lonely. You're going to be sad. You have no one to take care of. All like the fear tactics. Did they go into fear in this one?
Fear is emotional.
Because, all right. Well, then we'll leave that part out.
So, and here's the other thing. I'm going to hearken this back to an episode of Child Free Girls that you guys did.
New episode out today, by the way.
Gotta get that plug in. When I heard the one where you guys talked about, what was her name? The girl who was in Italy.
Oh, Amanda Knox. Yes.
Amanda Knox. How she said that she thinks that fertility should be taken into account when people give birth, and that giving birth made her so much more empathetic.
Being sentenced. Yeah. Sentencing.
And I don't remember if it was you or it might have been Isabel who said that a lot of parents say they become more empathetic when they have kids, but they really just become more empathetic to other parents. I think it was Isabel who said that. And I'm not saying that all of them do, but that's another big thing. People say all the time, as a mom, this disturbs me. It's like it wouldn't have disturbed you before you were a mom.
Right. It's that qualifier as a mom.
Like when like say like a kid goes missing and someone says, as a mom, this is terrifying. It's like, it's terrifying to me and I'm not a mom. Like that's terrifying.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
That is, and that's something that's bothered me. And it's taken me a long time to honestly to articulate that, because I think, in the beginning of my podcasting days, I was very like, nope, this is the way things are. And of course, over the years, I've not mellowed, but I have a better understanding based on conversations I've had with other people. And I have learned how to be more empathetic being in the child-free space, listening to so many different people share their stories than I am naturally. I don't consider myself, like I would never consider myself an empath. I am I'm not super sensitive. I'm tactful, but I'm not necessarily sensitive to other people. But I have become more of an empathetic person through talking with other people in the child-free space. And to me, like, I think of how I was 4 years ago, even. And even just on the topic alone of what does it mean to be child-free, my stance, if you listen to like one of the earliest episodes of Child for Girls, is kind of scary, like kind of militant as to what that definition means versus where I am now. And I just use that as a personal example, but because it bothers me when someone says like they only can become empathetic by having a kid, because I cry BS on that, because I have a long way to go, but I put up a wall, keep a wall up for a reason. But I just I don't like that statement, and because I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think there's so many ways we can become more empathetic to other people. And it's really by listening, to be honest. It's by listening.
I don't think that they realize how othering that statement is when they see it.
Which is the organizing people thing.
I think that people see okay, so here's one of the things about like parent posting on social media. I could almost write you out a script of what every single social media post by a parent looks like. And I think that, I think this goes back again to the leadership being people who are really public into making family content, at least on social media. Because I do think that those people create the blueprint.
Okay.
It's like if you've always heard people say, as a mom, I think that some people don't even think about how othering to people who don't have children that statement is.
And keep in mind that's child-free and childless. It affects both camps there too.
It does. And for childless people, that must be a lot harder.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And so see, I'm being empathetic right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you that some of the people harassing me over my miscarriage were moms. So it's like, are you really that much more? Are you really more empathetic?
And this goes back to our conversation about how we feel more at ease in child-free spaces, or can feel at ease in child-free spaces, to share our stories and just to be ourselves, because the level of judgment tends to be less. Not always the case, but.
And I mean, we even have a mom in child-free true crime room.
We do. We do. We do.
And she agrees with us. And gives us perspective, but like a lot of the time she's actually agreeing with our perspective. But like the thing is that I love having her in that space, at least because that's the room that me, Jenna, and Antoinette kind of run. Yeah. Right. So that is one thing that I really enjoy about that space, is that I don't feel like she feels as constricted either. To say what you really think.
And it's not necessarily about agreeing. Like, it's nice that when you can have a conversation with someone and they can see your point, they don't necessarily have to agree with it, because even in the child-free space, we all don't agree.
Right. I love kids, but some people don't like being around kids, and that's fine. I'm not like that, but I also tell people like it's a matter of preference.
Well, and even to think of this conversation, like right now, this is live, but this is going to be pushed in other places. So I'm really curious, like how some child-free people will take what we're presenting here today, and they may either go, okay, this is completely nuts, or I agree with some of it, disagree. Like, I don't ever want, it's boring when everybody agrees. I think, there will be different perspectives. Again, it can, there's a lot of factors at play, but I think I'm curious. Okay, I'm not going to say my opinion. I'm going to ask a question. It's like, I guess when it comes to parents, well, it doesn't really, I don't know. What is my question? Hang on a second. Sometimes
sound it out.
Yeah, I have to talk it out, and it gets there eventually. I'm curious if people feel okay to question even, anything. I guess specifically to this conversation. Do you feel okay to question what you're hearing, or I just want people to feel like they can question things. I guess that's my point.
Right, and that goes
back I had a specific question in my brain and just left.
That goes back to our whole thing about how parents who question have to be anonymous or throw in little disclaimers. I didn't doubt. And it's like, I feel like child-free people, like, okay, so that article that we were talking about earlier, child-free people would have never questioned if she loved her kids or not.
Yes, that's correct.
Parents would.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that little disclaimer was for the parents and to protect the magazine and protect her, I believe. So what does that say about thought control?
Everything. Because I feel like if somebody watches this or listens to this, whether it's now or later, I feel that they could approach us and say, you know what, I disagree with this and here's why. And you know what, we would listen. And the thing is one thing that, okay, there's a lot of things that excite me about life. But at this particular phase in my life, and this is again coming from such a restricted upbringing where it took me a long time to be able to use my voice and to be comfortable enough to say how I feel, but present it in a way that people of varying opinions can listen to and see different sides. Because I welcome all opinions for most things, but I mean, I'm still going to make my own choices. But if somehow we can highlight that you can have an open dialogue in child-free spaces about many things, specifically child-free issues, so if someone, I mean, let's look at people who don't have kids who actually are child-free by choice but don't identify as such because they think our community is ridiculous or they don't see a need to have these conversations. I welcome that because I want to know, like, why, not to change their mind, but just tell me, how do you feel? Because when you vocalize something and you explore something, again, this is what deconstruction is. It's just going through all the points
and I have been
unlearning, right?
I also worry about going too hard on the child-free thing. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that.
Okay.
I have been begging and begging for a pronatalist to explain their logic to me.
A pronatalist to explain pronatalism logic to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Because I want to know. Not that I think that it'll change my mind. I'm very, very set. Like, pronatalism or not, even if we weren't having this conversation, I cannot imagine ever putting myself through anything like that ever again, right? Especially because, like I said, there's a movie and a book called The Green Mile. And I felt like the whole time that I was going through that, I felt like I was walking the Green Mile, right?
Interesting.
For those of you who have never seen that movie, The Green Mile is starring Tom Hanks. It's a really, really good movie.
Very good movie.
And unfortunately, the guy who plays my favorite character passed away.
Michael Clark Duncan.
Clark Duncan. I love him.
That's so heartbreaking. Much. I know. He was such a good actor.
I cried when he passed away, and every time I see him at Talladega Nights too, I'm like, I love you. But he's, the Green Mile is the mile between the jailhouse and the electric chair, and to feel that bad about something that people say should fill you with overwhelming joy was the minute that I was able to actually like work through it with a therapist and work through my feelings and stuff. Mm-hmm. I was like, you shouldn't feel that way. Should not feel like you're walking the Green Mile. It wasn't that I was going to die had I gone through with it. It was just that I felt like I was walking the Green Mile to not being myself anymore. So I was dying in a way. Mm-hmm. So I have always wanted a parent to come onto one of my platforms and have an open and honest conversation with me. Like, how did you know that you wanted to be a parent? What made you want to be a parent? Because I am so obsessed with understanding people who think differently than me. That's just how I've always been. But somebody said the other day, I saw someone say there's two types of people. There's people who want a healthy debate and who are honestly curious. And then there's people who just want to argue. So it would have to be somebody who is also a healthy debater and not somebody who wants to argue, right? Yeah. Because if I ask a question back, I don't want someone who's going to take like personal offense to that. I'm just honestly trying to understand where you are coming from.
This is the problem that we've... there's a little bit of feedback, by the way.
It's because I'm way too close to my microphone. Okay, there we go.
I mean, I love my mic. I call it my sexy mic, but we have a healthy distance.
I actually wanted a different microphone, but I was broke at the time that I got this. I'm definitely gonna get another one.
That's fair. I didn't have anything. Like, I had no major electronics or microphone the first 2 years I podcasted, and then I upgraded. But
I know, because you can immediately tell when you got the microphone.
I love my mic. I love my microphone. Okay, so yeah, I know if you guys, this is like the first season of Child for Girls. It's
just like immediate. Like all of you were on the webcam.
Yeah, I know. And then we all like upgraded. It was like, wow, this sounds amazing. Okay, what was my thought? What was the last thing you said besides
that? I said that I've been wanting someone to come on one of my platforms and honestly answer my questions, because I'm never gonna, at the same point as when it's that child-free people are never going to know what it's like to want to be a parent. Parents are never going to know what it's like to be a child-free person. And I feel like just one person having that conversation publicly would do a lot.
It would. Okay, so that's what I was going to say, because again, talking about the podcast, is that we've had 2 anti-abortionists on the show. The first one was a Christian anti-abortionist, and that was just talking in circles. That was like hands down the worst conversation I've ever had in my life. It went nowhere.
I could tell your voice by the end of that episode was like.
I tell people, like, if you this is before I started wearing wigs. Like, I was already uncomfortable, and I was going through a really rough time in my life just before the pandemic hit, and my life, I just felt like everything was falling apart. But I was so angry. Like, you watch my neck get fatter during that episode, because I was holding all my anger in my neck, trying to be stoic on screen, and it was not great. But the second conversation we had, which was I think it was last year or earlier this year.
It was, because that was the first episode I found.
Really? Okay, so we had a child-free person who was anti-abortion, coming, seemingly presenting her opinions from a science point of view. She was, to quote her, pro-life because of science. So that was also an exhausting conversation. We let her speak, and then we actually had to go and fact check everything and offer rebuttals and re-edit the episode. We've never had to do that before, and I don't think we ever want to do that since because
Isabel, I could tell Isabel was getting heated during that one. Like, Isabel, like, you and Kristen like seemed less heated than when you were debating the Christian, but Isabel, I could tell in her voice was like still, and like, you know, I actually listened to that episode with my it wasn't the first one that I found. It was the first one that you guys had, like, I saw you post on Twitter after I followed you guys on Twitter. Okay. So it was about July, because my mom was here when that came out. And I listened to it with my mom, and Isabel was getting mad, and she was like, oh yeah, that's what you sound like when you're she's like, it's got to be the Colombian.
I mean, here's the thing is, those conversations aren't easy, especially when you want to go into defense mode. Like, for me, and this is where I'm learning moderating conversations, and I still have a ways to go with it, but I try and remain neutral, because I do want to, and this is where it does excite me to talk to people who differ in opinion, because I want to hear both sides. Also, to your point about having a pronatalist on, like, I want to hear both sides, not because I need my mind changed or that I'm doubting things, but again, I always take the approach of, I don't want to silence people. If you're being a freaking moron, I will tell you to be quiet and listen. But I want people to speak up, because
not every pronatalist is anti-abortion either. And we had that conversation that a lot of the pro-choice narrative in the United States around giving birth is that 65% of women who give birth who have abortions are already mothers, or they're in a situation where it's dangerous for them.
But they want to throw child-free people under the bus for this.
And they do. But you know what? I'm the poster child for being denied an abortion.
Yeah, you are.
Look what happened. Mm-hmm. And I don't have kids. So does that inherently mean that my experience is less than a mom who actually has to carry it to term? Like, just because my body did what it was supposed to do at the last minute. But
so, I mean, that really speaks to point D under the one section, also deciding what's good and evil. Child-free people are evil. Parents are good. Let's move on to
change person's name and identity. I'm gonna also put 3 because I only have like 1 point for number 2. The use of loaded language and cliches which constrict knowledge, stop critical thoughts, reduce complexities into platitudinous buzzwords. So I would say change person's name and identity is that a lot of moms say that they lose their identity.
Yeah, hear that all the time.
And honestly, as a child-free person, I can't imagine losing my identity. Like, my identity. And that's why I think I need people to understand why we call ourselves child-free, because If part of your identity can be mom, then part of our identity can be child-free.
But again, because I agree with that. This is pushback I see on social media where it's like, you're making an entire page about your identity for not having kids. Like, what's wrong with you? I love that comment because it's so ridiculous, because they would not say that to parents at all.
Like, imagine if one of us went onto a mommy blog and we're like, why are you making your whole identity around
we would probably be banned. Like, something would happen.
I would get kicked off of Instagram and never be allowed to be back on it again. That's why I don't do it. But there have been times where
why you don't do it. Well, also it's rude.
Okay, so there have been times where people have come at me like that, and I have been like, I want to go on their account, find a picture of their kids, and be like, but I have to stop myself. And here's the thing: child-free people are not allowed to be assholes. Not that I want to be an asshole, but I've been trying to explain to people, like on TikTok and stuff, that a lot of child-free people who do end up being assholes to parents, it's because of years and years of having to be silent about our feelings.
Yeah.
Why do you get safe spaces? Because you have kids, and we can't have our safe space. You guys are coming into our safe space.
And this is again one of the, it's not the biggest thing about pronatalism, but it's so, I don't know by a show of hands who's agreeing with anything that we've said today, and I really hope that people send us their feedback, because I again welcome all of it.
Well, I'm sure we're going to ask about it tomorrow.
I expect a lot of messages after this, but I just, why do I? Oh gosh, it's hard to keep my thoughts straight.
You know, I will also go into this and say, bringing it back to like just like cult like things in general. When I was I don't even want to say it, but when I was a Republican,
are we still friends?
So much more tied to the idea of being a Republican than I was to actually looking at the policy. But now that I'm a leftist, I don't care. Like, I'm not making being a Democrat my entire identity. Whereas when I was a Republican, it was my entire identity. Any attack on Republican conservative ideology was an attack on me and my family. Whereas now, like, if someone doesn't agree with me, I'm like, okay, I think that you're an asshole, but like, that's cool.
Now, okay, so let's just stay on that subject for a second.
Pro-lifers make it their identity too.
But does that have anything to do with being secure in who you are, though? Because look, I get attacked for my child-free stance and other things, but I am secure in my choices. I'm secure in myself as a person, and I'm secure in life.
Cults offer a false sense of security.
Oh,
I was getting mad
because
I was getting mad because I was actually secretly questioning those beliefs. But I think that sometimes the people who are questioning their beliefs are the ones that fight back the most. It's like the thou doth protesteth too much about the men, the senators, there was a senator in the 90s, and he was the most homophobic jerk ever, and he was caught in a dressing room with a male prostitute.
Of course he was. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. And you don't see people on like who are more progressive in thought getting caught like that, right?
No. Okay. Well, and yeah, okay, so that answers the question, because I feel, again, like I even look at the exchange I had with my aunt today, who is child-free, but different generation, and I haven't spoken to her in a while, and I don't, like, she's obviously got something on there. But even when she sent me like this really intense email, really knocking like the whole sterilization article, because I was in the
so she saw the article, and then
I sent her the Daily Mail article that was about sterilization, and I'm again not sterilized, but they had interviewed me, and so I had given my thoughts, and I don't even know if she read my segment, but she just went off, and
probably on the Gen Z girls.
So but she was making it about me, so I read it, and I didn't feel a certain way, because again I have a 4-year body of work in the child-free space that I am proud of, and that I am, again, secure in my decisions. I stand by what I have done and what I say, and my thoughts have evolved over the years, but I am secure in, like, people can come at me with their thoughts and opinions that completely disagree and try to obliterate me, and I will listen and I will absorb it, but I won't internalize it to the point where I'm going to get shut down. It takes a lot. You can't shut LeNora down. You really can't, unless you kill me. So, you know.
When I first came into the child-free space, I was so angry.
And most people are. I find most people are.
Angry at my friends who I felt like, you know, weren't giving the same energy because they had kids. I was angry, and I honestly became very angry at children for a little bit.
Okay.
That was something I had to work through with my therapist, and I'm just going to be honest right now. I got angry at children because I felt like those, like, when my friends had kids and were not acting the same, were not giving me the same, I was blaming their kids.
Okay.
Like, if you had never come into the world, then it wouldn't have been messed up. I didn't make this choice. Why am I the one paying for it?
Yeah.
And I had to really work through that with a therapist. But what I'm trying to explain to parents is that you can avoid your friends becoming angry by just listening, because nobody was listening to me until I found the child-free community and people were echoing my thoughts back and validating my thoughts and my feelings. And honestly, finding the community was more healing than therapy in some ways, because you guys were echoing back what I was feeling and telling me it's okay to feel that way. But when you are child-free and you don't have the community, that is, I think that a lot of the people who express like hatred towards like kids and family, I didn't really mean that I hated kids. All I meant was that I felt so invalidated and like I didn't matter anymore.
Right.
And that's a hard thing. And I think that a lot of people who do express those opinions, what I've been trying to say is, you know, I think everybody kind of goes through that journey a little bit. I think everybody's a little bit angry when they come in before they actually have the child-free community in the space, which is why it's so important for parents to let us have this community and not try to spy on us and let us validate each other and our opinions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that, you know, things my friends that I thought I was friends with were saying to me were horrendous. And like I said, I was sitting in the ER with sepsis and people were talking about baby stuff. Mm-hmm. Do you know how hurtful that was to me? In the moment.
I don't know, but I can imagine, yes.
Right. And in the moment, that was the lowest that I have ever felt. But I don't think that they meant to do it. I think it was pronatalism. You know what I mean? It's like, and then I learned what pronatalism was and I started deconstructing it. And I'm no longer angry at individuals anymore. Look at that. That's why what I'm getting at is that's why this conversation is important, because while parents want support from their friends who don't have kids, it's a two-way street. I'm not going to, like I had told you, and I showed you the cards, I'm not going to pour into an empty cup.
Mm-hmm. You know, and it, to the point about friends, like parents with friends, because I have shared this in like child from morning chat spaces, and you know that is one thing that I'm not struggling with as much because I've had to let certain people go, but I will say that it is kind of a lonely experience when you do embark on really advocating for this. I've always had a small social circle. It's you know, I've lived a variety of life experiences, and so you know I'm kind of a social butterfly. Like I've got people at certain points in my life, and then you just naturally go your ways, and I'm good with that. Like I never force people to be in my life for any extent of time. If it's naturally for them to come along with me, great. If not, that's cool too. The last couple years have definitely, I mean, I have gotten some really, really great, amazing friendships with people in the last couple years in the child-free space, because in my, like, in real life, you know, normal LeNora living here on the Canadian prairies, a lot of people have like disappeared because I mean, okay, we were shut down a lot during the pandemic, but it's not that I had to distance myself, but life has gone a very different direction. And you put yourself out there to a certain point, and people have always been supportive. Like those who know me have been supportive that I'm not going to have kids. But once I started talking about it, it took it to a different level and people reacted a little bit differently. I still have a lot of support, but I think of even those who were my closest friends, like we don't talk anymore. And I mean, I'm also very busy, but I'm never too busy for people, but it's just, there's been a massive disconnect, and it is a bit of a lonely experience. Like, to be honest, when you kind of venture out in this way, and, you know, I'm starting to, I don't know, be seen a bit more. And it's hard because I have been supportive. Look, we talk about when your friends started having kids. And to me, the hardest experience was when my brother started having kids, because it didn't change our relationship. Our relationship is great. My dad and my brother are massive supporters of what I do, and I really appreciate it. But I was supportive of my friends when they had kids. And again, I don't support people with the expectation they support me back. I do demand respect. We respect each other whether we agree or not. That respect is a two-way street, and if you're not going to respect me, then you're not in my life. But again, I don't expect them to I don't know what I'm trying to say. Well, I realize that like they can't come along with me in this journey, and it really sucks sometimes. So I'm like, oh my God, I'm kind of by myself.
But then look at the connections that we've made. Like a year ago, I was just listening to your podcast. Like I like her, and now we talk every day.
Yeah, no, I mean, the right people come along, but it's hard for a while.
What is so? To me, it's like it got to the point where when I first became child-free, I had to make a fake apology on Facebook just to get people off my back.
Yeah.
And that's when I decided my Facebook was not going to be where I do this. Because people that I knew in real life that I was like considered myself friends with posted a video about making fun of child-free women.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that happens.
It's like, so we can't say anything negative about pronatalism or parenthood, but you can make fun of me.
Yeah.
And the worst thing about it was a woman who didn't even have kids. She just wants them one day.
Yeah.
And like obsessively to the point where it's like, are you going to steal a baby? Like type of thing. But like, it's like, you have dogs. You call them your mom. You travel all the time. I'm not out here doing any of that stuff. Why are you making fun of me when you're doing the exact things that this video is making fun of? And also, why did the mom who even posted that TikTok to begin with think that it was necessary to make fun of child-free women for being proud of their child-free choice? You can be proud of being a mom.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the kind of parents that I do think are in the toxic trenches of pronatalism, and that you are so unhappy with your life. I've always said the most happy parents are the ones that support the child-free community, because us making a different choice is not a judgment on them. Like your brother likes being a dad.
Yep.
Your brother probably might revise the way he became a dad.
I think he would, yes.
But he's told you, I always wanted to be a dad.
Well, no, he not to that point.
That was in the cards.
Yeah, he figures that he probably would not have been child free. No,
right, but like I think he might have revised the way he came about.
Yeah, maybe waited a few more years instead of being 19. But yes,
right. I mean, I think anybody would in that situation. But the whole thing about it is, if you're actually happy with your decision being a mom, then you'll be happy with us. I think again, it's thou doth protesteth too much.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. All right. What point are we on?
We are encourage only good and proper thoughts.
Okay.
I don't think hypnotic techniques is like relevant, so we're going to skip 5.
Well, but you know what? I would argue, though.
Hormones.
I mean, this is. Oh, don't get me started on hormones. Although, no, hang on. Advertising, marketing. I think that's hypnotic.
Yeah.
You're constantly everywhere we go, everything's geared towards families. I consider that hypnotic. You can disagree with me on that one, but I
think that it's true. But when I think about like a hypnotic state, but like you're right, that is subtle propaganda, like subtle messaging. So let's see. Memories are manipulated and false memories are created. Again, that's
Instagram.
Instagram, but again, that's those people who are like, I used to be child free once, and it's like I feel like you're just remembering yourself as child free so that you can one up us. Like you weren't actually child free, you were just being responsible and waiting until you were old enough and ready.
And see, knowing you want kids or feeling you want kids one day, that's not child free to me. You just don't have children in the moment.
Right.
People use the term child free for now. I don't really buy into that, because that's still hijacking child free. That is
I actually had men say I'm child free for now on dating apps before. I was on them.
That's no.
And I'm like, okay, well then I'm still not going to date you, because there's a we could date for 2 years and you could be like, I want to have kids, and I could be like,
I don't get. I used to get involved with people who had kids like on a sexual level, but now I won't do that either.
No, and I did once. And it was still weird.
Yeah, well, come on, like when you're horny, they're like, sorry, I gotta take my kids somewhere. I'm like, come on. No, I mean, I like I said, I don't date,
I mean,
but
he never did that, but it was still just like I had it in the back of my mind.
That happened one too many times. I'm like, this is stupid. Like, why am I doing? I mean, I was in my 20s, but still. Oh, hey Cody, hi. He texted me. He got some of the live stream. Okay, he's giving it the thumbs up. He's not shutting us down yet, so that's good.
Okay.
Thanks, Cody.
We love you, Cody.
We love you, Cody.
Speaking of men we respect.
Shout out to the child-free guys who've been watching this.
Oh wait,
still
did
there,
we accidentally change the panel? We did. Okay.
Wait.
We accidentally went to emotional control. We're only on numbers.
Oh no. We have the saving for the best for last there. Okay, let's keep going.
Teaching thought-stopping techniques which shut down reality testing by stopping negative thoughts and only allowing positive, including denial, rationalization, justification, wishful thinking, chanting, meditating, praying, speaking in tongues, singing or humming. Guys, I messed up on the slide. That should have been A instead of 8. I don't know why it did that. That's PowerPoint. It just automatically changed it. But
okay.
So basically, we're just talking about thought-stopping techniques, which is like, the praying, the chanting. And I would think like thought-stopping techniques, like as far as pronatalism goes, it's that stigma. It's that as soon as I start to think that that I want to vent about anything, I'm boom. It stops you.
Mm-hmm.
It's the judgment. And again, it's judgment from other parents most of the time, because if a mom said to me, this shit's hard, I'd be like, cheers. Do you want a glass of wine? Like,
yeah. And do you want to talk about it? I mean, allowing only positive thoughts. I mean, again, this actually does also apply to child-free spaces, because look, there are you can go to groups where it's like happy thoughts only. Let's only talk about the good stuff. I create spaces where we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the whatever. Like,
and that's those child-free people who don't think that the child-free space is necessary just because they have not individually done stigma. But it's like, just because you haven't experienced it, it's just like gay people who have never had anyone be outwardly homophobic to them. It's like, just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it.
But quite honestly, Laura, I don't necessarily believe that there is there's a child-free person who has not faced some sort of stigma. They may not react to it. They may not feel.
No, and I think that's that pronatalist conditioning where it's like, okay, well, I made this decision, so I'm not allowed to talk about it. And when you're a woman, honestly, you're not allowed to complain about any part of your reproductive life.
Oh, when you're a woman, you're not allowed to do many things, apparently.
So rejection of rational analysis, critical thinking, and constructive criticism. Let's just go take a look at my TikTok comments from those videos over the past 2 days, huh?
That, you know what? Okay, so I have had one video that's gone to 1.2 million views, and that was on TikTok. That took an entire month of my life to go through those comments. And I still I don't do anything on TikTok, but that thing's still feeding the machine. I mean, look, Laura and I can tell you, never wish to go viral unless you are ready for it emotionally.
Oh, and even yesterday, I had to put my phone down and do paper because I was just like,
it's exhausting.
Yeah. Well, because it's like you get the same 3 comments and the same 3 bingos over and over again, and you're like, I cannot respond to every single one of you. Please see comment above.
You know what I did is I copy and paste. I have on my phone, my lovely iPhone that I had customized because it's my computer. I have things like standard responses for different things that I just copy and paste. And
hanging out with LeNora is just this.
Or what?
This is what you see when you hang out with LeNora.
Oh, look, come on. Well, no. If we hang out in person, I am not on my phone. I am not like LeNora here. I'm still the same personality, but
dirtier. No, anyway.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's true for certain people,
because
not for everybody.
Even the jokes, you're being a lot cleaner, publicly than you are.
Well, I have to because I'm representing child-free media, and I appreciate a good innuendo, and I like to flirt, but
I also think that that's the benefit of working with your friends.
Well, look, with the converse, I don't. It's not that I present myself because I'm still I'm always like this. Well, unless I'm pissed off, but that gets really fun. But I'm at that point where I can be myself, even though like I have to alter my appearance a little bit just to really make myself comfortable. But I've been doing it enough times now that I'm okay. Like I could not wear a wig and I'd be fine. But I also have fun with the glam thing. But the point is I want people to put people at ease. I want to feel like you guys, we can have a back and forth conversation, because these are not easy conversations. It's not easy to share what we're sharing, right? But I want to set the tone where people can speak up, because again, I know what it's like to be repressed and not being able to express yourself. And that to me is the worst experience in the world. I am an expressive person. I live to express myself, and everyone's going to express themselves differently. You're not all going to be like me, thank goodness, because the world would be way too loud. But I use my personality as a way to put people at ease, hopefully. So then you can share and we can talk through it, because it's important, even if we're just texting. But yeah, if we're in person, I'm not going to be on my phone. I'll listen to you.
These last three, well, I was just joking because you're like, I work on my phone.
Anyway. See, then I also take things too seriously. Look, if you're going to say something to me, I'm going to respond.
Forbid, I'm going to put these last three together because I think they all
10 to 12?
Okay. 10, 11, 12, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Forbid critical questions about leader doctrine or policy allowed, labeling alternative belief systems as illegitimate, evil, or not useful, and instilling a new map of reality. Basically, you're not allowed to think critically about
having kids.
Yeah. We're illegitimate. We're evil. We're all child haters. We actually eat children. That's the diet that me and LeNora follow, in case anybody wanted to know.
That's gonna be a soundbite taken out of context. Thank you.
I am an evil, child-hating lesbian divorcee. Just so
Wait,
you know,
you were married? Okay.
No, I wasn't married, but somehow I'm still a divorcee. And in instilling a new map of reality, it's like, I feel like, again, that also, I know that some of it's hormones, and I know that experience, and I'm very empathetic to that experience. But I do feel like some people think that, you know, and I think this goes back to our question of status. It's like being a wife and a mother used to give, and Kristen just published a video about this. It's like, if you're a wife, that's okay. But until you have the kid, your relationship's not real.
Right.
And it's like, I literally had somebody say, have fun with your, like I was like, I want to get married one day. And someone said, well, have fun with your, like, random, like hit of dopamine. And I'm like, how is a whole ass marriage a random hit of dopamine?
God, I could argue children are the same thing, but whatever.
Those hormones. And I think that's why so many people get pregnant 9 months after having kids, because there's a mom influencer on TikTok who I love to hate watch. I'm in the snark Reddit for her. It's Alice from Alice and Fern, and she's just, honestly, it's a whole mess. It's a whole vegan, like, what the heck's going on here thing.
Oh, you lost me at vegan, okay.
So, but she, like, literally gave birth like 3 weeks ago, and she's like, I want to have another one. And I think that those hormones, like, set you up to have baby fever too. But I think that, again, this goes into that status question, and how I think that a lot of women, because in the 90s and early 2000s there still was status, but now we're starting to see women who are single and child-free well into their 40s being celebrated for the fact that they are single and child-free. We're starting to see the articles and the studies come out saying that single child-free women make the most money. We are the happiest demographic. And that's even when you break it across race, religion, political affiliation, everything else. We are the happiest demographic across, like, at every age, at every, at every milestone. And I think that kind of feels like attacking mothers to some people, but really, I think it's when you are in the majority and you're getting status from something, and then suddenly people who are in the minority are starting to get attention. I think that it feels a lot more like people don't recognize the feelings of, you know, there's not, like, nowadays, if you want to be a parent, you have to do it because you want to be a parent, not because it gives you some kind of magical status or because it's the next thing, the thing.
Yes. And this, I just feel like that thought process, it skewers so many things, because this is why I like to ask people questions, because,
like, I did it. I got married. I had the kid. Where's my status?
But and why? Like,
and why is that lady getting attention for being single and child free? You know?
Well, and this is why I like to talk to people of all different lifestyles, is because I want to know, like, why did you make the decision you made? Like, what and not everyone's open to that, so I don't pry too much. But I just, it's partly because I'm curious, and it's not because I need to question my own thought process, or my own choices, but it's just I'm legit fascinated. Why do people make the choices that they do?
Right, but we are not allowed to ask that question.
No, we're not.
They're only allowed
I'll do it anyway.
They're only allowed to bingo us.
Mm-hmm. But okay, so to wrap this particular section up, because I need to power down for a second. Do you feel that the more, if we had a few people who are willing to, again, I'm thinking pronatalists who are willing to have those conversations, and it's coming from someone who does have kids, do you feel that the child-free conversation would get a little better reception if we started including?
I do.
Okay. I feel like I set you up just for an easy answer, but I really see. Here's the thing: I really hope that people, and I'm going to say child-free people specifically, I really hope that we get to that level of understanding collectively why it's important to have these conversations with people outside of the community. So yesterday I posted on my Instagram, well, on my social media, I posted the article, the Daily Mail sterilization article that I was in, and someone who doesn't follow me, but I don't think they're familiar with my work, but they commented, they're like, oh, it was a shame it's the Daily Mail because that is not the readership you want. And I said, I've been doing this for 4 years. I talk to everybody within and beyond the community. I don't want anything I do, including this exact conversation. This is not only for child-free people. That's why I do everything publicly. I do not need to preach to the choir. I want people without kids to find these conversations and to hopefully everyone gets something from it, whether it's making them think or feel better or whatever it is, because it's all individualized. But none of this is for child-free people, like exclusively.
Right. And I could hear a parent talk about why they had kids and still feel confident in my choice. And I think that also, I feel like some parents might feel better once they hear our reasoning and they feel more solid in their choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Like sometimes having those conversations makes you feel more solid in your choice, and it's not a moral judgment. I just want people to stop associating morality with how many kids you have.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's almost a great way to end this part.
Right, because I have to use the potty.
Okay. All right. So we are going to take a break. Well, Rebecca and I will cover everything. I'll put you backstage and wave when you're ready to come back on.
All right.
Okay?
Okay.
Whew. All right. Rebecca, you ready? I don't want to be here by myself. Thank you, audience, again for being here. I appreciate you. I feel like we haven't talked in an hour.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's been like forever. And
I've only gotten 650 messages from you.
I know you don't have pets, but that is a long time in dog years and cat years. Just
I would not know. Oh boy. All right. Well, so what did you learn in this last segment?
Well, I mean, there was a lot. I mean, there's
a lot. Yeah.
There's, I mean, I'm thinking about the whole thing so far. I mean, it's definitely, I think what really hit for me was what you were talking about, the like advertising and all that with the messages and everything. I mean, literally there is like subliminal messages in everything about anything. That's
yes,
I mean,
sure.
And we live in a very PC society now. So you really can't say anything about anything without it being dissected and somebody making a comment. You know, I mean, even certain symbols that we're seeing, on packaging and all that, are now, I mean, I just learned that a gnome, like I learned this a couple of weeks ago, that a gnome, like just is a symbol for swinging. Like to me.
What the little creatures?
Yeah. That and a flamingo. So
what? Okay, look, I
told my best friend about this, and because she's obsessed with garden gnomes, and I was like, are you gonna stop collecting garden gnomes now?
Is this universal or is this American?
I am not sure, but this was a conversation that we had at work.
Okay, like, look, I am not as innocent as I appear to be.
You're
I
innocent.
I am familiar with swinging, but I did not know that flamingos and gnomes have any.
Those creepy little things that people put outside their homes. I need to go remove my friend's step then. No wonder my doorbell keeps ringing. Oh my god. That same best friend also sent me one where it's got, I said, I'm creating a garden outside, like a porch garden, and I need a garden gnome because she was obsessed with them, so it's gonna make me think of you. And she sends me one with these two busty ladies, and it says, "Let me take a selfie." I can't right now. I guess it's a good thing you're editing this. Oh my god. I'm a little overtired. Maybe I can't believe it. How did I not know that? Well, I didn't know that until a couple weeks ago. I mean, I only knew about the pineapples. I didn't know about the gnomes. Oh my god. Okay. I don't even know what to say. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't wear any eye makeup today. I mean, we're talking about pronatalism. Now I'm talking about garden gnomes and swinging. I mean, but hey, it all ties into symbolism, and I mean that, and people are creating a reason to get upset, and they're creating a reason to argue. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I just can't get over it. Remind me later, and I will send you a picture of those gardens. We are gonna have like the best inside jokes now for like a year. Laura's gonna wonder why we're Oh god. Okay, so yeah, this is what I'm like if I'm. Well, it doesn't take much to make me laugh, but that's me just kind of getting hysterical. Oh my god. Okay. I can't. We give you, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving you a break from all the serious stuff, and you know what, I appreciate that. I don't know if Laur knows this, but she's not ready yet. I just but audience, did you know that? Like oh my god, I can't. Laur, oh my god, you just missed the best part of Laur. I almost have to like excuse myself. I'm gonna be right back. You know what? You can tell Laur I'm gonna be back. I need a minute. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
This is your fat cat content for the day.
Oh no, you okay? So, LeNora was asking me, like what I thought about, this part of it. And I was talking about like the subliminal things. And then I was also mentioning that a couple weeks ago at work, we were talking about, well, it was brought up at work that garden gnomes, or just gnomes, are actually a symbol for swinging. And I did not know.
And upside down pineapples.
Yeah, I knew about the pineapples, and I didn't know about the flamingos. And LeNora did not know that. And she was you missed her almost dying from crying so hard. Because that's why she had to excuse herself. She thought she was overtired, but I think it's just really funny. So I was telling her about the garden gnome that I have on my porch, because I asked my best friend to send me a garden gnome for my little porch garden that I had. And she sent me one. It's got two busty ladies and who have a camera. It says, "Let me take a selfie." So, and I guess she's got a garden gnome outside her door. And she's like, "No wonder my doorbell rings so much."
Oh my god! Can you imagine if that's how they chose people? Like you just knock on their. Oh my god!
I just don't even. And so I had told my best friend about this, and I was like, "Are you still going to collect gnomes?" And she's like, "Yep." I didn't expect her not to, but it was just really funny. So I was trying to divert the conversation back to something serious, but at that point she was already gone. So
I got up to use the bathroom and my animals were like, oh my God, hello. And I was like, stop, guys. Chill. They need to chill. I have a dog on my lap right now. You can't see her. She's 45 pounds too, so that's fun for me.
Wow. Normally my cats are outside my door, meowing and everything, but thankfully I think like right now is their nap time for the most part, so they are pretty much leaving me alone.
Yeah, well, Athena was napping, and then I got up to use the bathroom, and she was like, I think she was trying to. My dog does not like dog food, so like she'll act like she's starving.
Of course.
And I'm like, you have a whole bowl of food right there. Like, I'm not giving.
Oh no, I have my oldest cat just turned 17, so I call her my fossil. And so we have a morning routine. You know, I'll get up in the morning because I get up, you know, like between 5 and 6:30, and she'll go, and she's on her own schedule because she's old, so she doesn't run on the time of the other ones. So I have to give her a little thing of food, and I'll, you know, just do like a little tiny, like the elderly size cat size, and I'll pour it in, and then she's got food in there, and she'll stare down at it like, and I'm like, what do you want? You're like begging me to be fed. You're waking me up to be fed. I'm going to feed you, and then you're just staring at the food.
Yeah, my dog is so sweet, but like I said, if she's not touching me, she thinks she's going to die. It's like, you're good. I'm her third family though.
Fourth. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that. I heard you talking about something about that in Child Free Chat. My other best friend Leanna, she has a dog that has separating anxiety. Like she can't even be in a different room without her. So when she goes out, Luna has her own backpack. So no matter what Leanna's doing, she has to have Luna with her at all times. Like, I mean, if she puts her down, she'll tend to freak out, even if she's looking at her.
Mine is good where I can go out, but if I'm going out for more than a couple hours, I get my neighbor to come spend like a half an hour with her. Because she doesn't like other dogs either, so I can't like necessarily take her places that like I could take a little dog, or a dog that.
You okay, LeNora? By the way, Laur knew about the gnome.
I am really glad you two did not mention this to me earlier, because we only have one more segment left.
Is it an American thing? Because I knew that.
I had to go redecorate my front porch before we continue.
Oh, did you take the gnome? Did you put the gnome out, or did you put the gnome in?
I moved it to the back.
She moved it to the bedroom.
Don't get me started. We got one more segment to do.
Is that where this podcast
Rebecca, you are the best, hands down, the best person to have backstage for this. You are going to be like with me for life. I swear to God, this is like so ideal.
We had
oh my gosh,
right. My really fat cat for our fat cat content for the day.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, I'm back.
Not start up. I'm telling you right now, if you start up,
I guess.
Before we start again, this is what I mean.
Aww. She's so cute. I love the way she looks at you.
I know, everyone's like, I've never seen like your dog looks at you with so much love, it's almost human. It's kind of weird. And I'm like,
yeah, but I think she's looking at you like, where's the other hand? The other hand is not touching me. Like, you need both.
Oh, she's looking at me like, hey mom, where's my weekly steak? You're not getting it. You had it yesterday. Well, after like she's old. I'm just like, yeah, you can have a steak.
How old is she?
She's 9.
Yeah,
she's a lab mix. For lab mixes, she's kind of getting up there. I had all like little dogs growing up, so they would live like cats would. My cat was like 20 when he died. I think my dogs were all 17, but like with her, it's like big dogs don't live as long, unfortunately. Which is the other thing that when parents are like, you're not a dog, mom. I'm like, yeah, I am. And also, mine's gonna die before I die. Like,
yeah.
Oh, I'm a pet parent. I'm 100% a pet parent. It was actually funny because I finally understood what a parent felt like. I was at the vet. This was a while back, and I'm holding Pumpkin, my oldest, who just turned 17, and I forget how old she was. Anyway, I'm holding her. She's on her leash, so she wasn't in her care, and they're getting started for the day. The assistants are coming in and everything. She walks right by me. Doesn't even say hi to me. She says hi, Pumpkin, and goes on. I'm like, okay, so I understand what it's like to be a parent because the parents are considered chopped liver. Like, right. You just acknowledge my cat. You did not acknowledge me.
No. And my vet's obsessed with my dog because they literally gave her a shot and she licked the vet while the tech was giving her a shot. Like, she's so sweet, but if she sees another dog, she turns it into a completely other dog. But if you look at the back of her tail, it's missing because a dog bit it off in the shelter that she was in. So, I if someone bit my tail off, I would also probably not interact with that group of people anymore.
Yeah, look, there's a time and a place for biting, but it's not always appropriate. So,
right. It's like, that's like Athena was just chilling, like drinking her water. Like, that wasn't appropriate. I actually have, before we get into funny story, I had a dude walk up and bite me in a bar once.
I hissed at a midget in a bar once. Does that count?
The bouncer like immediately came and like punched this dude in the face.
We need to do one more segment before we get flagged for something. Can we just...
I'm sorry, little person. Okay, well, I guess it's a good thing you're editing this.
I was like, what are you doing? Like,
I can't deal with you doing.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to before I get us banned.
This is probably
supposed to be monitoring 4 people, not being one of them.
I think that this next section is probably the one that I think goes with pronatalism the best. This is the one that.
All right, let's reset. Rebecca, we'll see you backstage.
This had the intro to the podcast me being like, you bit me in a bar once.
Look, there's a lot of, you know what? We'll talk after. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
I can see Rebecca; she's cracking up backstage. Okay, all right, we're back. See, I'm glad we keep it together more for convention than we do for.
Now we're gonna have Rebecca trolling us in the back.
Yeah, we yes, we need a troll patrol for
Rebecca.
She's nodding back up. She's like, yes. All right, on behalf of Child Free Media, I apologize for that, and we're going to continue.
Everyone,
my classes are walking up. I can't.
Don't laugh. People liked it.
I don't know. Well, we still have some viewers, so we're okay. All right, so we are entering our final segment for today because we are now at 3 hours and 42 minutes. So we'll be here for another hour probably. This is probably the biggest one, I'm gonna say. We'll get it up here.
The easiest one though to draw this.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Parallels. So
there's 2 parts to this one. Okay.
But yeah, because when I put all the ABs, almost all of them have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So
okay, gotcha.
I think that a lot of these could go together. So I'm thinking maybe do you want me to read them out and then us just have a wider discussion on this one?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So emotional control, obviously that's like controlling your emotions and like how you feel. And I think that, it goes back to that thing I said about like having my identity so tied to like having been growing up in a Republican household. And then for you, I'm sure you can say like the cult. It's like you do have, and you went back after your mom died. There's an emotional tie there.
Oh yes. We have to talk about that.
So number 1, manipulate and narrow the range of feelings. Some emotions and or needs are deemed as evil, wrong, or selfish. Teach emotion stopping techniques to block feelings of homesickness, anger, doubt. Make the person feel that problems are always their own fault, never the leader's or the group's fault. Mm-hmm. Promote feelings of guilt or unworthiness, such as identity guilt, you are not living up to your potential, your family is deficient, your past is suspect, your affiliations are unwise, your thoughts, feelings, and actions are irrelevant or selfish, social guilt, and historical guilt. Instill fear such as fear of thinking independently, the outside world, enemies, losing one's salvation, leaving or being shunned by the group, others' disapproval, and historical guilt.
Okay, where do we start with this one? So
the first thing I think that popped into my head on that last one, in guilt, is that before I was like outwardly child free, I had quite a few friends saying, "Oh, we should get pregnant at the same time,"
because the whole play date, let's raise our kids together type of thing. I mean, I've had that too. And I think even, to the conversation that, child free people we have with what happens when our friends start having kids, and even, you can have close family members for that matter. Cause I had that experience with my brother. And my brother has never said for 1 second that I should have kids. My brother knows me the best, and he agrees that I make a great child free aunt and I should not be a parent because it just it wouldn't suit me. But there's just that, for a second, it's like, okay, how do you want to still be a part of somebody's life? And it kind of goes back to our conversation about getting support from our friends who do have kids, or lack of support, there was something else, but that kind of goes into the next topic, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, and I think it's, I've always thought that like the pregnancy pact things were weird energy.
The what?
The pregnancy pact things were weird energy.
Oh,
we should be pregnant at the same time. Like that, then we'll both be miserable. Like, what are you talking about?
But I mean, okay. So it comes to mind something I saw in People magazine where it was a set of twins who married another set of twins, and they had kids at the same time.
I've seen that family. Their children are, I think they're both identical. Like, I think the wives and the husbands are identical.
Yeah, they are.
Their kids are technically DNA wise, they would come up as siblings. Because if you're both identical, you have the same DNA.
Okay. Yeah.
So their kids are siblings. Technically, if they took like an ancestry test, they'd come up as siblings, not as cousins.
Interesting.
My brothers are fraternal, so they never have to worry about that.
But I mean, even okay. So all right, are we going in order with this? Like, there's so, for me, there's so much. Like, I think of.
So yeah, let's just start with the manipulating and narrowing the range of feelings, because I think that is the core of it.
Okay.
So I think that
the selfish and wrong thing, for sure, from our child.
I mean, and I think that the core is like, even if you are a parent and you are like, this is hard, or you question this, or you're like, they're not allowed to say I sometimes miss my life before I have children. They're not allowed to say that, but I think that's a normal thing. And I think it goes into also like the feelings that you have when your friends get pregnant. You know that friendship's never going to be the same again, and it's okay to grieve that, and yet we're told we're evil for it. Or
and also, and that kind of goes along with the line of, how do you respond when you find out, like, let's say your best friend gets pregnant, she wants, or he wants to tell whoever it is, they want the child. To me, I'm at the point where my first thought is not congratulatory. My first response is not congratulatory. Unless I know them super, super well and know that they've been wanting that forever. It's kind of like, how are you dealing with it? Like,
how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I have to do that
in this current climate with like all the abortion stuff and everything going on. I have always been like, how do you feel about it? Except for my best friend, in which I knew she was trying. Like, but I had already had that conversation of like, okay, you're trying, right? But if I don't know that they've been trying or that they've wanted it, especially I think being American, because America's great. Nowadays, it's like, if my friends who live in southern states tell me that they're pregnant, I immediately have to be like, how do you feel about it? Like, one of my friends actually called me from a southern state and said, I'm pregnant. And the first thing I said was, I don't mean to sound like rude or anything, but is this you calling me, asking me for you to come to Boston? Or is this you being happy about it? And she didn't get offended at that, because I think that if you live in the United States, you know that should be the new normal, especially with me feeling kind of I feel like I have to put my money where my mouth is on those kind of topics, right? So I also think that, it's the immediate, oh, you get married, when are you going to have kids? One of my friends just got married 3 months ago, and they had the kids discussion, and they said definitely not for like 10 years and maybe not ever. But people immediately were like, oh, when are you going to have babies? And it's like, can we be married for a year first?
I mean, where I'm at with this now, and this has a lot to do with being a public advocate in the child-free on the topic. I reach out to people privately because I'm going to refer to my personal Facebook page, which I've only been recently kind of more public or putting my child-free content on there. I still do some personal stuff on there from time to time. But those people, most of them, I actually have met in real life, like they're, acquaintances, friends, relatives, what have you. And more often than not, I am aware of their relationship situation. And I don't mean to say situation in a bad way, but there have been too many times where there has been a pregnancy announcement. I am aware of the relationship and the issues in the relationship, and I see how they're presented. And that bothered me for a long time, but now now where I'm at with everything, I do not comment. I reach out to them privately and we have a discussion. And look, I mean, I am supportive of what people want to do, but I am very aware of how they present themselves. And it does bother me, but I can't, I don't say anything to them unless we're having a conversation and they need to share something. I won't approach that. That's their life. I am, I've already been through the ringer with my brother and the mother of his two children. I've watched him go through hell and back. And when I was younger, I tried to do some of us were trying to do interventions and all that stuff. And I realized you can't interfere, but I am, what I can do is I am careful and deliberate in my response to people, and I don't publicly congratulate people on pregnancies anymore. And not because I, want anyone to feel bad or I don't, it's just, I can't do that. Because that's just where I'm at with it. So, and now to the other side, or continuing that part of that conversation, it's like, do I feel weird for not doing that? Because I'm not going to be happy and joyful. I'm going to be happy if you're happy, but I'm more err on the side of caution. Because we celebrate things without thinking about what we're celebrating and why we're celebrating it. And this, to me, is such a pronatalism thing, pronatalism, whatever. It's like, it's just, we have that automatic default response. And that is something that we need to evolve away from.
I have always said, I could go get my PhD in neuroscience tomorrow and post about it, and a 18-year-old who hasn't graduated high school yet could say, I'm pregnant, and guess who's going to get more celebration?
Exactly. Not you, unfortunately.
No, I can't wait till I graduate in December, and I can be like, I have a master's, because everybody in the child-free chats could be like, yay, but I'm not going to get that anywhere else.
No.
And it's not about not celebrating pregnancies and stuff for people who want them. It's about celebrating other things too.
Yes.
And I think that looking at celebrating other things can feel like it's detracting, but it's like, what about something that, every mammal does? That's always what my thought is. It's like when people say birth is beautiful, I'm like, do you think it's beautiful in dogs and cats too? Or do you only think it's beautiful in humans? Or when they say birth's a miracle, it's like, it's actually the absolute opposite of the definition of a miracle, because a miracle is something that happens without any scientific explanation. It's literally the opposite. Not to say that it can't feel like a miracle to someone, and I'm sure it's cool if you want to have a kid if you want to have a kid and you're not grossed out by pregnancy like I am now, I'm sure it is beautiful. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
But I don't think it necessarily, and I understand colloquialisms and things that language that we use. And I'm not asking for us to stop celebrating births. I am asking for us to start celebrating other things as well.
Yeah.
And I also think that a woman could be a doctor, but as soon as she gets pregnant, the fact that she's a doctor goes out the window.
And as someone that's always been career driven, and I wouldn't even say, I mean, I am career driven, but it's more than that for me now. It's not like I need to have this career. I've found something that feels like a calling and is meaningful in a way I have never understood before. And I'm talking about what I do now as a child free advocate. Like I never imagined. Well, I don't think of this as a career per se, because it's like, what is this exactly?
That's like me with writing. It's like I have fun doing it though. So is it really?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going at a different level. Like it's just going places that I never imagined. So I'm just going along with it. But
and I have a weird feeling that the child free conversation's only going to get bigger and more chaotic for us.
Well, chaos in a good way, because this conversation is already chaotic, but in a good way, and I'll be editing some of it.
Well, good to us, maybe not good to like a pronatalist.
But that's the thing. I mean, this is I never have labeled myself as a disruptor, but you kind of have to be at some point, and I think. You know, again, this is where, like, you know, I have the podcast, but this, and you know, even with convention, but this now, like, I'm looking at the conversations I'm having with people, and this is a live one. I've recorded some other ones that will be available publicly, but I am at the point where I'm like, we have to dive deeper into this subject, because a lot of it still is surfacey, and what's going to happen is the response is going to be like, I don't know what the response will be. It's going to be a little different, and that's good. I'm ready for that, and you know, I make sure that everyone's protected. But I just feel like in order for the conversation to be seen more, like to be taken more seriously, it has to be out of the child free space. Like it's got to reach beyond that, of course. But okay, where was I going with this?
So I actually want to read a passage from this book that I have.
Okay, which book are you referencing? And say the title so anyone listening.
I am referencing The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir.
Okay.
She is an existentialist, but this was written before the second wave feminist movement in America, and in some ways inspired Betty Friedan to write The Feminine Mystique.
Okay, and when was this written?
Trying to find the year. Hold on. 1949.
Oh, so recently. Okay.
1949 was recently. It was published in 2 volumes, though. I believe the original volume came out earlier, but I have the whole.
Okay.
It was originally in French, too. I'm not reading it to you in French.
Okay, good. Because I'm Canadian, but I don't understand French, like beyond grade 2.
The woman who feels affection for her husband will often tailor her feelings to his. She will welcome the pregnancy and motherhood with joy or misery, depending on whether he is proud or put upon. Sometimes a child is desired to strengthen a relationship or a marriage, and the mother's attachment depends on the success or failure of her plans. If she feels hostility toward the husband, the situation is different. She can fiercely devote herself to the child, denying the father possession, or, on the other hand, hate the offspring of the detested man. And that, I wanted to read that because it goes back to your point of when people announce pregnancy things and you know what's going on in the relationship. And this was 1949. This is not something that anybody was saying in 1949.
Right.
Except for Simone de Beauvoir, who refused to ever marry and had a bunch of affairs, even though she's buried next to Sartre. They have an interesting relationship. I really enjoy it. I really like it. But
interesting, she was a woman who was best ones.
Child-free, unmarried, and hanging out with all the existentialist males. She was the first woman certified to teach philosophy at the University of Paris. Ever.
Nice.
And so...
why are we on slide number 2? Sorry, I think that was my fault. Okay.
But to read her take on like the emotional aspects of motherhood in 1949 just proves to me that there have been women feeling this way since at least 1949, if not before. It's just that back when women had to get married, these women would be spinsters.
Look, okay. It's been a while since I read the Bible. I had to read the Bible for a very long time. I can't even pull references really anymore. But there is no doubt in my mind that this has been a feeling since time began, whenever that was. And again, I'm not saying the Bible is real. I, at this point, don't think it is, but that's just my personal opinion. Like I said, we have a disclaimer for child-free media. Any thoughts and opinions expressed are solely those of the speakers and not of child-free media, even though I am partly child-free media. But anyway, I just, I just feel that this is not a new feeling. It's just we're able to express it on a level that's never been done before. So there's no way that everyone, I mean, there's no way that the women did not have, cis women did not have these feelings before.
This woman in 1949 calls a fetus a parasite. And the amount of gumption that must have taken.
Yeah.
I would be scared I would be intimidated to stand next to this lady in a room, honestly, after that. But I'm not saying that that's how I feel about it. But what I'm saying is it's like this proves that we have always existed. It's just that we've been quiet about it. And we're not disrupting anything, right?
That's a good point. Okay.
So I think that a lot of the pushback on our community now is that we're not staying quiet about it.
Oh, of course.
Because then emotional control. And also, if you tie yourself so emotionally to being a parent that you're tying your self-worth, you're tying your identity, of course someone saying that's not for me and I'm happy anyway is going to make you feel some type of way. But it's up to that person to kind of, again, deconstruct that. Like, why am I so mad that this person doesn't like children?
Yes.
I don't get mad at people because they don't like dogs. Like, I'm not in your DMs every day. Like, I just really think you should get a dog.
Now, why do I feel the need to defend the fact that I don't dislike pets? I just don't want them on my own, and I don't like them coming up to me if I don't give them permission.
Again, and I think that like pet-free women, especially pet-free women, have even more because it's like at least I can still publicly like show that I'm nurturing something.
Look, I'm nurturing the child-free community. You can't tell me I'm not nurturing.
You are, but like I'm saying, I think that's where that defensiveness comes up. But like what I'm saying,
you're right.
Child-free pet parents going to pet-free people and being like, you have to have it. Like nobody's like that.
I don't know. I did have someone. Well, no, it wasn't a child-free person. It was somebody who knew me from cult days who was very, very against me speaking out about being child-free because her daughter is on the fence and her daughter tends to side with me. So I know that I was kind of influencing
She's
her.
Scared she won't get
and she said this is when I blocked her. She sent me a message, and this was 2 years ago because she was chiming in on my Instagram. And I'm like, do you not realize your comments are public? But she sent me a DM. She said, why do I keep going dark? She's like, you shouldn't be so passionate about being child-free. She's like, you need to get a man and a dog. I'm like, what am I going to do with either of those? I was just like, I mean, okay, fine. Man, sure. Dog, no. But I was like, but that
I'm the opposite. I'm like, dog, yes. Man?
Well, I mean, look, the man can have his own house. The dog would have to live here. Like, no, right? So
why don't you get a man? You could get a man with a dog. And then the dog and the man live in his house.
I don't want pets traveling with me. Not that I'm sure I want people traveling with me, but no, it's just, sorry. I sound so antisocial.
I'm joking. No, you don't have to get defensive with me. I'm like, all of this is a joke because that's just so ridiculous. But here's the thing. That brings up another point. Sometimes people who want grandchildren can be more pronatalist than people in our generation who want kids.
Oh, yes.
Remember when I said that the lady who was a grandma kept coming at me for like no reason because I shared a I regret being a parent post? Like, it was just very ridiculous. I sent you the DMs. You saw them. Yeah. It was like, and like when she said mothers are selfless, I wanted to like just post all the links to crimes where mothers killed their children. Like, and like that was, but I refrained because it was on my personal Facebook.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, there can be really awesome people who are parents. There can also be assholes who are parents. There can be really awesome child-free people. There can also be assholes who are child-free.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And yet we're not allowed to judge their entire community off of the actions of one person, but they can see one child-free person say, I absolutely hate kids, and judge the rest of us till the cows come home, right? And that's where I draw the line. It's at the hypocrisy. They're entitled to their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't take the heat.
So do you call people out for doing that?
I have been in the past couple days on this And mostly I've just been calling them out for hearing I'm child free and then just not listening to anything else I said, because I'm like, you're just being hypocritical right now. Like,
yeah. Okay.
Or that they attack child free people and think I'll agree with them because I do like children. I'm like, no, we're not coming from my community, because first and foremost, that's my community. Like, you can't give me a backhanded compliment, like I've said multiple times, and then subtly attack every other child-free person, because honestly, the majority of child-free people are not going to tell a kid to screw off, right? Like, if a kid comes up to us and says hi, we're just gonna be like, hi. It's the same thing I would do if any stranger came up to me. Like, there's no child-free people who actually wish harm on children. But apparently us wanting to pay extra for child-free flights means we want children to go away forever and get hurt. Like it's like the logical jumps that are not there. There's like no connection between like what we're actually saying and what they're hearing, right?
Well, and I feel like a lot of it is too that the minute they kind of agree with at least half a point, that's them acknowledging that, oh, I could have done something different. I get that feeling from a lot of them, you know, where like you said earlier, someone who is happy in their choice to have kids is supportive of our choice to not have kids. I've had that experience time and time again. But when someone has a little inkling of like, you know, I could have thought about it, but they are not ready to even tackle that subject because for fear of what they think that implies, not what it does imply, what they think it implies.
They think it implies that they hate their children.
Exactly. But see, but this is the thing. This is where like the lack of communication and because if no one's talking about how that does not mean anything, it's just a thought. Like, and just a realization that, oh, I could have had a choice doesn't mean you feel any differently towards your kids or your experience or whatever. We're allowed to doubt our choices. We're allowed to like think about alternatives. I mean, that's not how I was raised, but that's what I've come to understand, you know? And I just feel not sad, but I feel inspired to again keep talking, not to people, but having conversation, I should say, because I prefer to have conversation.
Right, and I also think it's telling that both me and you have said time and time again, I have commented, you can come on a live with me. You can,
yeah.
You
or are you giving me permission or no?
Oh no, but back to the parents who want to.
Yeah, oh for sure.
If you want to talk about this on a live, I can, and then suddenly they're dead silent.
Yeah, you know, and again, like it's
like you want to dish it out, but you can't. Yeah. You can't have a conversation, and to me, that is like the signifier of somebody who is in a cult-like environment, right? Because the parents who support our decisions will talk about it with us privately. I mean, they might not want to be public, but they'll at least have conversations. Yeah. But like people who I have invited to DM me, I even invited people to this event, and did any of them show up? I don't think so.
It's okay. We'll have the links available. You can send it to them, and they can watch in the privacy of their own home.
And like it's funny to me when I'm like, do you want to actually have a discussion about this, or do you just want to yell at me?
Yeah.
Does it make you feel better to yell at me because you think? And that's the other thing. There's this perception of child-free people as not caring about like anything else, having no cares in the world, us all being rich, us all jet-setting. We're basically the Kardashians to them, right? Although the Kardashians all have a bunch of kids except for Kendall.
Yes.
You know, but like that's what they act like we are. And it's like, I'm asking you to have a conversation with me, but you just want to fight. And that's like the telltale sign, because people who are still in cults and cult-like environments too, going back to the cult thing, is someone, they don't want to have conversations either. It's just like trying to talk to somebody who's cute on. The way that I have gotten people to deprogram is just by being nice to them.
Well, and
like
people understand.
A lesbian and I'm talking to, or a bisexual and I'm talking to someone who's deep in fundamentalism, and they realize, oh, gay people don't hate us. They're not sinful. This girl's cool. Like, you know, but to sow that seed of doubt, it's like, again, you can't force people to deconstruct. But I do also believe that a lot of people, if you don't deconstruct on your own, you will almost be forced to at some point. And that's a lot harder when you're forced to than when you do it on your own.
And, you know, to what you said earlier, like people I feel like people are more comfortable with yelling and arguing than actually having a conversation that makes you look a little differently at something. Again, but people think that means they're going to change their mind. That's not what it is. It's just looking at looking a bit like
it's like
your view, wider view, right?
No one is expecting you, if you already have kids, to listen to our conversation and go, all right, kids, we're going to the orphanage today. Like, nobody's expecting that. But here's the thing,
Exactly.
child-free people don't want to push their... I think that the reason that they assume child-free people want everyone to get rid of their kids is because they want everyone to have kids.
Well, you know, it makes me wonder again. I keep referencing my aunt because that it didn't bother me, but because I fully expect all kinds of reactions with people, but because she's child free herself and was, you know, someone who was I have looked up to, and I still do to an extent, but it makes me I start to see it as like she viewed that. I don't even think she read it. She probably just looked at the heading, which is a bit, you know, it's kind of clickbaity, but I feel that she's thinking I'm telling people to get sterilized in order to be child free, which I absolutely am not. Like I said, I'm not even sterilized. I'm not going to get sterilized unless the IUD doesn't work, meaning like for breeding purposes. But like
supportive of me and Brianna, like, you know, it's like you not want to get sterilized and also support your friends in their...
Exactly, but I'm not saying, oh, you have to be sterilized to be child free. I'm not
really
saying...
The first sentence was LeNora Faye is not sterilized, but she's
exactly. I mean, because it wasn't something that I needed to do. If the IUD doesn't work, meaning as far as like the period stuff, then I would, you know, look into other things. But I'm like,
but it's working for you, and you don't.
It's working for me, right? And I just so I feel like I this is my thought is that she looked at the article like didn't without even reading it, because if you read my segment, there was nothing about it that screams I'm telling people to get sterilized. I'm just adding to the conversation. But I think this is like in general, and my like taking me out of it. I think that, you know, people look at what we're doing in the child-free space or just the child-free community as a whole, and it scares them because it makes you question. And this is okay. So this is something with like my experience deconstructing from the cult is that there got to a point, and this was after I joined the second time, because the second time it was my choice, kind of. Like there was a lot of dogma going, you know, your mom died, you have no one. Because look, I went through that experience alone. My dad had that community. He lost his life partner. He had that community. My brother actually had his ex-girlfriend, which is how I became an aunt. I went through that experience of losing my mother.
I see now. I see that.
Yeah. I guess let me put it this way: both my dad and my brother had a place of comfort. I did not.
Your nephews were born after your mom died, correct?
Yes, my oldest nephew was born on my birthday. He was conceived a month after my mom died, and he's like a splitting.
You guys have the same birthday?
Yep. I became an aunt on my 23rd birthday. Yeah, it is pretty cool.
It's kind of cool though. That's my aunt. My aunt was she had her 24th birthday, and I was born 2 weeks later. She was like, cool birthday present, bro.
No, it was pretty neat. But
my aunt was kind of like my sister. My aunt always jokes that her first baby picture is Carrie sees Angie for the first time, because like she's like, my mom is just like has always been. My grandparents started going away for her birthdays when she turned 21, and she said, you know what, I really enjoyed the birthday that before you were born because they stayed in the country.
Whatever it takes.
Was like about
that's not a reason to have children, but okay, whatever it takes. But
no, so my aunt was the one. My aunt didn't have the kids, but my aunt was glad my mom was like 8 months pregnant with me, because she was like, they stayed in the country for my birthday that year. That was cool. So I gave her like a great birthday present without even existing. But I think that this goes into instill fear. I think that the fear is that, you know, it's kind of like you're going to act like we do. Because I think deep down they know that they push it on people. So they assume that we're pushing, like, two people. It's kind of like, okay, I'm going to compare it to like the gay versus straight kind of existence, right? somehow some straight people thought that they were losing rights because gay people gained the ability to get married.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You're not losing anything. Somebody else is just gaining a right. But I think it's because they knew that they were wrong deep down.
Ooh, yes. Okay. Well, so, I mean, then you could say
what you're losing is actually people agreeing with you.
But you could also say that on the race side of things too, though.
Right. It's like once we did desegregation in the United States led to the pro-life movement. Because they wanted more white, they didn't want to be the minority, and the kind of like, to me, it's like when
they
white
still
people
don't want to be the minority.
When white people say I don't want to be the minority, I'm like, why? Does America like treat minorities wrong? But the thing is, I've never heard one black or Hispanic person or brown person say I want to take rights away from white people. You know, like
fair
no
point.
one says that.
That would be very confusing in my situation because I'm half black and half white. So what am I going to do?
Well, I said if they overturn Loving v. Virginia, are my parents still married?
Well, and that is scary. As a product of an interracial marriage, that is a scary thought. I mean, again, different situation up here in Canada, but that hits close to home. It really does. You know, I think, again, like,
so people don't want kids born out of wedlock, but if you overturn Loving v. Virginia, there's going to be a lot more bastards in the United States, right?
but the heart of it, what do people care about? Are they like, I think it's, you know, we talk about this in even morning chat, and Chanel brings this up a lot because it's such a good point. It's like, do they even really care about the people who are born? It's just like just getting new births happening, and then that's it. Like, you're on your own. It's so ridiculous. Like, I just feel
because look at the states that have outlawed abortion and look at how well, and Texas's DCF system, their Department of Family Services, DFS, they have children in hotels. They cannot get enough foster parents.
But that doesn't stop them from, like...
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. And then meanwhile, in states that want abortion, we have great systems. We have public transportation here. We have expanded Medicaid. There's a community organization next door where you can get a whole bag of fresh farm-grown local vegetables for $2 a pop. And that's subsidized by the state. And these programs, Mississippi doesn't have water right now. Jackson, Mississippi doesn't have running water. So you don't care about those pregnant women.
How long has that been going on? It's not like...
Since they had a flood, and they said it might be inevitable. And Jackson is, you know, and like the thing is, the governor was like, yeah, we've known for years that this was bad. Sorry, I'm like, I've been sitting in the same position for hours, and I'm changing my
position. Restless myself. Okay, let's keep going down the list because we still have one more slide to go through after this one. So I think
instill fear again. That's just going back to that. It's also a fear of, again, what you said. It's a fear of realizing you could have made a different choice.
Yeah. And then how does someone unpack that, right?
Right, and I think that the people who are most fearful of talking to us are the people who might decide that they don't want to be a parent anymore, and then you're stuck.
Yeah.
Or
I have that fear too.
You know, and I also have to wonder, I want to ask your opinion. Why are there so many more to me, it's like grandparents are the worst or parents who have older children are the worst when it comes to prenatalism. Like someone, the person you grew up with, her not wanting her daughter to listen to you. But then again, you said your nephews know what you do, and they're allowed to talk to you, and your brother's not scared.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think that I think some people who want grandkids are even more pronatalist than people who want kids?
Well, I know in this particular situation, this woman, that's her whole identity. She got married very, very young, as kind of a standard in that organization. And because that was expected. I mean, my parents did not expect that of me, but I went to 5 weddings the year I graduated from high school. The youngest was 16. Right. And so like that was her experience. She had kids. She moved to different countries. She was originally from New Zealand. She moved to Canada, met somebody. She was like 17, 18, got married, had 2 kids. And she never, I mean, there was about other things at play. But that was her entire identity, was being a mother. So again, she's known me since I was young, and our parents, like, she was friends with my parents. Her and her husband were friends with my parents, and I was very surprised at that reaction. But when I look at that has been her entire identity, and anyone that knew me as a young person, I've like, this is why I got into music really young, but I developed a career for myself very young too. I was 15 when I started. I had a music studio and I was performing because that was my way out. And actually, to that point though, that's why my career crashed, like from the musician side of things, was really hard, because that was my entire identity. Because I used music as a way to get out of the cult. Even though I went back, I was still working as a musician. So when that died at like the end of 25 and 26, around the quarter life crisis, that broke me. I mean, it was kind of worse than losing my mother, because my entire identity was wrapped up as being a violinist, and I did not know who I was. So it took me a few years to get over that, and then figure out who I was just as a person. And so I can understand that, when someone makes children their entire identity, I mean, you can use this anything. It doesn't have to be kids. It can be anything. When you make something your entire identity, and then that goes away, it's like the scariest thing in the world. And to me, it may look like child-free, whatever is my identity, but it's not. It takes up most of my time.
You're just public about it, because that's
what I am. But I have a strong sense of self at this point, right?
I will also say I got really, really deep into the LGBT community and the lesbian community. Like,
okay,
really, really, like, because those were the people that I related to the most.
Right.
Nobody cared when I discovered that I was attracted to men, but I made it such an integral part of my identity that I had a crisis. I explained this as like, when I figured out I was attracted to a man, I was almost as freaked out as someone who's deep into conservative Christianity and figures out they're gay.
Well, look, I mean, we've talked about this, and we haven't actually talked about sexuality as much as I think we were going to, but
I think that there is, when you make your sexuality your entire identity, or the fact that I was attracted to women my entire identity, that was on me. That was not anything the community was doing. But
at the same time, you can't fault yourself, because I understand that, in the sense that, like, again, upbringing, it's just told, you're taught, you're not even taught, you're just told,
I went head first,
you're going to be attracted to a man, right?
Right. And for me, it's like, I think I used it as a form of rebellion against greater society. I mean, when I was younger, I was like, I'm never going to get married. I'm never going to have kids. I still don't want kids, but I would like to be married one day. And I think I've told you, I don't want a wedding.
Why?
I want the marriage. But it's not even marriage. It's more like I would like a life partner.
But you can have a life partner without being married, though.
That's true. I think for me, I want the benefits.
Oh, you want the
I don't get tax benefits for children, so I would like
Fair
tax.
enough.
And just that it's like, for me, it's like I like the idea of living with a partner, but it would have to be someone who I know I can live with. I think.
Now, do you think you know that sooner rather than later, or you're going to wait 10 years to figure that out? That you can live with somebody?
Well, I tried it when I was like 22 and it didn't work out. And I haven't tried it since, but
yeah, I mean,
I think I was too young, I also think
too, it wasn't the right person, because I've done that too, and it's just like, it was fine for a time, but no.
It's like, I think there are things that I can notice that I'm like, this would be compatible, or this would not be compatible.
Yeah.
And where I am now is like, there's a lot of things I notice where like, we'd actually be super compatible. Like, neither of us really watch TV that much. Like, stuff like that. Just like little things that like you don't think about, right?
Right.
Like, my ex who I lived with was playing video games all night and wouldn't pay attention to me, to the point where I walked into where he was playing video games in like lingerie and he didn't even look at me because I was trying that hard to like get his attention. That's not something that I want to do anymore. Right?
Yeah. Oh no, it's good to know what
But I also noticed like little things like that relationship I can think about when we were out, it was like, it wasn't very affectionate. Like where I am now, it's like he he has to be touching me, like, you know what I mean, like that kind of stuff, like, and that's important to me, like physical affection is important to me. I don't really believe in love languages because I'm a little bit of everything, but I do think that there are certain ways in which people express those things that like work for me or don't work for me. I think that the other thing is like the autism. It's like there are some things that I just cannot make myself do. So I would need a partner who can pick up those things and then let me do the things that I'm really good at, like as far as household stuff, right?
Well, look, compatibility, love language or not, like, yeah, you have, there's got to be the right.
But I think that you can notice that.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think a lot of people don't look for that stuff. I think that's how you see so many people splitting up after having 2 kids and stuff. It's like when you get pregnant and you're still in the honeymoon phase of the relationship, you're just in so much bliss because of all those hormones and all the attention and all the congratulations. And then, but it's like 5 years from now, are you going to be able to say that? And I think I told you that we had a conversation about him kind of saying, well, I always thought that I would have kids, and he told me what he would name them, which is funny because one of the names was actually a name that I had chosen back when I thought that I like went bonkers for some reason and thought that I maybe wanted them. And I was like, okay, well, that's weird. But like, anyway, I told him, I'm like, listen, like, I'm very, very set in my decision. Like, basically, my partner would have to, I would have to be an absent father in this scenario for this to work for me. Like, okay, kiddo, let's go to McDonald's like once a month.
I mean, look, to be completely honest, I'm like, that's even too much. I just for me, it's like no kids whatsoever.
Right, and I think I was using it, but then it was like, but then he was like, but I don't really want them, and I'm like, then you should have them.
Well, okay, so
it was the first time that someone had said to him, if you don't want them, you shouldn't have them. It was like the first time. And I think that's what we forget because we're in this space that some people have never had somebody say that to them before.
Well, and you know, okay, so that reminds me of a conversation I had with somebody who was really active in the child-free space for a time, and they were convinced that we had already covered all the basics of conversation and we needed to go somewhere else with the child-free conversation. And I had to remind them that there's always going to be people who are new to the child-free choice, to awareness, like, and that doesn't mean that they're young, they're just not aware. And these conversations, like, you always have to remind people that it's a choice, that you don't have to have kids. It's so basic and simple. And yeah, for some of us, it's already set in stone. So you forget that you need to reiterate it from time to time because people do need to hear just that basic thing. You don't have to have kids. And
I think that there's like a fear when somebody doesn't tell you it's okay and you've never heard someone say it's okay. That's the fear that you're the only one. If you've never heard of the child-free community before, and use this as a thing, our first date, he was like, what is child-free?
Right.
Like, why are you all over the place with this? And I'm like, well, it's this. First time ever hearing about it. And actually, one thing that he said to me, which I thought was funny, was, you're lucky you're attractive.
What?
Because you can talk about it. And I was like, what does that have to do with it? I was like, what does that have to do with it? And he goes, well, I've never had anybody say this to me before. And if I wasn't like really attracted to you right now, I would probably be like, what is this lady talking about? But that's his man brain.
I was gonna say, can we have a conversation about objectifying people, please?
And like the weird thing is, he really doesn't. But I think it was just like it was like a first date. Like, okay,
that's
this lady
funny.
is yelling at me about not having kids. Like, what's happening?
It's a good thing you're attractive.
Though. Like,
I mean, look. I can be vain. I like to feel like I'm attractive to some people, but at the same time, it's kind of getting over that. Like, that's so weird. Okay, we need to wrap this section up and go to one more.
Right,
so
let's just
social guilt, historical guilt. I mean, I just want to say about the historical guilt thing. I don't think we talked about this so much, but it was
we were talking about the forced sterilization thing in our meeting and stuff, and what.
Well, but also too, people like child-free people feeling guilty for not providing their children their parents with grandkids, or like I said, I had that moment for a sec, like where I said to my brother, I'm like, I'm never gonna, like, you're not gonna be an uncle. And he's like, I'm okay with that. Like, I even talked to my nephews, like, I'm not giving you guys cousins. And they're like, they're like, we're okay with that. We have got 2 cousins we like. That's good enough.
They get more attention anyway from you.
Oh, exactly. Like, no, like, it's just
like no kid's gonna be like, yeah, I want cousins when like you're the cool aunt. Like, right?
Exactly.
Like, no kid's gonna be like, no,
stuffing.
take attention away from me. Like, they're not gonna care.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's good. Like, there is that element that because we're taught that this is what you have to do, this is what you must do in order to, even if they don't say you have to have kids, it's like, well, in order for you to be seen as valuable or to contribute to society or all the lists, kids are the way to do it. And I just feel like,
you know, I talked to my mom about this because like I had the conversation. I was like, are you not sad that I'm not giving you grandkids? And she said, she responded 2 different ways. She said, well, I would be worried about you like leaving the oven on and the baby like crawling into the oven or something, because like you're kind of gone sometimes. I'm like, I haven't killed any of my animals yet, mother. Like, but she actually, that was back when when she first accepted it. I don't think when I came out, her tears were not for me being gay. They were tears that I would never give her a biological grandchild.
Right. How did you feel about that?
And to me, I was like, oh God, here comes the second part of the conversation. Huh. Right? Yeah. Because then that kind of forced me into this, I didn't want to give you grandkids anyway.
Okay.
And I had said it when I was 3, but like I feel like she thought it was cute and funny back then because she knew I wanted to. My aunt, I used to scream like, I want to be I'm going to redact my aunt's last name, right? I used to scream about how I wanted to go live with my aunt all the time. Like, I just wanted to be like my child-free aunt's like bestie, and I am her bestie, right? But like I did not like having siblings. I think I would have functioned better as an only child. I mean, I couldn't help the older ones, right? Like, but my mom was like, "Well, you even help the younger one." Well, no, my mom was like, I had your sister so that you could like play with her and have a friend, and you just always hated her. I'm like, well, did you ask me if I wanted a sister? Because I bet you I would have told you, because I was always a kid. Again, autism. I would just like tell my mom, like,
right,
I don't want that. She came home from the hospital, I think it was like a month in, they had a garage sale. She was sitting outside with my mom in her carrier. I wrote free and put a piece of paper on her carrier that said free to good home.
Oh my goodness.
And my mom like realized that like she kind of was like, okay, well, I guess they're not going to be besties. And like I've said, like I love my sister as my sister, but like we're not people who would have been friends with each other had we not been siblings. Like, right? Like I care about her. I don't want anything bad to happen to her, but like we just have never. We don't have that close sibling relationship, and I think that makes my mom sad. But you know, after she kind of got over it, and then after I proved that I can take care of animals, she was like, I didn't have you to have grandkids. I had you and your sister because I wanted my own kids.
But isn't that selfish?
Yeah. I tell her every day. I tell my mom every day that she was selfish to have us. But I don't mean it in a bad way. No, I just say, you wanted us, so how can that not be selfish?
Yeah. All right, we got the last slide up. So let's go through this.
Extremes of emotional highs and lows. Love bombing and praise one moment and then declaring you are a horrible sinner. I have 2 thoughts about this one.
Okay.
The first one is, you get through the baby shower, you get through all the people wanting to see the baby, and then they leave people on their own after that. It's like you get this rush of attention, and then other people have their own lives, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where we get moms feeling like lonely. On the other hand, people will celebrate your accomplishments as a woman until you announce that you're child-free.
Yeah. I can't argue with that because especially... Okay, so this is... It's not a weird example, but people understood when I said I was a violinist and a music teacher. People understood that. So never once did anyone ever hear me say I'm going to have kids. But if that was still my career, people would understand that. Do people understand why I say I'm a child-free lifestyle advocate and I start sharing articles I'm in, or I say, hey, I started child-free media, or we've done 2 global conventions now on this topic? Do you think people, how do people respond? Like, how do normal people respond to that? They don't know how to. And that's fair. I'm not expecting them to know. But even just on the career aspect of things, people could understand what a violinist was, but they can't understand what I do now. Not even a little bit.
Like, we have all these moms, I think, feeling lonely because you do get this rush of attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not blaming anybody for wanting that attention. Attention's nice sometimes. Like,
it is.
Get your attention. But the fact is that I feel like it's a false sense of community.
Well, it is,
you're
because
getting the community, and then they're only interested in the baby.
Well, I was going to say, it's not personal, really. Not really.
And I'm the first, and I always ask new moms, like, how are you doing? And when all my friends give birth, I send them self-care for them. I don't send anything for the baby.
Right.
Because everybody else is buying you stuff for the baby.
Yeah.
I get you stretch mark cream, bath bombs, face masks, makeup. Like, I want them to feel pretty.
And, there's another thing that I've seen, again, reading articles and just even talking to people who have kids. It's just, especially, and okay, I've learned a lot from my brother, because my brother's been very open about, being a parent, of course, being a single dad with 2 kids full time. And again, his experience is different from someone being a single mother, but there are some similarities for sure. I just feel like, based on what I've seen and what I've heard, even though people acknowledge, or parents will acknowledge, that they're feeling these certain ways, there's always someone that says, I still felt alone. I could talk to somebody, but there's still something missing. It's like, and again, it goes back to what we said, how people will acknowledge how they feel, but they'll wrap it up with like, oh, but it's so worth it, or I got over it, or whatever. I feel that even though there's technically a community and support for people who struggle with parenthood, that's still not seen as okay. And that you have to get your shit together. Now, look, I will admit, I am somebody that has to get, like, I put all that onus on me to get my shit together. I don't coddle people. If someone needs like a lot of help, I am not that person. I am not a life coach. I never will be. I like people who are trying to get their own shit together. I will support you. I will be there for you, but you still have to do the work. I cannot do the work for you. I think that's another reason why it's really good that I don't have kids, because I'm like, you got to figure out how to walk, talk, feed yourself. I can be your aunt, but I'm not going to parent you. And that's kind of how I am.
Like, you got to figure it out on your own. Like,
exactly. Because
did I tell you the story about when I first got this coffee table, she saw the cat getting on the coffee table, and like, I got in bed one night and she didn't come to bed, which is like weird. And then I just
Who are you talking about?
My dog. And I just hear,
okay.
Oh. And I walk into the living room and she's on the coffee table and can't figure out how to get down. And I was like, you got yourself up there. You got to get yourself down.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like, but like, she's got to be able to figure those things out. Like, she just like, and here's the thing where I get to people like coddling. So one of my friends she was like your brother. She had her son at 19. She has reproductive issues. She was told she could never get pregnant, and she wanted to be a mom, so she just kind of got pregnant by accident, ran with it because this could have been her only like chance, right? When she sent her, she was a young mom, so she was more kind of like we got to figure out how to make you like sustainable and stuff. And
yeah,
she got to kindergarten. He was the only kid in the class who could open a bag of chips.
Wow.
At
5. Okay. That's kind of scary.
It's scary, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't think I would be a good like mom, how people nowadays see moms, because I'm like, they can do that. I was reading chapter books at 4. Your kid can learn the alphabet. Like, you know what I mean?
This is, and I think because we're kind of at the end of the conversation, we're going to go a little bit, because I want to share something with this. I've always been independent, but something was brought to my attention again during therapy. Because before my mom died, I went to grief counseling, which was something that actually I highly recommend if you know
she
that
was in hospice already, right?
Well, no, she was in and out of the hospital. She never was. She died at home, actually. She wasn't in a hospice, but because I didn't have like a really strong emotional support system, I did feel like I was by myself. I did go to grief counseling, and one thing that was explained to me that I never thought of, because I had both parents growing up always, I did not understand that I actually had abandonment issues. Because my mom, I had a sick mom. My dad was home every night. He supported the family, but my mom was not well. And to me, that was normal. But I already independent, already wanted to leave home at 8, but I had to figure a lot of stuff out on my own. Plus, growing up in a cult where there's so much not explained to you, I had to figure it out a lot on my own. So what happened was, in reality, and this is something that I still work through, is that I do have abandonment issues to the point where I don't need other people. I can do this all on my own. So I am never been codependent. I am the opposite, where I don't need somebody. So collaborating is interesting because I'm like, I actually do need people, but just
I think I've expressed that my mom is now in therapy, but I felt very emotionally abandoned when I became a teenager.
Yeah.
Number one, I was undiagnosed autistic. We didn't know why I was having meltdowns. All I knew was I couldn't control it. You know, I don't really have them anymore because now I after 26 years of just kind of having to wing it, I figured out how to not have them. But you know, I also realized, like, when I was in therapy, because I did psychodynamic therapy, I realized that, you know, I'm super independent because I had enmeshment issues with my mother.
Okay.
I was her first kid. I was her first daughter. I'm the one who looks like her. And I picked a completely different life trajectory. I'm more like her sister, right?
Yeah.
And when I was younger, she'd get really upset. And I remember when I was in law school and I dropped out, and my dad sat down and said, she went to law school for you. Like, finally said that to my mother.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't go because she had an overwhelming desire to be a lawyer. She wanted to be a writer, and she's good at it. So I think you should just let her do it.
Yeah.
Look at me now. You know? And, but also, I didn't even realize I had abandonment issues because my sister was born when I was 2.5.
Yeah.
And I did not want a sibling. I was not ready to, like, detach from my mother because my mother was almost too attentive to me, right?
Right.
There are things where you can be too attentive, and to me, it's like, had she waited until I was, like, in kindergarten to have my sister, we might have had a different story, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I remember being very angry as a child because my mother, this is embarrassing, my mother brushed my teeth until I was 12, and my dad put his foot down.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She was a dental assistant, and she saw way too many kids coming in with cavities. That's why I've never had a cavity. And I can guarantee you, when she's here in 2 weeks, she's going to be like, brush your teeth longer. Like, she's like, what toothpaste do you use? She replaced my toothpaste one time because back when I was in my, like, crunchy all natural phase, I was using, like, a brand, and she was like, that shit doesn't clean your teeth. Like, and she bought me Crest. I was like, mother.
Oh, I don't like Crest.
You know, and she still sometimes has, like, a hard time, like, and I know it's because her whole identity was being my mom.
Right.
But at the same time, when you make your whole identity your child, and then your child turns into their own person, that causes issues. And then, like, for me, it was like she was so attentive that, like, I felt abandoned when she had my sister.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Like, she couldn't breastfeed me because I was a preemie and I was being fed through the dropper. And by the time I was big enough to latch, like, she tried to latch on me, and I was like, no, I want my rubber plastic. Like, because I had gotten so used to a bottle.
Right.
And so I think I felt jealous because I think even though I didn't, like, remember being a baby, like low key, I was like, ew, like, why is my sister, like, why are you doing that? Like, ew, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I remember seeing my sister for the first time and just not feeling anything. And, you know, so these are also decisions when it comes to parenthood of, you know, people just are like, I want a second baby. Like, okay, I'm not saying you shouldn't have it, but if you already have a child, that's another thing that I'm all for child therapy. I'm for throwing your kid in therapy at 2 if they want it, if they need it. You know what I mean?
See, that's interesting on the sibling side of things, because I have the opposite experience with my brother. I remember I was 3. We're 3 years apart. I remember the night my mom went into the hospital to give birth to him, and I remember seeing him for the first time. And my parents did this where they gave me a gift, and it was a gift from my unborn brother. So it was to kind of like set the tone that, there's a new one coming along. And my brother and I have always been close. My parents, like, they wanted to give me a sibling. They actually thought, here's the thing. I think I was set up for failure from the beginning, because they thought my mom thought she was having a boy when she was pregnant with me, which explains so much. And then my brother and I are like, I mean, if you're gonna be like gender roles, like classic gender roles, my brother is like the nurturer, the caregiver. I'm like, I'm doing it my way, and I'm like, figure out your own shit. Like,
so you guys were just born the opposite.
We're look, my brother's very okay, bear with me with the
I think masculine men are nurturing, though. Real masculine, non-toxic masculine men.
My brother is like very masculine presenting and just the kindest person in the world. I'm very feminine presenting, and I am not super sensitive. Like, it takes me a minute. It really does.
Yeah, my experience was, this was the first time. So my aunt would always watch me, but I wasn't allowed to spend the night at her house. So I got super excited when my mom went to the hospital, because she dropped me off at my aunt's house. And my aunt was like, my aunt made a bedroom for me in our house, because she was like, now your mom's going to trust me to take you overnight. Let's go. Like, this is going to be fun. I had so many toys at her house. Like, it was crazy. Like, if you walked into her house, you'd think she had a toddler. Like, for real. Yeah. But I was so excited, and then the next day she's like, well, we gotta go see your little sister. And I was like, do we have to? Like, I was not excited
like, we were both set up, but in different ways, because I remember like and I guess that dynamic has kind of stayed the same with you and your sister. So, and my brother and I have always
number one, I was my mom's. I would not let anyone but my mom and my aunt hold me. I would scream if anybody but my mom or my aunt held me. And I walk into the hospital and immediately see my mom hooked up to all these machines, and that's terrifying.
That is terrifying. It's terrifying when you see your parent like that at the age of 20-something,
right?
Let alone a child.
So yeah. I was already like, "Mommy, are you okay?" I immediately started crying, and then I saw them take my sister's temperature, and my sister was like all gooey, like a newborn. I remember saying, like, "Is it an alien?" Like,
mine was flaky. Yours was gooey. My brother was flaky, and I was like, I want a new brother because he's flaky. Like, all these. He was a few days late, so he was like, covered in like
the dry skin.
Yeah. And I was like, no, I don't want that.
We were both early, but my sister was way bigger than I was. I was not cooked. I was not cooked. Let me tell you, I was not cooked. I was 4 pounds when I was born.
Wow.
And I saw them take her temperature. Well, they take newborns' temperatures by sticking the thermometer in their butt.
I think I knew
that. Or at least used to. Okay. So I'm like watching that. And then the nurse goes, I have to take your mom's temperature. And I said, no, you're not allowed to stick something up my mom's butt. Like, I was just so concerned that my mom was going to have a stick shoved up her butt. Although I used to also... My mom used to give me suppositories, and one time I announced to my teacher that my mom stuck candles up my butt. So I was a child who didn't want anything going on.
You were one of those kids. Okay.
I was one of those kids. So, like, I'm the kid who's like, my parents have weed, and it's just like dandelions in front of their house, like that kind of kid. Gotcha. I was the kid who would like tell you anything, but I was not afraid to be like, they got me a bitty baby too. And I remember the first time my mom's like, you want to hold your sister? And I'm pretty sure that the picture of my face is like, and I'm like 2.5. I'm like 3. Like,
so that explains what we need to go through the rest. But I feel like that explains why at 3 you were comfortable in saying, I don't want to have kids.
Yeah, I didn't like the screaming. I used to lock myself in the room. My grandmother says that, like, I would lock myself in my room to just not hear the screaming. And one time she came over and my mom literally said, Lauren, if you don't come out here right now, I'm never letting you lock yourself in your room again. my mom had so many parenting moments with me that were just like the opposite of what you expect to hear from.
You know, and honestly, like I'm just like so grateful that that's not going to be my experience of parenting.
My mom was like, I was not prepared for you. Like, you were really well behaved, but like the things that like you would do. She said I came out basically 40 years old.
I came out 30.
Like,
yeah.
And I think that a lot of child-free people have I've seen it in groups where a lot of child-free people have said, I didn't even like other kids when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to be with the adults. I wanted to hang out with the
people. Totally. I mean,
okay. Like, we got extreme emotional highs and lows.
We just went through all of that, yes.
But let's go. Ritualistic and sometimes public confessions of sin. Again, I think this goes back to the people who are like, I was child-free once.
But also, too, let's look at the day of social media where now we have blogs, we have anonymous confession boards.
Right.
Ritualistic. Well, look, there's everything about impending parenthood even to me is ritualistic, like baby showers, just how people talk. I just look, even dating to that matter, because a lot of people are trying to find someone to procreate with.
Is it bad that I refuse to go to baby showers now?
No, I haven't been to one in almost 10 years, and I won't go.
Bridal showers. I like bridal showers.
Ooh, that's a little pushing it for me now too. I'm just.
Well, is there an open bar at the bridal shower?
Well, what happens if you don't drink? What's the fun in that? Well, I don't drink very much. I just need one drink and I'm good. I mean, that's kind of how it works at this point. But
like drinking champagne. Weddings, I that's one of the reasons I don't want a wedding, because I literally would not be able to handle it if like I had to be sober, because I can't imagine that level of like stress. My dog.
Oh yeah, it just.
Kids, am I right? No, I'm joking.
Well, I don't have pets. Well, that and I don't want them.
She's pouting now because I'm not paying attention to her. But so yeah, I think that like almost everything's ritualistic, and I almost feel like it's like a rite of passage. Like when I was pregnant with my son, and like or my fetus son, because they told me he was a boy and I didn't ask. Anyway, they just offered that information, which was also something that I think medical professionals really need to start asking. Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Again, back to this, because now I can't get it out of my head and catch myself talking like that, but I'm child free, and so that's like something for me to deal with too.
It's a lot, yeah, for sure.
But when I was pregnant, I said I don't want a baby shower because I wasn't really like all into it, you know.
Right.
And a lot of my friends who were moms were like, "Oh my god, no!" But like everybody has a baby shower, and I was like, "I'm being forced into this. I don't want to make this somebody else's problem." But it's like, even if you deny the rituals, you're looked at as weird. Like if someone was to say, "No, I'm having a baby and this is my choice, but I don't want a baby shower," people would be like, "What's wrong with you?"
Yeah.
But it's like, this isn't anybody else's problem. To me, it was like I'm a very individualistic person. So to me, it wasn't anyone else's problem.
Yeah. And, you know, I feel like people want to be involved in the good stuff, like the fun stuff. They want to be in, you know, the baby shower. They want to say, hey, congratulations, you're having a kid. But when you really need like the true support, when you need like the real stuff, where are people? You know what I mean? And I feel like, and I don't even know where this comes into play in this particular slide, but in general, I just feel that the people, you do get abandoned. And
you know, I'm not even a big ceremony person. Like I didn't like my graduation ceremonies. I was like, what's the
boring
point? And they're boring. And the only cool part of mine was I got to hug Josh Groban. Okay.
What?
Yeah, he was my commencement speaker.
No
I got
way.
to hug and take a picture with Josh Groban.
I love
that was
Josh
the only
Groban.
part because he's very attractive. He also sang "Move On" from. He
How
sang
come you
"Move
never
On"
told me this before?
From Sunday in the Park with George. It's my favorite.
You know
song
what, Laur? Sometimes you just like tell me like the randomest shit, and it's like I want your life. I'm on a mission to hug Josh Groban. I love Josh Groban.
I mean, there's also pictures of me with Obama's attorney general. So
I don't give a shit about that. I'm sorry. You got okay, let's continue.
Anyway, yeah, so I'm just not I'm not into rituals anyway. They all seem kind of weird to me. Like I said,
I will be into rituals if they involve Josh Groban.
All right, so any ritual I have to get Josh Groban to come.
Yeah, totally.
It was cool for me though, because it was like the first time they chose a commencement speaker that was like music related, and that was my major. And writing, so it was like cool.
He's amazing. Love him.
He has a beautiful voice of an angel. Josh Groban, if you ever hear this, we love you.
Yes, but also he seems like, I mean, he's he's just
cool guy.
Yeah,
he actually started his commencement speech by saying, "I didn't go to college, so I feel like a poser." It was really funny.
I think he's hysterical. He's like a cute nerd, and he's just like, he's insanely talented. I was just playing some of his songs on the piano this morning because I just love him. Anyway, let's keep going because now I'm gonna get all flustered.
You're just living vicariously through me.
Totally. And I don't live vicarious through people, but
I've also met Brendan Urie, so like that's cool too. Anyway. Phobia, indoctrination, inculcating fears. I think that's supposed to be inoculating fears, but I think I got cut off.
I was going to say, I don't think I'm familiar with that word.
No, I think it's inoculating fears about leaving the group or questioning the leader's authority.
Okay.
No happiness or fulfillment possible outside of the group. Terrible consequences.
Biggest thing there.
If you leave hell, demon possession, incurable disease, accident, suicide, insanity. I do think that terrible consequences, like you're gonna die alone and your cats are going to eat you and your body's going to be there for 5 months before anybody notices, when in reality, if you listen to nursing home nurses, people who didn't have children have a flood of people coming to visit them, and parents are sometimes just left alone.
Well, here's the thing with that to me, and not just necessarily the elder care thing. It's like when you don't have offspring, you are still relying on yourself to create your own support system. You're creating your own friendships. You're creating your own community. I find that people, and this is again blanket statement, but I find that people they go, well, I have kids, so I don't need to make an effort. Which is, I had this discussion with my dad yesterday because it was his birthday, and he was giving examples even in his own family of people that had one biological kid and they weren't speaking terms, but they had a wider support network, and they were welcomed everywhere. Like, again, and I had a grandfather who had 16 kids and still died alone, but he never went out to have relationships with people except for women. Hence the 16 kids. But, like, sorry, Grandpa. But, I just feel like when you are, and also too, some of us are into solitude, but that does not mean that I want to be like, there's a difference between being alone and lonely, right? But also to having someone check in on you. It's up to me to develop the skill set to create a support network. I'm not going to be relying on even my nephews to be in there. I mean, it'd be great if they were, but it's still up to me to have relationships with people where we, it's a genuine connection, right? And that takes work on, and
my aunt was an involved aunt by choice.
Yeah.
And I will be the one taking care of her.
There are some people that disagree with doing that because they're like, well, you didn't put in the work, therefore you should not get the benefit of having.
I have 4 siblings. My parents will be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I have 3 siblings. My parents will be fine.
There you go. I mean, people say the stupidest things about that anyway, but
Oh no, they do. And they say the dumbest things, but it's like if she was an involved aunt by choice, then I can be an involved niece by choice.
Exactly.
Choice. And just like if your nephews want to help with your elder care when you're older, it's like it's because you were an involved aunt. And like,
look, yeah,
there's a difference between being an aunt and then being involved.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
Yeah. Shunning of those who leave, fear of being rejected by friends and family, never a legitimate reason to leave. Those who leave are weak, undisciplined, unspiritual, worldly, brainwashed by family or counselor. And actually, I got a text from someone who was in Child Free Chat, who's in another Clubhouse room, where they were talking about child-free single women and wealth. And she said,
I got the same text.
This had a man call us child-free single women a cult, having an agenda and hating children.
Come on, man, get it together. Yeah, no, I got
like the other thing. It's like people say, oh, child-free people need to go to therapy and unpack their shit. I'm like, I did unpack my shit. That's why I'm child-free.
Yeah. No, yeah. Now, so this for me, the whole leaving thing. Now, we've talked about, like, it's kind of hard to leave parenthood. Once you're in it, you're kind of in it, unless you make other arrangements, I suppose.
Men leave parenthood all the time.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? To some extent, I don't know if actually I can say this.
I think that some parents just check out. You don't have to physically leave. But
that's true, because, like, look, my brother is a single dad of 2 kids who has his kids full time. So read between the lines there.
It's like, I just see so many women complaining that their kid's father doesn't want to pay child support, doesn't see them, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, so people do check out of parenthood.
Well, and like you said, you can
have these conversations before you become a parent.
Yeah. I mean, you can still like technically be taking care of your kids, but emotionally, if you're gone, you're gone.
And I think there's some parents who just check out emotionally, even though they're going through the motions. That's when you hear a lot of boomer parents saying, but I fed you and clothed you. And it's like, that's the bare minimum.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, I don't know. I think, like, I never questioned my decision. I think because I have these conversations more, I dive a little deep into what it would be like emotionally if I were a parent, just out of curiosity. Again, using being an aunt as an example, because I know how I am invested in when my nephews are here. You know, I'm very. It's about them. I mean, they're of an age now where we all kind of do our own thing in the morning, and then we hang out, and you know, it's very easy breezy. But it's still, I'm tired after like
5 and 7. It was.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, it was you're constantly on. Like, I couldn't sleep when they were young. I couldn't sleep at night because the minute I would hear a rustling in the guest room, I'd be like awake and going, "Are they okay? Are they okay?" Like, you can't. It's like you're sleeping with one eye and one ear open, and it's exhausting. And then one time I woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning. I moved into this new place. I had a new guest bed. And then I hear this little voice, "Auntie, I puked." And dude vomited everywhere, all over my new bed. And I was like, he was fine.
Did you say they sneezed one time all over themselves?
No. Well, oh, yeah, he did. The vomiting thing was way beyond the sneezing thing. I have Kleenexes, like, because I have a SUV, so I have Kleenexes in all, like, the doors, because
you're like, after that sneezing, and
that was years ago. I've never recovered from that. But the
you don't have a mom mobile, you have an auntie mobile.
I have I love my CX-5. It's great. It's fully loaded. It's beautiful.
You know, when I get a new car, I like your car. I might get your car.
You know what? Here's the thing. Like, look, here's the thing. I did finally recover after the vomit story, but it was, I mean, I was calling my brother at 3 a.m. He lives in a different town. Like, come get your kid. And then I was like, the little guy was like puking in the bathroom, and I'm like, my bed. And then he's like, "Auntie," and I'm like, he's like, you know, covered in vomit. I'm like, all right, look after the kid first. Don't worry about the bed. Like, I was kind of like torn between.
When my parents went on their honeymoon, I was at my grandparents' house, and I got the worst stomach virus that I had ever had, and my mom was trying to leave their honeymoon early, because I think I've said, like, my parents got married when I was like 10 or 12. I don't even remember how old I was, but yeah, my mom was trying to leave the honeymoon early because, like, she couldn't sleep. Like, my dad, that was the worst trip, because your mom just kept long distance calling home from Aruba, like, is she okay?
Yeah, I mean, look. And this is like one of the first slides we talked about, of like, you're kind of like on a different schedule. I mean, there's so many. Oh God, I don't know. There's
what made it worse is that I was like still 10, so I still wanted my mom, and I had been kind of out of the mommy phase for a little bit. Like, I had stopped calling her mommy. And apparently my grandmother said what made it worse was my grandfather kept telling my mom how I was asking for my mommy.
Oh, well, what?
And she was
emotional like, control. Yes. You want an example of emotional control? There, you got it. I mean,
yeah.
I want to say, okay, we should start wrapping up. Because it's been now 5 hours. We fulfilled our end of the bargain. We made it to 5 hours. Good job, Laur. Thank you, Rebecca, for being here, and thank you to our audience who stuck with us. And
Tabitha came in. There was a couple comments. I think this is going to be our wrap-up phase.
We will go through the comments in a sec. Okay, sorry, I was going to say something and I forgot. What was the last? Oh, with the emotional control thing. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this for a second. Again, from the cis female point of view, this is probably the biggest thing, is the emotional aspect of being a mother. And that, above all else, was something I didn't want to experience, because I mean, I knew the relationship I had with my mother was very challenging because we did not look alike. A lot of it had to, like, I mean, again, biracial girl. My mom was your color and tiny woman, and there's nothing that really, I kind of look like her a little more now, but not really.
The older I get, the more I look like my mother.
But there was such a divide, and I never had a connection. I never felt much of a connection to my parents, even though, like, I mean, there was many reasons probably why, but that I saw what I put my mother through emotionally, and I stand by how I was. And again, I've had therapy, so I've worked through that, and I don't feel a sense of guilt. It was just, that was our natural dynamic, and we became friends, after I left home at 18, and we were friends the last 5 years of her life. So again, I don't have that guilt factor of it, but I knew instinctively, like, I did not want this to be my life. I did not want to have a daughter or a son where we were constantly butting heads. Like, that's not how I wanted to live my adult life, because I didn't necessarily love my childhood. And so, when I think of, like, the emotional aspect, like, pronatalism throws motherhood at you like this is going to be the most beautiful thing. This is what you're meant to do. And again, keep in mind that we're speaking from the female point of view. It's like, it's thrown at us so much that it makes you think, well, wait a second. What am I missing if I don't experience this? But look what you may have to deal with if you do experience it. And so
right. And that goes
it's
to that
unfair to me.
And I remember the first TikTok video I made that blew up was like about women saying you'll never know true love, and that woman said you'll never know true fear, and I was like, that's still the same thing. Like, you're still putting what that statement does to me, true love, true fear, whatever, is it inflates you. You don't know my life.
Right.
I could have been being chased by Michael Myers at that moment, for all you know. I'm sure that's true fear, right? But it's like, I'm still afraid of people that, I mean, I have a tattoo on my wrist of my 11th and 12th grade English teacher, something she said to me. And when she died of an overdose, and I was so scared. I'm like, I don't think that this is like, it's like, on one hand, I don't want to go through that emotional turmoil. I don't want to put myself in that space, but it's also kind of like, oh, child-free people don't ever have any negative emotions. They don't really love people. I'm scared of people who honestly think you don't feel true love until you have a kid, because I'm like, does your husband know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Like, do your friends know? Does your mom know that you've never loved anybody except for your child? Mm-hmm. And I think it's like something that people just say. I think with a lot of the bingos, just kind of wrapping this all up into pronatalism, I honestly think that a lot of people don't think before they say the bingos. I think they're just saying it,
Yeah.
And especially that true love thing. It's like, when you're really thinking about what they're saying, have you never loved another human in your life until your kids? I'm more scared of you in that aspect than I would be scared of somebody who absolutely didn't want to be around kids.
Yeah.
Because can you feel like, and I don't think that the people who say that are cold. Like, again, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but it's like a statement where it's like, if you actually think about the meaning of that statement, I bet you nobody would say it if they were thinking.
Mm-hmm. If they were thinking. Well, on that note, let's go over some final. Do you want to go through the audience stuff, and then we will wrap it up, because we've now been 5 hours and we're kind of done. Mind you,
there was one comment I wanted to address about being child-free and pet-free.
Oh, okay. Let me scroll.
I just have a quick disclaimer to throw out on behalf of the pet parents.
This one here?
Yes.
Was it this one?
Child-free and pet-free. I get evil looks when I do not pet people's pets, and often get asked why I don't like pets. Those people are bad pet owners. I don't allow anyone to pet my dog unless I know them, because you never know. The people giving you evil looks, I just wanted to make a quick disclaimer. That's bad pet owning, because you don't know. I don't know if I've said this before, but I don't let anyone under the age of 10 pet my dog or my cat, because I don't know how they're going to react.
Right.
Or if they know pet things. Those pet owners are definitely bad pet owners. And you can tell them that on behalf of me if they give you bad looks. I think
Is there another one?
Let's see. Somebody, flaky and gooey siblings. Yeah, we have gooey siblings.
Oh, that was a good one.
Tabitha said, child-free here. While I love children and love being an auntie, I am good on children. I will be a fur mama, though, but I prefer the freedom of my life. And I think that's where me and you are. And I think that...
Mine is the pet thing, yes.
I mean, besides the pet thing. However, those people are bad pet owners. That's all I'm saying. Why would I want someone random to touch my dog if I don't know how they treat animals? You know,
that is weird. Like,
it's like the people who are like, you didn't say hi to my kid. It's like, I don't want strangers.
Yeah, I mean, people do that.
It's just weird. I'm like, stranger danger exists for everyone, even me. Like, if I don't know you, please don't talk to me. Please continue to stay 6 feet away from me at all times. We're going back to that. But I think just child-free auntie, and I really hope that our conversation, when it gets out, can prove to people that child-free women do have children involved in their lives. They do have other people involved in their lives, and that we are an important, I mean, even me, like just sharing my experience of having a child-free aunt and then now being child-free, it's like, that's one thing that I really hope I can get across. I think, but I think I think we have proved that there is a lot of societal control, whether it comes to behavior, thoughts, emotions. And I really hope that people can hear this conversation and really start to reflect. Again, I'm not going to speak for LeNora. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. But for me, my child-free advocacy and my advocacy trying to create a branch between child-free people and parents is that it's not child-free people and it's not parents who are causing this. It is the idea of pronatalism, and it hurts everybody. And that's why I've tried to bring up throughout this conversation that it hurts moms as well, because it hurts everybody. And when we really talk about choice, we're talking about the freedom to be respected, to do what we want, and to accept everybody else's choices. To a degree, but you know.
Yeah.
I think as long as you're not being detrimental to anyone else or yourself, you're good in my book. And I think that's at the core what we're doing here. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but I would say in at least our spaces, I think that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. No, I agree. And on that note, we will wrap. So first of all, thank you, Laur, for having this conversation today. This has been amazing. How can people reach you?
My Instagram is badfitchesofficial, and all of my other social media, Twitter, TikTok, badfitches, and my website. So
we'll put descriptions in the links.
And if you are the person on Instagram who has the Bad Fitches handle, once again, I am please asking you to give it to me.
We'll get it for you eventually. So if you guys have any thoughts or comments, of course, if you're watching the replays, the podcast will be slightly edited, but you can always put your thoughts below. If you need to keep something private and want to share, you can email us at childfreemedia@gmail.com. If you want to find me personally, you can find me at Childfree Blog on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Also, you can follow Childfree Media on all social media platforms as well. Oh, no, right. No, not Twitter, TikTok, even though I'm at glass_violin on TikTok. No, Twitter. I need to stop talking. My brain's like dead.
We've talked, I think, more than we've talked at a live event.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this has been great.
This was longer even than the Child Free Girls podcast. Like, let's be honest.
This was a lot. Again, so thank you, Rebecca, for being our Troll Patroller today. Thank you to our audience, our live chat audience, and for all your thoughts and everything. And of course, if you're watching the replays, keep telling us, let us know what you think. You're welcome to disagree, agree, whatever. It's all good. Again, so we will sign off now. Have a great rest of your day, and we will chat soon.
Bye.
Bye.